What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. All right, so we are live again. I'm a little bit late. I was dealing with an issue with my PayPal account, but we're live again, so we'll get on it. But today's live may be a little different. I'll just wait till people come in. Welcome in, Jules. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good morning. This is technically my hump day. Middle of the week for me. Thursday. So a couple more days after this for the live. Maybe. We'll see. So I'm just going to wait till everybody gets in there. Guys, start tapping. Let's get to 10,000 likes, please. Let me make sure that this is, my audio is right. Let's try to get to 10,000, I should say. Let me test my audio, make sure I can hear shit. Script is flipped on Trump. Newsom calls up the guard.
Got a rude awakening on Wednesday
morning.
That's
funny.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says he's bringing in the National Guard. Yep.
That's funny. Gavin Newsom. Could you guys hear that? Jules, could you hear that? I don't know if you could hear the audio from that. That was from the Midas Touch Network. Okay, sweet. Jess, what's up? Good morning, y'all. Come on in. Let's get this show on the road. We're at 200 likes. Let's get to at least like 5K before I get moving. Gotta say, today's a little irritating for me. And once I get some people in here, I'm gonna go over some things. Good morning, Lonnie. Good morning. I wonder if I should start doing my show earlier. I've thought about that before because I'm usually up, at least by 6 I'm up. But maybe I should go earlier. I don't know. But there's this video I want to play from Untruth Social, which is funny. This is Josh Hawley. I don't know if that would screw some of my people up or not. I don't know, but let me put this up on the screen real quick. This is the height of irony.
Just uprooting this is an iconic building.
Manu, I will just say this. I made this point yesterday, that I hear all of a sudden from my liberal friends that they're very concerned about our history. Really, these are the same people who tore down every statue they could get their hands on in the last 4 years. Christopher Columbus, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt. They didn't have any concern for history then. Now all of a sudden, the facade of the East Wing is iconic. Oh, give me a break. Give me a break.
So this group of people who screamed for years, that's historical, are now I don't care. Don't matter. Y'all said it was. You were worried about history then and you're not now, yet they won't say that they were worried about history then and not now. So it's do as I say, not as I do. Whatever peg will fit in whichever hole, they'll stick it in there. I know, right? Divine, it's kind of funny, there's a little bit of a difference between the White House and, just flat out fucking racism. The fighting in favor of slavery or being shitty. Now I don't know why people would go after Teddy Roosevelt. I'm not sure I understand that one. Of course, back in the day, everybody was basically racist. But yeah, exactly. They want to keep their racist fucking Confederate history. Sons of John Brown, he compared statues of Confederate to our White House. Exactly. And then act like, oh, yeah, y'all did it, so we're going to do it. Even though we bitched about it, we're going to do the thing that we were bitching about before. and then act as if, these two things are the same. It's fucking wild. Because he set aside the national parks. Positivity. I'm not sure what you mean by that. He set aside. What do you mean by set aside? Let me. I was gonna pull something up here. Let me see. Are we? Yeah, we're good. All right, let me set my gifting goal. Okay. Teddy. Oh, I see. Thank you for that. No, I appreciate that. So that's why liberals were upset with Teddy? That doesn't make much sense. It seems like a weird thing to want to like remove a statue over. Like what they need to do, what they should have done, what liberals should have done, in my opinion, is say that, you know, you can take those fucking statues and just put them in a fucking park somewhere to maintain your history while not memorializing or, you know, celebrating the fucking things. Because they were built, you know, makes no sense to just burn them or torch them or get rid of them. Put them somewhere obscure where all the fucking Yahtzees can bring their little white hooded hats and go and look and praise. Thank God to the slave owners. We wish we could be those people. Yeah, just do that instead of, you know, doing what they were doing, which was just ripping them down, which, you know, whatever. Fucking liberals are mad at him. Liberals are mad at who? Jules says, I'm driving, can't read the comments. LOL, why were they upset with Teddy? Potivity said because he had set aside the national parks. I guess I'd have to look that one up. I didn't even know they went after Teddy Roosevelt, but it's you know, it's interesting. He chose Teddy Roosevelt to list off when, you know, most of these things were a lot worse. So we've got, you know, a few people in here. Guys, I want to point out that do not, if you're going to send money to the PP, the PayPal, you won't be able to do it because, and let me put this up here, these motherfuckers are still at it. So I get this morning. So all the money that was sent, I cannot get. It says it's going to take like 120 days. It says, based on the information we have today, there was activity on this account that we cannot support. Your account has been permanently deactivated. And I want to play you a clip of, this is Hobie. This is somebody who is obsessed, in love with me, I guess. I don't know what her deal is. She fucking hates me, that's for sure. It's been almost half a year now. And she finally revealed herself. She started doing videos again, claiming I sent strangers after her on the interwebs, which isn't true. She was claiming that my wife was a felon, or that group of people were going around claiming that my wife was a felon, which pissed me off. And I told my audience, figure out who these fucking people are and DM it to me so I can sue them. That's what I said. So she's using that as some excuse to go around. But this is what this bitch said right before this happened. Just listen.
But you know, hey, since you're so interested in finding common ground, I want you to know we have found common ground. The common ground is that you hit them in the pockets where it really hurts.
And so I took that, you know, somebody sent that video to me because I don't go to her account. She did make it unprivate. Somebody sent that video to me, and I took it to mean that she either wants me to believe that she had a hand in getting my wife fired, which anything's possible. But then I get that this morning, and I'm like, okay, so this lady just wants to take food out of my kids' mouths is what she wants to do. Because she's mad because I removed her mod powers. Think of that. This is a white liberal woman, probably has money, who wants to harm another person who is trying to fight against fascism because I removed her fucking mod powers. That's what all of this stems from. That's where all of this started. And then we wonder why this fucking country has been taken over by fascists. I don't wonder. That right there, that fucking cat lady who is obsessed. I don't know. I imagine every morning this lady wakes up and the first thought that runs through her head is me. I don't know at what point she fell in love, whatever the case is, felt slighted by me in some way. I thought we were a thing in the back of her mind, perhaps. And so this scorned person is now doing all that she can to try and harm me. You know, it is what it is. The headache, it isn't worth it to me. I don't, this is crazy. This lady is nutso. Jeff says, you deserve it. Well, come on up, Jeff. Let's chat. And here's the thing. It could have also been Paula. Paula is also pissed off at me. So, I don't think Paula would do that, but I don't know. Women that get mad are, something to be afraid of, I guess. What's up, JD?
What the fuck did I come into, LLM?
Yeah.
I woke up, I said, ooh, LLM's live. And then all of a sudden I see him going on a fucking crusade against women.
Against women? Is that what you just said?
I don't know. I don't know the fucking context here.
So then why would you choose to say that I'm on a crusade against women?
I mean, she's a woman now.
She is
If
a
there's more,
woman.
I'm wrong.
Yes. Yes, you are wrong, JD.
So what the fuck happened then?
Okay, so you just got in here and hit request. You missed that
Swear to
entire.
God.
You missed the entire video. You missed the entire.
Swear to God.
So then why in the
fuck?
fuck would you come up, JD, and say that I'm on a crusade against women when you have fucking no idea what it is that you're talking about?
It's the first fucking thing I see. It's just like,
Are we in the fucking Twilight Zone here, guys? Again, another liberal. JD, are you white?
LLM.
Are you
I don't
white?
think you understand. I'm not.
Are
your
you
fucking
white?
enemy, and I'm not here to go on a crusade against you. I'm just confused what the fuck is happening.
No. What you just said was dumb as fuck. I don't know what's going on. I admit I don't know what's going on.
Jesus
but let me
Christ.
tell everybody on your program that you're on a crusade against women because you said something bad about a woman.
Then clear it up. Wait, just clear it up. then.
Everybody
I could be
else
out of
that's
it.
here understands. I'm asking you what the fuck your deal is.
I'm fucking. Oh, what are we doing today? What is happening?
Exactly. That's my question. What is happening? You're right. Okay, so let me go back since you apparently weren't here, even though that request had been there for some time, JD. I saw that somebody had requested. I don't know if it was you, but it was there before I started playing it. But let me go ahead and I'll just get everybody up to speed.
Sure.
This is an X mod. 6 months ago, I removed this mod's powers because they were trying to get me to deplatform people. For 6 months, this person and other people who happen to be women, one of them a trans woman, have been trying to get this live taken down. So recently, I started changing things up, asking for money. So I wake up to this. This is for my business account on PayPal. Based on the information, hold on. Based on the information we have today, there was activity on this account we cannot support. Your account has been permanently deactivated. However, you can still view your transaction history, download account statements, etc., etc. And there's money that the people that watch this show have sent that I can't access. I can't figure out how to do a refund. I don't know. But the other day, yesterday, the day before, whenever, this ex-mod, who I guess is in love with me, I don't know what her deal is, she says this.
But hey, since you're so interested in finding common ground, I want you to know we have found common ground. The common ground is that you hit them in the pockets where it really hurts.
So, again, crusade against women.
Gotcha. Can I ask you a question though? Because there was
Sure.
something that confused me. You said you started charging money. What was that part about it?
I didn't say I started charging money.
You said something along those lines.
Changing things up, asking for money. I have a goal in mind, a daily goal in mind, in order to produce this show. Because otherwise,
Gotcha.
it's not viable, and I have to go and make money elsewhere. If I can do it doing this, that's fucking great. If people want to support the show, you guys can $LibLoudmouth @LibLoudmouth. That's Vimo and the Crash app.
Gotcha. Okay.
Do you still want to claim that I'm having a crusade against women, JD?
Now that I fucking understand after your wild rant against me because I didn't understand what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. I don't know. Look, this is a problem that we're having here where people just jump to assumptions and make statements about people. And this is exactly why we're here at this point, is because
how do you think I feel? I've
people
had that happen to me for fucking 6 months now.
Yeah. For 6 months?
It feels like at this fucking point.
Okay.
It's probably been 4, maybe.
For 6 months to do what? Who's doing what to you for 6 months?
Fucking wild accusations and random shit. Yeah, I understand how you feel. But the only other question I would ask is you brought up Paula. What the fuck is going on with Paula?
Well, this also all happened after the I guess you could say split with me and Paula. Because I blocked her, I've moved on, and then this shit starts happening.
Okay.
I don't think Paula would do that. I don't know. But you have to ask yourself that question when it coincides so conveniently where. And it is also interesting that right after Paula started doing her live, Hobie started doing videos again. So there's that. Anyway, was there something you wanted to address?
I don't know. Today's been kind of a really interesting day to start off with, because actually the last couple of days have been really interesting. It's been mostly drama. People have been fucking unhinged going at it. I see that you're not
clearly
excluded from this. Yeah.
Nope. Yeah, and it's always like liberals attacking themselves. Of course, the shirt that lady has on is a right-wing shirt. So she runs around claiming to be liberal. She's wearing a McKaysville rug and pew pew pharmacy shirt.
We've been in first off, that sounds way too much like Chris K. Khan. That's funny. But we've been in Mojo's lot basically fucking being messy bitches about it. We've been doing
some of Mojo's crew, for the record, are friends with Hobie. That's why I left Mojo's server.
Oh, well, I have no relation to that. Sorry.
I'm sure. You just do your own thing, don't you, JD? You just come up and make assumptions about people, don't you, JD?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You just come up claiming that people are having crusades against women.
Oh, are you going to hold this against me all fucking day?
No. What I have a fucking problem with, JD, is when people don't ask a question first and instead make an inflammatory fucking statement about things they don't understand, which is what you did, which means you aren't a very serious person.
Yeah, I posited it as a question. It seemed like you were going on a crusade. What happened?
And do you even care to apologize?
Sure, I apologize.
Okay, cool. All right, JD. Well,
now,
you have yourself
hold this against my head for the rest of the day.
No, you have yourself a good day, sir. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Divine, what's up?
Hey, what's happening, man? I just wanted to say, in the most disrespectful, polite way as possible, if we call out a woman for doing bad things, that doesn't mean it's a crusade against women. It's just calling out dumb shit. And I'll say that as a woman.
Yeah. Yeah,
call out the bad stuff.
Look, I don't know that JD meant bad about it, but we have to start being better about not jumping to conclusions, especially with shit we don't know. Like I had that fucking right winger up yesterday, and this guy was wanting to come and talk about the prompt. He didn't even know what he was talking about. He didn't know anything about the prompt, yet he was going to speak on it and criticize me about it.
It's an epidemic, really. In all the crews that I follow and all the rooms that I'm in, you see people join a room, see the prompt, and join up without having any context. Me personally, I will sit in a room for at least 10 minutes before I ever request up, even if it's friends, just to get the vibe. What are we talking about? What's going on? Get some context. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's an epidemic, and that's why I said that. Like, it wasn't just to JD, like, it's to everybody. If I call out someone for being shitty, it's not racist, it's not misogynistic, it's because you did dumb shit. I didn't say all, I called out one person, just like you did.
Yeah.
But yeah,
And well, you know,
anyway, I gotta
well,
get ready for work, and like I said, you're always my favorite morning show to listen to on the way to work. So I'll go ahead and drop down and let you do your thing, bro.
well, I appreciate it, Divine. I thank you very much. You have a good day, and please continue listening for maybe as long as the show goes on. Because honestly, guys, the it's just too much of a headache. I just don't really care to fucking deal with that shit. Having some crazy lady. I mean, at some point, what's she gonna do? Show up at my door and try to pew pew me? I mean, this is how crazy this lady is coming across.
Hey, loudmouth.
What's up, Hazzy?
Going
had a
good.
question?
Hey, yeah, you probably don't remember me, but actually, a couple months ago, I had a different handle. It was "Don't make me buzz." We had a pretty good conversation. In case you don't remember, just a refresher on me. I'm not like a crazy hard right. I'm like, I'd say I'm closer to the middle, but right leading, and I'm not, I don't fall for like the insanity of the right or the insanity of the left.
Okay.
And last time we talked about one of the main reasons that I am not fully for Trump is because of how he handled the reorganization of like the military and with how Doge handled everything. But I'm coming up here for a different discussion today. As I just said, like I'm somebody that's open to my mind being changed. I'm not somebody that would, say, oh, I'll never vote blue. If somebody came
Okay.
across that, I thought aligned with what I thought was, good for the country, I'd vote for it. But as somebody who's in that position and other people that are also in that position, we're in a place where, it's like, well, either party needs to convince us. And I think that a big issue with the left right now is that I think that's their biggest issue, is honestly convincing people to go to their side. And that's probably why they lost this.
Well, it's because they demand you do things, and then
Yeah.
they call you a bigot if you don't capitulate to them.
Yeah.
And
I would
they
agree
do
with
it to their own people too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
they have to
which
stop.
is good. Which
They have
is
to
good on a
stop.
certain level.
Yeah,
Right?
they have to tolerate the quote intolerant left. I mean, that's really what we're seeing here. They don't
Yeah.
tolerate anybody that has a nuanced view on fucking anything.
Yeah,
And
which
it's a
I
problem.
think we can agree holding people accountable to a certain level is great, but I do think that the extremity to what the left is doing is only hurting their party. And one of the biggest recent examples of that I've seen, that for somebody like me that, like for instance, the No Kings, what's it called? I'm searching for the word right now. What happened this last weekend? The whole No Kings
What about it?
movement. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not against going out, showing your freedom of speech and all that, but one issue that I saw with the No Kings movement that somebody like me might see and be like, well, this is kind of, ironic or contradicting itself.
So what is the problem with No Kings?
The problem that I see with it is that, I think that we can both agree that, obviously Trump isn't a king, but he might show king-like tendencies, which a lot of leftists have been saying, maybe he's not a king,
Okay.
but he's a dictator, or at least
Is there a
acts like
problem
dictator.
with saying that we don't want a king?
No, there's not a problem with that.
Okay. So
The
then what's your
problem
complaint?
The problem is that they refer to him as a dictator, and a dictator.
He referred.
obviously-
Let me hold. He referred to himself as a dictator. He said he would rule as a dictator. That's what he said.
Yeah, which I don't agree with, but I'm
Okay.
also saying,
So
Russians
when he
also say
calls
that, right?
himself a dictator, you criticize people who call him a dictator that he called himself also.
So I'll
Can-
tell you why. So part of the No Kings movement is like a lot of people are saying like, oh, he's a dictator. We
Hold
don't
on real quick.
support dic-
Hold on real quick. Guys, we barely got past 6,000 likes. Please keep tapping. Let's get to 25,000. Like, we should have been at 10,000 already, even with the low number of people that we've got in here. Please keep tapping. And by the way, I still have that goal in mind. I'm not going to fill the panel up until I reach that daily goal. And especially now when one of my accounts gets fucking shot because of some white fucking privileged liberal believes that she is saving the world from the big bad fucking liberal loudmouth getting my monetary accounts bananaed permanently. Lonnie, thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. You can $ libloudmouth on the Crash app, and on Vimo it's at libloudmouth. Please send in your support if you want the show to continue, because at this point I'm fucking ready to just hang it up and just go do something else. This shit's getting ridiculous. So if show your support if you will. Go ahead, Hazzy.
Yeah. Okay. So so what I'm getting at, right, is so a lot of people compare kings and dictators in terms of like how they rule, right? The powers aren't necessarily the same, but in the way that they can rule can be similar. So no kings, no dictators, kind of the same message. My issue with it is that if you're going to say no kings, you should also be against no dictators, which obviously the left is, and that's part of what they're saying.
The left is a
I agree with that.
dictator?
What?
The left is a dictator? Is that what you said?
No. I was saying the left is against no kings, no dictators.
Okay. I'm not understanding what what the message is that you're trying to convey.
So the issue that I saw
like,
with no kings,
just
right,
say what you want to
is that-
say. Let's not fluff it up. Just fucking say it. Let's be clear and honest and concise. Go.
Yes. So the issue with no kings is that they're saying no kings, no dictators, but then they had over around 200 sponsors, and some of those sponsorships were from communist organizations. So for somebody like me that's
Is
saying
Israel
that,
a communist organization?
No, but
Because when you look at
organization-
when you look at the backing of this shit, and I did digging, and I actually criticized the No Kings rally because what you're doing is you're conflating rich fucking people that push propaganda and lies on others with the actual people who are protesting. These are two separate entities. The people that go to these protests are doing so in a righteous manner. They believe that they're doing the right thing. However, the people that are running this shit, it's powered by Mobilize. You look up Mobilize and you see that it's run by a fucking hedge fund billionaire that was founded by a fucking Zionist. You look up Indivisible and it's run by Zionists. Zionists are pro-Israel. So when you say that this is commie, I ask you, is Israel a commie?
No, the issue that I was seeing and that is mostly going around is that two of their or I guess not big, I don't know exactly how much they actually donated, but two of their sponsors were
hold on real quick. I got to address somebody in the comments. Sassy, this is true. This is true that the protests themselves had no real outcome. There was no change that's going to be made from it. But that doesn't mean that the people don't believe that they are changing something. The people that go there are doing so in righteous ways. They believe that they're changing something. But in fact, it's been corporatized. It's all, oh, you got to be real nice. Oh, look, it's handicap accessible. It's this, it's very corporatized. So, yes, the people that are going there believe they're doing the right thing, and you should go. I mean, you should go protest. I'm not saying that that's bad. But the people that are running this, it is hey, you do this in the way so that you can get out your frustrations without actually doing anything. And it's purposeful. That's why the fucking Zionists are doing that, to keep everybody in line and let them get their little bitch out, once a month or whatever it is. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So again, like, I'm not against the protests. I'm not against the message even. I'm not against No Kings. I don't see why anybody would be against that, because that's not a part of our the United States. That's not how we run things here, right? So I'm not against it, but for somebody, right, who's looking in as possibly wanting to vote left, and they see, yeah, I support No Kings, but then they find out, hey, they have supporters that are funded from communist organizations like CPUSA and Young Communist League of America. That kind of, I'm just saying that sets a bad tone. Right?
There were 5 people in the crowd that were commies. I don't understand. What is that? That doesn't speak to the majority of the people that were there.
I'm saying the funding for the organization
what funding?
itself.
What funding? The funding came from Zionists.
Yeah, and communist organizations.
So Israel is a fucking communist country? Is that what you're telling me?
No, there was over 200 supporters. Not all 200 of the funders were communists. A lot of them were just socialists and other organizations like that. However, there was supporters that helped fund the No Kings. How?
In what way did they financially support them? Where did the money go? What did they do?
I mean, I don't necessarily know how they spent all their money.
Exactly. Do you think that those protesters are all getting paid?
No, there are paid protesters, but
there are. Really? You think they're shelling out money to people to go protest?
There is paid protesters.
Do you believe that No Kings was full of paid protesters?
No, I do not.
Okay, then don't say that there are paid protesters, because that's irrelevant. They pay what? Let's say they pay 1,000 people. Let's just accept what you're saying as truth. 1,000 people of what? 7 fucking million were paid? I mean, come on. You're trying to put a square peg in a round hole. You're trying to conflate communism with this movement, and you're trying to tell people that, if you go to this protest, it's run by commies, and that makes you a commie, and therefore I can't vote for your guy because there was 1,000 people in here that might have been paid by George Soros, or insert other fucking figure here that the right claims is some fucking crazy figure.
That's not what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is, when you have a organization that is for a good message, where somebody in the middle might be like, you know what, I want to support that.
Okay.
But then that same organization puts out a post showing their supporters, and their supporters, quite literally, they posted this themselves, showing that they are being supported by communist organizations.
Which organizations?
CPUSA, Communist Party.
CPUSA. Okay, so how much money did CPUSA spend?
Like I said, I don't.
And bring
know
up the documentation where CPUSA is communist and also funded the protest. And what did they buy?
The name says that they're communist because it's Communist Party.
So where's the proof of them putting out a bunch of money?
It is.
And
on their
what?
social media of them of No Kings showing that they got funding from them.
So what you're saying is that even communists don't want a king?
No, what I'm saying is that obviously having communist groups fund a No Kings movement puts a bad light on the movement.
No, it doesn't.
I'm saying is that a movement that should not accept funding from an organization like that.
No, it doesn't. Do you think communists want a king?
No.
Okay, so then if they see no king's protest and they put money out and say, hey, we don't want a king either, are you saying, well, you can't associate yourself with this because
But does a dictator not run their country like a king?
I don't know. Show me a communist country. Show me an actual communist country.
Well, you just have to look at dictatorships of
Okay,
in
not
history
communist
of
countries,
past
not communist countries, dictatorships.
Okay.
So you're saying dictators don't want a king? Why would they fund something if they don't want it?
I don't know why. but I'm
Exactly.
just saying
Right. Okay. And then think about that. If for example, that's the case, that these commies have dictators and they love dictators, why would they put money out for a no kings protest? I don't know. Maybe it's to get Hazzy to be upset by the other 7 fucking million people.
I wasn't upset by it. I was just saying that
That's what you brought up.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it could drive people away from it, right?
Okay.
Because seeing
Okay.
people
I don't. Okay. Look, don't go to the no kings protest. I don't. That's all I can say. Thank you, Hazzy. I appreciate it. I'm still not sure what the point is. Look, you're like conflating 1,000 different things here. There was a communist that supported this, so I can't support it. Like really? Come on. Let me bring in Looking Dope. Has been waiting for a minute. Looking Dope, what's up? What's up?
Hi, good morning. I actually wanted to chat with Hazzy, so never mind.
Oh, well, I'm
But
not
never
pulling
mind.
up. I'm not pulling up multiple panelists until my live goal is set, and so far we are basically completely far away from there. So,
Okay, I'll message him.
okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you. See ya.
Bye.
If you want the panel to fill up, please start offering your love offerings. If it doesn't start coming in, then I'm going to shut it down here in about 7 minutes. Pyre, welcome in.
Hi. So I had 2 points to make.
Sure.
One was about what Hazy had to say, and one was about something local to me. My first point was if anybody's going to fund my protest, right? If anybody's going to fund an event that I'm attending, I would rather it be the communist group chat, because there have been no leaks of their group chat praising Schindler and talking about gas chambers and talking about how they want to watch people burn. Right? I'd rather take the money from the communists than the Schnazis. Second point. I'm sort of going to dox myself, but not really. I live in York, Pennsylvania. I think I've said that before. I really don't mind giving out my county
You
in
always say
Pennsylvania.
Pennsyltucky.
Pennsyltucky, here with the Hill Williams. But ding, 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 ding. Yes, the Hill Williams.
Banjos
The
and
Hill
all.
Williams have eyes. Tonight at the town hall in York County, there is going to be a meeting about potential for an AI data center to open up in West Manchester Township.
Okay.
If anybody lives, I know, like, I it's probably not right that I'm going to catch somebody local to me on here because you're so far away from me. But if anybody here lives in York, Pennsylvania, and you have any information, and you have strong information on why they should not open an AI data center, and you have a dissenting voice, please come to the meeting tonight, please. We need all of the dissenting voices that we can possibly get. We do live in Pennsyltucky, right? We do live with the Hill Williams.
So
While I make a joke out of it.
How close to the city are they putting that data center?
Oh, so West Manchester Township is nestled sort of right on the border of your suburbs, which is more where I am, and the city. It's like right that little tiny township and this little town right in the center of it. So it's going to be smack dab in the middle at the Briarwood Golf Course between the city and the suburbs. 2 miles away from like at least 3 different schools on an old golf course, like an old abandoned golf course, and really literally like 400 yards away from people's houses, right? Which is crazy. Like that part to me is insane. So if you do happen to live in York, PA, oh, hey, look, I see Philly down there. What's up, Philly? Um, and you have a dissenting voice, you have a strong opinion, you have good sound information. The meeting is tonight at 7 o'clock at the town hall in West Manchester Township.
A
Please
righteous
show up,
cause. A
guys.
righteous cause,
Please, because
these data
nobody here
centers.
should move. Nobody should have move out of York, Pennsylvania because they have to. We should only move anybody anywhere. We should only move because we want to or we can.
Yeah. So
And so
are
I'm
they
gonna go ahead and
buying up a
yield.
bunch of houses to?
No, it's
It is going to be kind of
abandoned
out.
golf. It's an old golf course, the Briarwood
I
Golf
see.
Course, and there's so much open land. And when I tell you that even though there was a golf course on this land is beautiful. Oh my gosh. Just acres and acres of nothing but serenity. It leads to people being able to just like open up to this beautiful backdrop when you come into our county. And we like open air and we really like green space here in York County. And it seems like they just want to eat it all up. Um, we actually just won a zoning fight for them. They wanted to put a warehouse right next to a cemetery and right behind a row of homes. And where they wanted to put it was this like reflection area in the cemetery. And a little thing in a hill overlooking a pond and benches where people could go and think about their loved ones. They wanted to tear it down. We said no so hard, they didn't get the zoning rights. So we can do it again. We can stop this from happening. Like I said, I don't know if there's anybody local in here. York, PA, 7 o'clock, West Manchester Township Town Hall. Please show up and show out because this can't happen. They can't do us like this.
Yeah, and the Beast made a good point. Research what data centers do to surrounding neighborhoods and towns. It's a mess. We even had a conservative that would come up here on the live and like 90 decibels, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yep. And not only that, losing their access to not just clean water,
Right.
water.
Any water.
Period.
Yeah. It sucks up all the water. It's going to cause your electricity to fucking skyrocket. We need to pass a law that requires any AI data center should come with its own fucking power plant and is not allowed to connect itself to the residential grids.
Right.
Period.
But that was my time. I appreciate you letting me get up here and say my little thing. I get that I kind of like
Absolutely.
gave a part of my location away, but you know what? Come find
That's
me, baby.
okay.
I got lots of tools and I love my 2A.
Yeah, no, thank you, Pyre. I appreciate it, and good
Yeah,
luck with that. Yeah, no, and do some videos on it. And fucking Facebook is where you're gonna find all
For
the
sure.
older people to come and help you fight that bullshit. But thank you,
sure.
Pyre. I appreciate it. We'll see ya.
Yep.
All
See
right.
you.
Defending. I see your request. Give me just a second because Zio had requested up earlier and then it went away. Zio, you wanted to talk about something, and I do as well because I'm getting sick of this, honestly.
Yeah, I want to say just to the audience that's listening and coming in, this man has put out so much energy and effort to create this show, and I'm just tired of people coming up here talking about him begging for money. Well, first of all, that's bullshit. He's asking for donations and for people to support the show. I find it absolutely ironic that this person, before he changed his format, had hundreds of people in here enjoying a show, getting entertained, getting information, thinking about politics, and him actually having 4 or 5 people who were once MAGA come on his show and tell him, you know what? You have changed my perception of what's going on. That is somebody who's putting on a product that is actually changing things. But because he has a nutcase group of people, white women for the most part, that have been constantly trying to tear him down for 6 months. I have been approached in my comments. I've been attacked on other panels about supporting this show from these nut jobs. And there's one person in particular who constantly makes videos of him. Her whole page is about him. And different people on the panel, she will record the live. So we're on this person's page as well. Those of us who go on his live as regulars. This is becoming criminal as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
I think that when you're fucking with people's money and whatever they told PayPal for them to ban him was most likely lies, definitely. So when you're messing with people's money, that becomes personal. When you're messing with people's show, like right now when I came on, I didn't have you on my FYP. Why did I have to search for you? What are they doing now to TikTok? They went to PayPal. We know they're doing stuff to TikTok. So what I'm suggesting for people who support this show, because it will end if they keep fucking with him, because it's not worth it. What we all need to do is get that one person or two, and you know I will name names, but I'm going to be delicate right now. And we need to go and bombard them and contact people and report them, because this is enough. This is harassment. This is stalking. This is slander. This person is obsessed and it is outrageous. She needs to be stopped. Hobie, you big four-headed bitch. Your hairline is running from your face, cunt. Stop it. Stop it. You are out of control. This is so funny, and I'm going to land my plane at Utah, that these people, these YT women, are doing to an indigenous man what their ancestors did to indigenous people. What the fuck kind of shit is in your goddamn DNA that you can't let this man make a fucking penance, pennies for the work he's doing because you're so jealous? What the fuck is wrong with you people? You're pathetic. You, Paula, any other one of those white liberal pieces of shit, just fuck off. Leave the man alone. Let him do his show. Whenever his show starts to increase, get more numbers, people they do these types of things where they're reporting him. And it's now his whole PayPal guys have been permanently banned because this big-headed, four-headed bitch who has nothing but him on her content page, these people are reporting him and making up lies. This has got to stop. And TikTok and PayPal and all you other pieces of shit that do not investigate when someone's falsely reporting people, you need to get on it. This is outrageous. You can't have a decent show that's trying to have people be educated and learn about what's going on and be informed because you got a few white bitches who are hateful and don't want this man to succeed. That's unacceptable. And we have to counteract that. And what we need to do is be intentional in going after them, each and every last one of them. I would rather for you to have 15 loyal people in your life than 250 people who are ops and come on your panel and accuse you of hating women and coming up here when they're on. Fuck all that. This needs to be loyalty. Yes, big forehead bitch. Loyalty is important, especially now. We don't need fence sitters coming up in this motherfucker when you're on the side of people who are literally taking money and food off this man's table. Fuck you and fuck your family and may you get the curse that you're trying to get.
Yeah, in a lot of, now I am not in favor of anybody going and sending messages to these fucking people. I don't want that to happen. I just want these people just to leave me the fuck alone. I just want to do my show, try to change some fucking minds, talk about politics, and have all that I do be compensated in some way for my time.
They're not going to
because
allow it.
guys, you know, I do this show for 4 hours or so, 4 to 6 hours, but there are hours of work that I do outside of the show. It's all produced. I don't just hit go live and then let people come up here and talk. I actually do shit here. And for the people that are confused, I'm just going to play this video. This was, I don't know, a couple days ago. I don't know.
She's
Somebody
doing it almost every day now.
So, yeah, I mean, so this is what she said. This is the end of her video.
But hey, since you're so interested in finding common ground, I want you to know we have found common ground. The common ground is that you hit them in the pockets where it really hurts.
And so that comes, and then right after that, I get this. This is, and look, PayPal is not the only place to send, support. But based on the information we have today, there was activity on this account that we cannot support. Your account has been permanently deactivated. And again, like Zara was saying, this is somebody who has been going after me for 6 months because I removed them as a mod.
Yeah.
Think of that. I removed these people as mods. They did an
6
entire
months ago.
show to spill the tea on me. And even other people did watch parties over this show. Like, I didn't realize I was even that important until they fucking did that. It was a weird thing. And so I just ignore it, and I ignore it, and I ignore it. And then people that are close to me start doing shit that's trying to fuck with my money. And so I get rid of those people, and now this shit starts happening.
Yes. Every
So
time his show increases and he starts to get back his people and get the show going and people are loving it, these bitches do what is being done. This girl, her whole page is dedicated to trying to bring this man down, which is insane from 6 months. I was on a live in the middle of the night. I'm in California. Now, bitch, I'm telling you, you're dealing with crazy right now. I'm in California on a live in the middle of the night. This bitch comes to the live in the comments and harasses me because I support this show. In the middle, bitch, you up all night, 24 hours thinking about this man? You're going to show up at his door with a boiled bunny rabbit, fatal attraction. What the fuck is going on? And a lot of these people in here who pretend to be your friend, that's why I always, Lib doesn't pay me any attention because he does not let people tell him the platform. But a lot of these motherfuckers that you put on your panel are fucking backstabbing pieces of rat bags. That's who they are. And I do not like that. That's why I talk about loyalty. That's why I talk about having some respect for a person when you came on their live and they're platforming you. That's what that means, because you have this whole group behind them literally going on. They're probably contacting PayPal. They already did PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. They're doing all of this shit to try to get all his shit taken down. This is what they're doing because the show is successful.
And bear in mind, when I first saw that, I think yesterday is when somebody sent it to me. What I thought was that she was trying to claim that she was the reason that my wife was fired, which is certainly possible. That's what I thought she was trying to imply, that I got your wife fired.
They did.
Yeah,
you don't believe it, but I
and
believe
because
it.
you know,
got your wife fired.
and well, I'm not gonna say that, but there's other people that.
No, you don't say it. I can say it. They did. Anytime it's too much of a coincidence, right? And then this bitch talking about hit him in the pocketbook. So you have a man's wife fired. I believe that. Then now you're having his PayPal taken down. All of a sudden this bitch is making videos again.
Yeah, Elisa, I know you want to know what her TikTok name is. I don't. I'm not going to give that because
Well,
don't because I don't.
Okay.
Guys, I don't want you guys to go and bombard this woman either, because that's no different than what she's doing to me. I just want the bitch to stop. I just want her to realize what crazy fucking lunatic shit this is. This is literally somebody who, if she can't get her way, might end up showing up at my fucking door one day with a pew-pew. Because in that video, she's wearing a fucking shirt for McCarthy'sville Rugs and Pew-Pews. It's a fucking pharmacy that also sells pew-pews. Somebody putting themselves out to be a liberal wearing a pharmacy pew-pew shirt. So, I don't know what the fuck her deal is. This is instability at its fucking finest.
Can you play you're not playing the video with her showing how she records all of your lives and then she plays them on, and she plays them, then she'll do a commentation.
Well, she didn't used to do that. Because see, she kept taking my content in full and then just reposting it. She wouldn't add any commentary whatsoever. She would just literally take my content and repost it. So I filed copyright infringement, because that's exactly what that is.
Oh, and they made her take it down.
So her account went private for a while until right after Paula started going live. And I don't know if the two are connected. I don't know, but it's very coincidental that all this shit kind of falls in place. and right
And
after
then,
my
and
wife
listen,
gets fired.
but what you're
So
saying is,
I'm just like I you know, because what I had asked people was, if you know these people, let me know who they are. I'm not going to dox anybody. I don't fucking operate
right,
that way.
right.
But there's only one way to stop somebody who is doing this, because this is just straight harassment,
Yep,
slander,
absolutely,
is defamation. They
absolutely.
sit in the fucking comments and fucking messages to people. Oh my God, liberal did this and liberal did that. Oh, he's a transphobe. He's a racist. He's a
Yep,
this. He's a that. He's a misogynist.
yep.
And
So
for
what I want to
6
say,
months now, and guys, I'm you know, if the support isn't there for the show to continue, that's fine. I will move on. Look, I've been
right,
working my whole life. I will continue working my whole life. That doesn't bother me. But I'd rather do this. So I don't know what else to do other than to say, hey, I need your help. But
right,
if
right,
it's not there, that's
absolutely.
fine. I'll move
But
along.
the support is there. The support there. So don't even say that. People love the show. The support is there, but you have people behind the scenes. And now that she has recorded me and put me on her page as well, I'm gonna contact that bitch myself. Because now she's fucking with people on the panel. She's gonna start attacking the people on the panel. So they have a right to know if they're on somebody else's page being talked about or being, or, just featured on their page. So I'm going to contact this bitch and tell her you do not have permission to put me, although I know that she can still do it. But she's harassing people. She's harassing people. She's going to each person on your panel and she's saying, well, if this person says support the life, we don't need to support people. We don't need to be loyal. I'm going to let her have it. Enough is enough. I mean, this
Yeah.
is just ridiculous at this point. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous. It's no reason to do this. Move on with your life, bitch. Go get a fucking hair transplant. Tell the doctor to pull your hairline down to your eyebrows, bitch. Because right now, if you can put all of Gaza on your forehead, ho. Stop this shit. You're too ugly to be on camera. Be like us, the rest of us ugly bitches, and stay off the camera, bitch. You should not be on camera harassing people. Enough is enough. We're sick
Okay.
of this shit. I'm
Yeah,
losing my
I
voice so you can drop me. But wait a minute, guys. This is why we tell you to support this platform. It is important. The host only needs pennies, basically, to make himself feel like, okay, I can keep doing this. This is what they don't like. They don't like his numbers when they go up. So they try to start lives to compete against his. Any time a thing to chip away at him, especially if you have a whole group of people doing that. While one is starting a competing live, the other person is reporting him to different platforms, cash apps, what is this? TikTok. His life has been shut down many times where he's been banana. See, people can mass report you and have your shit taken down. But these people are demons. They will not win as long as you guys who come in here and support him the days that you guys support this live, then he will always be able to just roll forward. All he's asking for is to meet his goal. And I think he said something really cheesy and cheap, like $100 for his Cash App or Venmo, buying him a coffee. $100 is nothing to keep this live going. The gifts and the taps, those things are important because TikTok requires them. You go to other lives, you know people are doing the same thing because these creators, thank you guys for hitting that goal. So he'll call you out soon. So this is what's happening here. They're trying to guilt him into feeling like he's begging. No, he's not fucking begging. This is work. This is the only live you'll see a timer. You'll see a panel that he lets on here and he gives them time. He has this well orchestrated. That's work, guys. So as long as you support the live, even though they shut down his PayPal because this bitch and her friends are reporting on him falsely.
Yeah, no, let me play this clip for the record.
Yes.
I mean,
So look, the professional victim strikes again. You know, if you want to beg people for money on the internet, you could at least be honest with them.
yeah, and that's the same video where at the end,
But have you noticed her hairline is running from her ugly face? That bitch she looks like Stevie Wonder with the braids. Bitch, go to you should be focused on plastic surgeons that can give you a hairline, hoe. Stop fucking with this man 6 fucking months later. Bitch, look, we need to find out. Listen, I'm gonna say this. You keep fucking with people, they're gonna find out where you live. Stop it. It's outrageous. It's unnecessary. Do your own lives, ho. And when you do your own lives, you can talk about him. But stop.
Well, she ain't gonna do her own lives because she didn't even have the enough confidence in what she was doing to ever make a post about it. She slithers around like a little snake, and she does it that way. Because in the Discord, when she had all these problems, like I didn't even know that she had an issue because she never fucking said a single thing. She just left the Discord. And then she went around and started doing all this crazy shit. This was 6 months ago. Guys, this stemmed from me removing mod powers. I can't say that enough. All of this hate is because I removed this lady as a mod.
And this is, he can literally, guys, if he can splice together video after video from literally 6 months ago of this person making videos of his lives and of him, if that would probably take over an hour for the show because this person is obsessed with him.
She did 40 videos of me in a 2-week span.
Crazy.
40. That's a level of obsession. I mean, maybe somewhere deep inside she really just liked me a lot and I hurt her feelings.
Fatal attraction. But what I'm saying to you is you must now. She said, why did you remove her? Okay,
yeah, I removed her because they kept trying to get me to deplatform people that they didn't like or didn't agree with. Her and this other person and another mod. Like, it was constant. Millie, Moscow Millie was up one day. Oh my God, she hijacked the live. And that was when the issue with Paula really started because she kind of crashed out on Millie, but they wanted me to remove Millie and never have Millie back up on the show. And I'm like, guys, I don't do that. That's not what this is about. That's not what I'm doing here. And I kept saying it. And then one day some guy said some fucking crazy story that happened 20 years ago, and they demanded that I remove this person and never have him up, even though based on the story, he wasn't engaged in it. It just happened in his proximity, unbeknownst to him. And, so they wanted me to deplatform this guy, which I did do. For the record, I agreed to it. But then when they couldn't even acknowledge where my show was going, what I was doing, and then reached out to subscribers to get subscribers to turn on me, my own mods, reaching out to people who subscribe to my shit to get them to browbeat my ass about, not platforming this person, that was it. And I removed every mod, including the ones that didn't do anything at all. That's why they got removed.
The sad part about it is the people who are doing this are so-called liberals, the people who are trying to destroy him. Most of his subscribers, according to you, I think you told us, were actually MAGA. Your MAGA people that came up here that had a platform.
Not most, but I have like, I don't know, maybe 10
right. So
conservatives that support the show.
That's a lot, right? That's supporting this show, and yet you have these so-called liberals who are trying to destroy him. Who does that? Who does that? Every live you go on, they ask you to tap and they ask you to share the live. They tell you to send a Cash App because this is work they do. So we know that this is what TikTok does. We know that TikTok requires that the host meets a goal, right? A gifting goal and all of that. Those things we know. They also know this. They know that these creators, some of these TikTok lives are these creators' jobs. This is their gigs, right? Some of them do it lightly. Some of them, if you go to their lives, they may do one-on-ones. They have thousands of people sending them gifts and money.
Whoa.
This is what happens on TikTok. They know this.
Yep.
When they try to make him feel bad about asking for a measly cup of coffee from his over 100+ viewers and tell him he's begging and all that bullshit, that's utter nonsense. It's bullshit. We are here listening and enjoying and contributing to something that is not easy to do. I could never do this because I cuss people out too much. But I'm saying when I see a live
No,
that I
you
like, I'm
don't.
gonna support. I'm
What are
gonna
you
support
saying?
I'm gonna support the live that I like because one of the reasons why I love this live so much is because I have cussed people out on other lives, black lives that were liberal. Them bitches dropped me faster than you a hot potato. But this live, even if we cussed each other out, he dropped me, but he brought me back, right?
Yep.
He brought me back because this is what he does. And they know this. They know that he's not going to censor people's First Amendments. He's
And
going to let
guess what,
people
guys?
speak.
That's why there are results from my show. That's
Right.
why I have full-blown MAGA that have now changed their opinion
Absolutely.
because of this show.
Absolutely.
They'll
And
tell
it's
you
been
that
shown.
themselves. Yeah, and so he supports all cursing, defending. Yeah, I
You
mean,
can,
I was a
you
truck
can,
driver. I
you can
mean,
bring defending up after I do this PSA because I'm going to drop back down because we need to be tapping, guys. Now that we still have this active group of people trying to mess with this live, whenever he's doing wonderful numbers, they start freaking out and doing shit like now his PayPal has been shut down. You can send love offerings to the Cash and the app, and you can send it to the Veen and Mo. Right? Those love offerings help him continue to do this. Otherwise, who can do this and not have to get a job? We may all be out of work soon. This is what we're dealing with. So let's support the live. Let's tap. Let's get to 50K likes, guys. Let's hit that gifting goals. He has 50 pumpkins, or spice pumpkins. He has none at the moment. So let's start being generous and figuring this out. This is what TikTok is. And anybody else who comes on this panel and says that he's begging, get the fuck off. Go somewhere else. We don't want to hear this bullshit. Go put your guilt on somebody. I'd rather deal with the fucking triple K. I'd rather deal with MAGA over any fake ass fence straddling liberal. Stop that bullshit. And for those of you who are actively trying to shut this live down and harm this man, you got some curses coming on your spirit. And Hobie, you already cursed, bitch, because your hairline hates you. Tell your fucking hairline that you guys need to visit a plastic surgeon wherever you are and pull that hairline back down to your motherfucking eyebrows, bitch. And you can drop me. Thank you. Tap, guys.
thank you, Zyle.
Send money. Let's do this. Don't let these people fuck this shit up.
All right, thanks, Zyle. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, and at the moment, guys, I'm going to bring in a few people and then shut it down because it's, you know, there's nothing coming in because again, you know, I've been working my whole life. I don't mind going back to work. You know, I mean, this is technically work. It's just a different kind of work. I don't mind doing it. So, you know, it's not like it's gonna end my life or something. I don't know what she thinks she's going to do, but look, I grew up poor as fuck. You know, living in a fucking tent on a river, having absolutely fucking nothing, bathing from water heated on a goddamn campfire. This bitch thinks I care. Look, I want to do this. I don't have to do this. I don't have to have any fucking thing. You just need food, water, and oxygen. That's it. Defending, what's up? Welcome in.
Well, good morning. So are the numbers? My understanding is that there's creators on this app, and this app is changing. Right, for the past 6 months, creators have been falling off because I guess the compensation on how TikTok does that. I don't know. I've never been attached. I've never made a dime on this app in the 3 years that I've been active on here, but I'm not sure how that works. But my understanding is that a lot of creators are no longer creating because of the compensation is changing. Now, can you speak to that?
I mean, if people gift, creators can make decent money on here. I mean, you go to like Dean or something, they don't even have to ask. People just send, I mean, you know, $30 gifts, $50 gifts to them without ever asking. And then he'll go through that. Thanks for the $50. Thanks for $100. Thanks for the dollar. They're doing the same shit that I'm doing here. So you can still make money on this, right? You can.
Okay, so the compensation
relies
structure
on support.
So the compensation structure has not changed. Is that?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, it's still, it's like when you do the gifting, the baseline, I think, is like 40% or whatever. But then you essentially make that up with rewards. It's like it's up to 13%, from 11% to 13%, depending on like certain metrics that you meet. But
Okay.
it's been like that since I started. The difference is whether people are gifting and or sending, stuff through, the Crash app or the Vimo or whatever. Ed, thank you for the $15. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. And again, it's $LibLoudmouth on Crash app or at LibLoudmouth on Vimo if you want to help out. Anyway, moving on from that, I guess.
Right. Okay. Well, I was just confused because every time I've come in here, it seems like you have, high double digits, triple digits, pretty consistently. So I've never witnessed what your previous panelist was referring to. So I'm a little confused. But
You haven't witnessed
low numbers. I mean, to my mind, I don't know what your definition of high engagement is, but I think eight like right now, for an example, 84 people are in the room, and to my mind, that's kind of goodish. But maybe what's your definition of a successful live? What's your goal to have?
Well, I mean, you want to have viewers, obviously. But the other side of that is to be able to be compensated for the time that you put in.
Of course.
And so when I'm not sure exactly what she was referring to, I can't speak for her, but
Right.
if for example, Saturday I spent 6 hours, or there was a day I spent 6 hours on the show. I made $3. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah. So and that's just based on gifting. But this is also because I really don't like asking for gifts. I've always said this, and I've never
Right.
liked
You've been
it.
pretty
I
consistent.
don't fucking like asking people
Yeah,
to
it's
send
uncomfortable.
money. It makes me cringe
Well,
inside.
it's uncomfortable.
But
Yeah.
here's the thing. I want to do this. And in order to do this, I have
be
to ask
compensated.
for that shit.
Right.
And I hate it, but it's one of those things. You don't like to do it, but you got to do it.
Right.
Because
Self-promotion.
otherwise, yeah, if you don't,
Got to promote.
because my situation has changed.
Right.
And so
Okay.
now I need this to generate stuff in order
Right,
to
of course.
to validate, or to make this
Well,
viable.
to justify
continue.
the time
Thank
and
you.
the
That's
energy
the
and
word.
effort.
Yes. And so here I
Yes,
am,
of course.
and of course, when I start asking people to support a show that they watch daily, which I really appreciate, but if it's entertaining you, this is something you watch every day, you appreciate it. What do you do? It's no different than Netflix subscription or
Well, of course.
insert
there needs to be
anything here.
contribution. Nothing is free. I mean, obviously,
Right.
that's inherently that should be inherently known. The fact that needs to be reiterated 100 times, yelled at us, not yelled at us, but I mean, the fact that it needs to be reiterated is disconcerting. I mean,
Right.
it's inherent that if you're participating regularly, that there needs to be contributions. I mean, obviously, but
Yeah.
obviously people don't understand that. And there is a lot of people that are unstable, regardless of their political affiliation. I was writing that down in the comments. Just because your political affiliation is either, Democrat, Independent, Republican, or MAGA, there is a lot of people that are unstable.
Yep.
There is not a correlation between political affiliation and your mental health status. And, right now, there is a lot of people that don't have access to health care, particularly mental health care.
Myself,
So there's a lot
I
of people.
do not have
Yeah.
health care right now, and
Yes.
I have serious health issues. And
Yes,
and I've
yeah.
said this, and I know these people watch my shit daily. They hate watching or whatever they do, so they know this is happening, and so they just keep kicking and keep kicking and keep kicking. And it's getting. I'm just like, I'm sick of it. I'm fucking sick of it. And of course, they claim I'm the professional victim or whatever the fuck she said. I don't know.
Well, again, it doesn't really matter what she says, okay? Really, the fact of the matter is that, her and anybody else's behavior speaks for themselves, right?
Yeah.
I mean, anybody that understands, common sense, that has any type of level of communication skills and critical thinking skills, obviously can see that this woman is unhinged and she's not stable. So, that's clear, okay? So again, for those of us that support you, that like you, Tim, that like you're one of my favorite creators on this app, and have been for a number of months since I discovered you.
I appreciate that.
I appreciate your perspective, and I will continue to support you. And so I past couple times I've been on here, there seemed to be kind of, I don't know, stuff going on that I'm not sure why, but behind the scenes, personal stuff, and that's okay. But I mean, again, I'm not sure, again, if it's just the engagement's getting low and you're feeling it. Anyway, that's
so what I'm feeling is that we had 6-figure life essentially, and then for whatever reason, whether it was due to these people doing this, which is certainly possible, or just happened because Donald Trump is a piece of shit, and these companies start realizing, oh shit, DEI is gone. Now I can start getting rid of these jobs that women have and give them over to men, which is exactly what happened. And so, I don't know, through whatever. So my circumstances have changed. And
Right, of
so,
course.
whereas before I was relatively okay, like it was a bonus when I would get things here, but I can't do that anymore. And so now I'm just, it's either going to happen or it's not. And then I'll go away, and that's fine too, but
Well, I'm here to support you. Like I said, I appreciate the value that you offer on this app, and I will continue. I think you're wonderful, Tim, and I always value the platform that you're providing for us. So,
yeah. Well, I appreciate it defending, and I always
you.
appreciate you coming back. It's always nice to see you in the request box.
yes, thank you, Tim.
All right. Well,
And I
we'll
will
see you.
continue. We'll continue to support you. Okay.
All
bye.
right. We'll see you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
And Sassy Squatch says, I like him, but will never donate. This is not a job. It's a hobby. Most Republican take, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure all of the people, the talking heads that you see on TV, those are just hobbies. The radio DJs, just a hobby. I mean, what do? They just sit behind a microphone and talk. Oh, if people knew the amount of work that goes into shit like this. Tony, what's up, man?
Hey, brother. All right. So here's the deal, man. Don't feed into this shit, man. Life throws curveballs all the fucking time. All right. You're rocking it. You got good panels going. Focus on that. There's other ways around that, the apps in which you can get your compensation. You deserve it. Anyone deserves it who puts the time in like you do. I just think you're doing a good thing, and you're doing it really well. And don't feed into it. Don't add fuel to the flames of this fucking shit. And then I did that other thing I told you on Discord with the Z.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, there's no fee. If I gave you $1, you get the $1 or $10 or whatever it is. And I don't believe there's any way of complaints. They actually say on the app, like, you sure you're going to give this person, there's like, no, this is it. They kind of lay it out to you, and then you do it, and that's the end of it. So that's certainly I think it's better for you because nobody gets a cut.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that, like I said, but this came up right before the show, and I'm sure there are other apps that people can pay on or whatever, because I also have a Substack that you can subscribe to. I have a Patreon that I haven't. I need to fix all that stuff, but I'm not trying to add fuel to the fire here, Tony. But I've been around for 6 or 7 months, and it's to the point where if it's not there, it's not there, and that's okay. And I can go away.
No, don't go away because you're doing well.
If I can't make money, Tony, I have to.
I know. I understand, brother.
That's where I'm at. That's what I've been trying. I'm not sure how else I need to say that. I do not have the money that I used to when I was doing this and not asking people to gift very often. That is no longer the case.
I understand, man. I've been there. I am there. You know what I mean? Like times are tough again in life, and whether it's Trump or whatever, I get it. You do what you got to do. I say in between time, really dig into what you're doing, and if you have to look for a job in between, whatever, if something pans out that's better than what you're doing, even though you don't want.
Well, I already look. I'm a DJ also, and somebody might tell me that. Well, that's not a job. The problem with my DJing is that I'm a fucking terrible marketer. So getting the jobs is one thing, and it's very sporadic, but I have the equipment. People think I'm just I guess a do nothing person that just wants to sit and talk. It's horseshit.
People
Like
have no idea what's involved.
they don't. They have no idea.
Like this ain't a 9 to 5. Your brain shuts down at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, listen, I've been in self-employed forever. I don't shut down at 4 or 5 o'clock at night. It's all night long. I'm fielding phone calls, doing whatever. And I also,
Right.
for many years, I was a professional musician, dude. I played 5 nights a week for 15 years.
It's a hobby, though.
Yeah, and
I'm sure you've heard that too.
Oh, please. I was the first one there setting up, the last one to fucking leave, breaking down. It's after swinging a hammer all day. I worked 2 jobs my whole life, 7 days a week. I get it, man. Nobody gets it. They think you got, whatever. Just keep plugging along, man. And I hope everything pans out for you. And look into that other Z thing, because I really.
Yeah, I will. I appreciate you bringing it up to me. I've heard of it, like I was aware of it, but I didn't even think about it till you said something. So I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, no worries, man. I trust me. If I can even pop up more and give more, I certainly will too. It's a tough time right now for me as well. I'm in between my boating seasons between New York and Florida, so it's starting up soon in Florida and it's winding down here now up in New York. So I'm like in this weird limbo. But yeah, man, life sucks, and and then just throw Trump in there. That's all we needed. But yeah, man, I'm rooting for you, man. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope you can figure it out, and I hope we get to keep you.
Well, I'll figure it out. I always do. That's why I'm not too worried about it. It's just irritating because I would love to continue to do this, but it is what it is. Like I'll fucking I've been self-employed for a long time. You get what you need, and that's what you get. That's all I care about. I ain't trying to get rich.
Just keep plugging along, my friend. Best of luck.
All right, man. Well, thanks a lot, Tony. I appreciate it. All right, we'll see you. Let me bring in. I'm not sure who was up. Zio, I know you were. I can bring you back up, but I'm only going to put like 2.5 minutes on there since you were just up here. But I think you wanted to address something. I'm not sure what you're wanting to.
Yeah, real quick. I just wanted to. What number are you trying to get at for the for your likes? Because I said 50K, but do you want people to tap to 50K?
I mean, honestly, just keep tapping. But yeah, 50K is the goal at this point. Yeah. So we're doing it in 25,000 increments. And real quick, I just want to give a shout out. Ed, thank you for the 15. I appreciate that. Bobby, thank you for the 20. Charlie, thank you for the $1. Monica, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry to hear that. It's rough for everybody. Monica, thank you though. Let me check this other one here and see. Okay, so now we have things coming in, guys.
Beautiful.
I really, really appreciate it. Sarah, thank you for the 15.
I will make sure that
thank you for the 15.
But guys, I just want to say this. For people who say that they will never donate, then go to another show. We don't just ask you to donate monetarily. You can tap. Tapping is donating. Gifting is donating. But when you come in here and you say, I'll never do this now, go somewhere else. This is what TikTok is. You all know this. And yes, this is jobs for creators. You disrespect the creator like this country disrespects caregivers and disrespect nurses. You disrespect these creators, but you're on their platforms listening, commenting. When we're asking you to do, he's asking for, which I think is ridiculous, a measly $100 so that he can feel like he can breathe to continue doing this show. A fucking $100 after 4 and 6
Thank you,
hours.
Divine.
Do you realize how ridiculous that is? That's nothing, guys. So if everybody gave $1, the ones who can do it, 78 of us, That's $78. You're near his goal. He can breathe a little bit. Since his wife no longer has her job because of nefarious things maybe happening from this app, the same people who are trying to take away his money right now, this is why this man may have to leave this platform to subsidize what the life that they used to have. So he's trying to make something out of this. So please don't tell him to come up here and just push forward. No, you know how he pushed forward? Let's meet that $100 a day goal on this live. That's only $25 an hour. That's nothing. We can do that, guys. If you really like the app and you really like the live, this is what we have to do. He hates doing it, and it irritates the fuck out of me that he does not lie. I said, what is wrong with you? If you're going to be a politician, all they do is beg. Hello, I need a donation.
That's
Tish
true.
James is doing it.
Look at Donald Trump hawking watches and shit. How many emails have we seen of this dude? I need your support. They're coming after me. Please send $1. Dump your entire savings account to me. And people have done it. He has drained these motherfuckers dry. And you're right, Zio, I probably shouldn't feel uncomfortable, but I fucking hate it. I hate it. I've never asked for shit in my fucking life. Never. And I just don't like it. I don't fucking like it.
Trauma, because you're not realizing how good this show is. You don't respect or have reverence for your work. Fuck that shit. You don't ask a painter doesn't want to give away their work. You don't ask some actor to act for free when they're on television. You don't ask radio jockeys to do what they're doing for free. Something in you has to stop that.
I know.
That's why the people are like sharks in the water for you. They know you hate doing this. They know it. So now they're doing videos about you begging because they know that you are proud person who's native, who grew up poor like you did. Fuck that. You're producing a great product. If they don't like it, fuck them. Like I said, I'd rather you have 50 loyal people in here who's going to get you to your goal than 300 people who are not. If you want to talk about people begging, go to Dean, go to Parker, go to Santana. People are so loyal, they're just sending them their cash apps, sending them their Vimos.
I'd love to get to that point where I never had to bring it up ever again. Like I told everybody, and I've stayed pretty fucking true to this. Once I reach that goal, I don't fucking say anything about it because I don't want to.
Right.
I don't want to say anything.
I will continue to do it because nobody can live off of a fucking $100. But let me tell you this. They don't have a huge group of white liberal cunts trying to sabotage them.
That's true.
You have a group of people who they live just to do that. So guys, we're going up against that. So if we can't make for this guy $100 in cash apps and Vimos, a fucking cup of coffee that you guys go to Starbucks, that's what he's asking for. Send $3, send $1, send $5. If all of us continue to do that, he'll hit his goals, right? So those of you who come up here and continue to try to tell him just to plug on, fuck that. We need to plug on by supporting this live. And I'm going to end my plane here. And those of you who come up here to try to make him feel guilty, fuck that. I'm not going to allow it. He may feel guilty because that's his trauma, whatever his trauma is. But this is the way of the world. Nothing is free, not even TikTok. And creators don't create for fun. They create because they were making a living out of doing that.
Now, Sassy Squatch, I just went through all of your comments.
Yeah.
What?
Bye, bitch.
What's going on here? We think the same thing when the right has PBPF. Y'all are trying to go after her no better than the ones going after him, which I technically agree with that. Most people are struggling. It feels like we are being guilted into donating. I can offer taps. I like him, but would never donate. They don't ask me for money. Every single one of those people demand money from you, and you don't even fucking realize it. You ever see an advertisement that you don't want to see? You ever fucking, you're watching Howard Stern or your news organization, and then all of a sudden you get fucking eye-raped by some fucking advertisement for ED medication that you may need, maybe not. You never. That's how they pay their shit. They make you watch that fucking shit. They make you watch it.
And for Sassy Squash, the comments are going after that bitch. The Divine Miss and Jules are letting that bitch up. But let me tell you something. TikTok, because your dumb ass is on here, they're getting paid because our bodies are here. Everybody's getting paid. But you
look,
don't want this man to
look,
get paid, bitch.
I don't want anybody to feel guilty that if they can't or won't donate, you don't have to. I'm not saying you don't have to, but don't be upset if I'm asking other people to do it that are in a better situation than you, because fucking everybody's hurting. I get that.
But yet she's
like
here.
everybody's hurting, right?
she's
And you're still
here.
watching it, still being entertained.
You always come
and that's
back
fine.
to Daddy. You
Always
always
come
come back to Daddy because you know this motherfucking
I'm-
show is good.
I'm-
They always look. Even the ones who are making the vicious video, they always gotta watch Daddy. They watch him offline. They have double panels. People come on
That's
the panel,
funny.
be on the. They do all that because they can't stay away from Daddy. Why is it that you all hate him so much, but you love him because you can't stay away from Daddy?
They watch
If you don't
every
like it-
video.
Yeah.
Every live, every video, every tweet, everything I do, they're watching. And they love it, I guess. They love to hate it. They hate it because they love it. Maybe that's what it is. They fucking are so mad because they sit there and she finds herself nodding. Yeah. Wait. Oh, fuck. I'm supposed to, you piece of shit. You piece of shit.
But listen, but seriously, and for Tony that was up here, Tony, when you can actively take people's PayPals down because you're reporting and making up lies, and you can start fucking with their lives and constantly reporting to TikTok all kinds of other lies, and you go to Cash App, that is damaging, and a person can take but so much. So that's why we're saying, you know what, to ignore that. Since Defending said just ignore it, and Tony, yes, to ignore that, then you make this live successful enough where this man don't even have to think about.
That's the only other option here, guys, is to get so far beyond that
Absolutely.
that I don't have to worry about it. That's really, that's the answer here. We don't need to go and attack these people. We just need to show, hey, you may hate them, but we love it more, or we appreciate it more. And that's what really, that's the answer to this. That's how we resolve this, because I think they really hate it when they see me getting a lot of gifts, because they want people to hate me. They want people to stop watching me. And that's why they sit in here and send messages and do all this crazy fucking shit. And, I don't know. They pay for,
talk like Sassy Squash.
they pay for
and
Botox
use an
somehow. They pay for their Botox somehow. Real quick, Charlie, I'll certainly let her know, and love you long time as well. That's funny. You can leave little notes, by the way. And I also discovered on Vimo, you can send me messages and we can talk on there if you want to have a private conversation. So if you gift, I just realized this yesterday. I started sending messages to the people that had sent stuff on Vimo. So, that's a good way to get in touch with me if you, want to offer suggestions. If you have a suggestion, you're welcome to send $1 and say, hey, I'd like to see this more, or I'd like to see this person not on the panel anymore because they bore the shit out of me.
Right,
That works too. You can do that.
Yes.
Yeah. Also, let me go to Lindsay. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Sophia, thank you for the $5 in the support. Jody, thank you. Holy shit for the $50. Jody, holy shit.
Beautiful. Who's that?
Thank you, Jody.
Okay, so where are you from the goal?
I believe that would meet it, so we can start pulling people up. Let me go through
Jody,
here.
I'm not going to let you outdo me, bitch. We have to compete. Now wait a minute, how do I do this? Okay, so
yeah, we met the goal. We got just beyond the goal.
see, guys, it's that simple. And I noticed that the numbers are lower because this active campaign has done something to your FYP. I couldn't find him. I don't know if anybody else had problems finding where they have that little squiggly line thing.
And that also means, guys, that now we can open the panel.
Yay! Look at Jonathan. Hi, Jonathan. And the panel opens once he hits that goal, guys. And that's nothing.
Hey, I have an idea. You can just say, I need $50 an hour, and put up the timer for an hour. And if you don't have it by the end of the hour, then you go off. And just keep like you have the timer tag run for an hour, but you also have the dollar tag near it that you update frequently to let people know how close you are to 50 an hour. I would demand 50 an hour.
See,
because-
I know Zio is like, oh, what the fuck are you talking about? $100 a day.
Right.
Yeah, bro. How can you live on $100? That's insane.
But okay, let me be clear. Let me be clear. This is not something that will sustain my life. This just gives me the understanding that this is viable. That's it.
Right.
I obviously need more than that, but I'm going as low as possible to see if it's possible.
You don't do that. You go.
I told him Poetivity. He won't listen to.
Look,
yeah, you go to what you need. You go to what you need, and when people are doing their housework and they can't listen to you anymore, they're gonna feed money into your account. So you just exactly
yeah.
what you need.
That $100, brother, like
it's nothing.
I mean, you could do that working at my house.
No,
that's ridiculous. So
should I come clean your house? I'll talk politics while I sweep and shit.
you can do that. I would totally pay you. I'd pay you $40 an hour to do that. So you would make more money cleaning my house than you're making doing this show. So I think you demand what you need. You say start at $50 an hour, and when that's consistently met, then you go up. You go to 75. Like
I'm so glad you guys are doing this.
Or if
wait a minute, guys.
If he's a little gun shy, start out at 30 an hour.
Benjamin.
No.
It's
Start
not
out at
about
50 an hour.
Poetivity. I said, listen. He has a trauma. Excuse me.
Oh my goodness, Joe. You should have texted me if you needed a ride.
Hold on, Nikki. I got Nikki.
He has a trauma response to knowing what his worth is. Don't forget, for months and months, he wasn't even asking for cash apps like he's doing now. He would barely ask for gifts and taps. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? This is a business. You're doing a business. Now that he's
you gotta get over it. You gotta get over it.
But they took his PayPal down because
guys, I'm working on it. But let me explain. Guys, I grew up poor as fuck and proud, and I just don't ask for things. I've never asked a single person in my life to help in any way, so it is so foreign to me to ask anybody for money. I hate it. It makes me feel uncomfortable.
Just remember, though, this is your job.
I get that, but
that's a MAGA value. Like, that's a MAGA value. You got to abandon that MAGA value. Like, they are all on welfare, and they're demanding not get welfare. Like,
I mean, I get that.
Stop being a MAGA.
Saying it and rebuilding your entire person. You know what I mean? Is two different things.
You just got to stop being MAGA.
I'm 43 and I've always been this way, and that's just how I am. And I'm working on it. I'm working on it. As you can see, I've been asking.
Show them the
it
video.
Is what it
you're
is.
part of the Liberal Party now, and what you know about the Liberal Party is we really value humans.
Show them the video of why he has for 6 months been constantly harassed and harangued and stalked these people, and it has been people who were supposed to be friendlies with him. Supposed to be people who came on this panel who were platformed that he absolutely trusted, right? People who he refused to accept the fact that they were traitors. And people say, well, what is a traitor? Well, a traitor is somebody who's getting your PayPals taken down. And now that you're doing well and have people who are loyal, starting to do videos again. He has so much evidence that he refuses to show you guys from these people that some of you may think are nice when they're not. Their whole purpose is to make sure that this man can't put food on his table. That's crazy.
You know, Liberal, the more you have, the more good you can do. And that's really that's really what you have to say is, you know, I'm going to donate. If you're guilty about taking money, then keep what you want for yourself, but say, I'm going to donate the excess to, you know, you can even add a percentage, like 25%, to pay for school lunches at the local school here for kids that can't afford lunch. and you can do that with the extra money if you're feeling guilty about it. But
make a video
honestly,
about it. That way you have videos for views,
Yeah, you just need to demand what you're worth. That's all.
And he doesn't know. He doesn't know what he's worth. He doesn't know that. He know that he's put this show together. No one else has timers and a platform like this. But
Yep.
when you have people constantly coming up here and telling you that you are a victim and now you're begging for money and making videos this bitch had us. Now see, we on the panel, we'll be on one of her videos tomorrow because she hate watches and she records and she will do commentary after she shows a bit of the video. But a lot of us will be on her videos. She's already done that. Her whole page is all about him. It's
Good,
insane.
good. Well, let me speak to the fact that I really appreciate this man. So if you want my voice on your video tomorrow, feel free. Feel absolutely free to hear me say that this man builds a space where all different kinds of minds can come together, can disagree, agree, and actually love the difference in between, and hold a line for humanity and humane thoughts and ways forward. So let my voice be on your video tomorrow, and let me
Yes.
speak out the fact that I know the effort. I got burnt out on my YouTube a few years ago when I was warning about Trump and whatever was coming next, and the corruption that was there that was building the space for him. It burns you out. So I want to speak to these women, men alike who want to take down. You are the epitome of the fascist party. You are part of the thing that you say that you fight, where you want to limit somebody else's wealth, whether that is a wealth in the love that they have in their hearts, whether that is a wealth in the stress-free life that they live in, or monetary terms. Wealth in general, you are wanting to steal it. So the very thing that you project, you are reflecting. And Liberal, I'd like to speak to your heart right now and say to you, I appreciate the space that you hold for people and the time that you give for people. And I hope that this strikes a chord in some of that inner scarring that I know well too. So I'm preaching to the choir of being a giving person when you've had nothing. So I want to speak to your heart and say thank you for that. And I do coaching, I do inner work. That's part of what I do. If I can donate my time to you for us to go through some things at whatever pace you want, I can donate that time. You don't even need to speak to me during the process. I can just give you the practices that help you break through those glass ceilings of limitations that past scarring and past experiences have put there. So if you want that, you DM me. But for now, I'd just like my voice to be heard. I can even drop down after this for space for somebody to say, fuck you bitches, because this man builds a space that we are all welcome in. Even and he builds a space where there's discourse and change can happen. And so shame on you for trying to limit that and glass ceiling that and put a box around that. And let's get you to the space where you are so whole within that you really feel into this, demand this, like Poetivity said, like Zio said, and many others. Claim this. You don't even have to claim it from us. Claim it from the ethers, and those that resonate with you will pick up on those frequencies and dance in them with you. So love to you, Lib.
Yeah,
Well,
those are MAGA tendencies. Just remember, you don't want to
I
be a
appreciate
MAGA.
that, Jennifer.
Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, my childhood, it was rough, y'all. Okay, it was a lot rougher than most, not as rough as some, but there's a lot of shit, and I was actually in therapy, but then we lost our health insurance, so now I don't do that either, and it just it sucks. I'm working through stuff, it is what it is. I guess we'll get there or we won't. I guess
Do you
that's
see
life.
even that you're doing that in a public space is so powerful? Do you see the gift that you're giving to people who have similar inner wounds, me included? that want to work. Even you doing this on a screen is so brave and so giving for those that want to start that same journey of healing those scars of lack and limitation and oppression. So you doing this so publicly, Lib, is a powerful, magical thing, and I want you to know that, and to know how much it's appreciated.
It's been a blessing and a curse to me because I've never been one to like not discuss my problems, but people use that against you. But I've been pretty open with it. So, but the blessing is also that people know where I stand on things. I'm just open about my shit. So, I don't know. I'm working through it, but it's a lot to deal with. And now Tony's saying that Tony tried to send Vimo and can't do it. So because Vimo is also attached to PayPal, PayPal bought Vimo. So I've got, some money in there that because I may not have access to any of that stuff. I don't know what's going on. Somebody today did send some money on there, so I don't know what that's about, but this lady,
they're actively trying to get you not to make money. That's what's happening. That's why your PayPal was bananaed, and that's what they're doing to. She said now her Vimo won't work. Wait, and he says now Vimo won't work.
Yeah,
so
well, let me bring up the person that said that. I don't know if you wanted me to out you. Sorry,
Venmo is the correct way to say it.
I say Vimo because they don't
like that on TikTok.
And it's Crash App.
And Crash App and Vimo.
Oh, that's the TikTok will take it down. Oh fuck. Okay, never mind. Vimo and
That's
Crash
funny.
App. Crap App.
Now, Tony. So what happened? What did it say?
I went through the whole sign-up process.
Mhm.
I signed up, and I just so I didn't get messed up. I only went to send $1, but it wouldn't allow me to do it.
Interesting. But you just signed up. You just signed up today.
Right now.
Just right now, I went off as soon as I got off from being on with you.
Okay.
I went.
So somebody tested it, and it is still working. I did just receive $1, and thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. So that may be an issue with the fact that you just signed up. That may be what that is. Maybe there's like some other process on top of it. But I appreciate it, Tony.
No, I tried. I'll do it again later. I'll give it a shot.
No,
I'm not going to quit. But I just, I didn't want to send out more money in case it got sent and then you got jammed up or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah, and he still may get jammed up. So just, Cash App may be the safest right now. I didn't know Venmo was, and I call it Venmo from the beginning. So we know it's been, if they're connected to PayPal, they're going to go after that too. So that, they're actively working on trying to get your shit. So we just have to counter that.
Yeah. Now, I never did tie those two together. So, my Vimo is completely separate from its same name, but I never, attached the two. So
Don't forget that Peter Thiel owns PayPal, the power bottom, who's what we call him. He's
the power bottom.
He's a supporter. We call him a supporter of the FAGA movement. Right?
That's right, the faggots. That's right.
The faggots. Somebody said they want Chip. Chip was in the request box. I thought I brought him up. Oh yeah, Chip is there. Okay, I was like, damn. I thought I brought you up. Somebody said they want you. Kenny wants you, Chip. You're wanted.
Okay, Kenny. Okay, Grinder. What's going on here?
Kenny's being special. You know what? Maybe a good way to utilize my personality the way I've always been is like an insight into the men that won't express their feelings about shit. Because I do. Right, but I do. That's what I'm saying. I can give insight that other men aren't going to because they're so unwilling to do it.
To me, not asking for what you're worth is a very feminine quality. Like it's a very feminine quality.
I have very feminine, mannerisms too.
Yeah, it's a very feminine quality. I run into female artists all the time who are undercharging for their work, whereas if a man did the same work, he would charge 5 times more. He'd almost make it unaffordable. Men understand among men that the people with money are willing to spend it.
Absolutely.
And they charge full because they have, things that they need to take care of, and they just go full on, I'm all about the money. That's why we have Trump as president.
Yeah.
So I think you just need to realize that that feminine quality is a very good quality for the world. Like, it's good for charity, it's good for helping others, it's good for being kind, it's good for accepting a lot of things, but it's not good for making money. And
I agree, because when we did have money, I did go to my local school when I realized that like kids weren't able to graduate if they had a fucking school lunch balance. I paid off everybody's school lunch balances. This is when we actually were doing okay. I had a lady on Facebook. She was needing baby formula, so I went down there, bought her 3 months of baby formula and diapers. I don't know this lady. This is why I'll never be rich, because I do shit like that.
My
So
business
and now I'm in a situation where I also need help. And so, you pay it forward and you hope that some of that comes back. But I don't know, in my past life, I don't know what's going on there, but.
Yeah, my business now makes $250K a year. And I have a husband who also has a good job. So I give away.
Rub it in, why don't you?
I give away 100% of my money. My husband's like, you're the worst, because I'm supporting like 4 different families right now through different things. Anytime somebody needs groceries, they can call me. They know it, and they get groceries at their house. I give away my money. I use my business to give away my money, and it's a great feeling to have the ability to help others who need it. And so I would encourage you to just realize that you're offering a valuable service and charge fully what you need for it. Say, I need $50 an hour, or I've got to go make $50 an hour some other way. So every hour when it kicks in.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because when I DJ, my base is $1,200. And I don't care if it's 2 hours or 3 hours. If I'm coming in, I'm dragging all my equipment, my fucking $20,000 worth of equipment. Yeah, I'm charging you $1,200, period.
Yeah, you're undercharging for that too.
Right, but see, that's where this is harder to put a monetary value on, right? You know what I mean? Because it's worth what people are willing to offer in support. Because I can't demand it from them. I could do,
you can.
Corporate sponsorships, what have you, or advertisements, but I don't want to fucking do that, because the only people that I want to be able to, tell me, like, in some way suggest how I change my show are actual people. I don't want some corporate shill.
It's not about you demanding. It's about you saying, for me to sit here and set this platform up, which is work, I'm going to need A, B, or C. And you not veer from that. You not acquiesce to people coming up here saying that you're begging. And you say, I need to make, according to you, $100 just to feel comfortable in that seat, which is ridiculous, right? But that's how you feel comfortable. I know that's a hard thing for you, but you have to know, and many people have told you in this live, and people have told you off of the live, that this show has done so much. Look at the one who just spoke. Kate just spoke. How beautiful that is. How you're actually helping people. People around the house cleaning, listening to this, taking their minds off of other shit. I just found out that people are now in food lines who had federal jobs. Did you guys hear this? They're now at the food fucking kitchens in certain places. This is how ugly this world is going to get. And if people can come here for the 4 hours and feel like their life is not going to be so fucked because we're all in it together, but you, the host, say, oh, I don't want to. I'm going to be in the food. You've got to be able to understand that this is work. You have to know your value.
Wait a second,
Not
Mav.
undercutting it. Wait one second. Wait, 1 second. And like I said,
Somebody
before,
else gotta
I'd rather for you to have 30 loyal viewers than 200 people who are like that sassafras or whatever that bitch name was, and say they'll never donate to you. See, I would rather for you to have 30 people who really love the show, that they're gonna keep the show alive, than to have 300 or 3,000 or 700 people in here.
I'm a little bit confused for a second, Mav, because I'm supposed to be doing something other than sit on the couch while listening to this?
Hey, Tim, why don't you do something like this? Like Poetivity, I hope I said that right. She has a good idea at $50 an hour and put up a timer. And if it's not paying, just say, hey guys, I appreciate it. I'm going to quit the show and go make my money elsewhere and we'll try again tomorrow. And if people pony up, and I am guilty of this. And yesterday I got the super fan, or the day before. Today, when I get home from walking, I'm going to add all my info in the Cash App and send you something because I'm guilty of it, and I got to change that because I owned a business for 12 years. If anybody knows, it's definitely the self-employed.
Hey, you're here
Now I'm not.
already?
So the thing about it is I notice I'm guilty, and I need to change that because I do enjoy coming in here. It definitely helps me through my day of work. And so, yeah, maybe do what Poetivity is saying. Charge. I said maybe 30. No, 50 is minimum. If you're on here 4 hours a day, if that's your schedule, 50 that's nothing. And whenever I first started my business, I would be so afraid to lose a customer. I would damn near find myself doing it for free, and then I woke up and I'm like, what am I doing? And then I got my loyal customers that had a little bit more money and appreciated the things being done right. And those were my go-tos, and those were the people that paid my salary each year. And so if there's 50, like Zio says, if there's just 30 or 50 of us in here, but we're paying your bills or keeping the show going, that's all you need. That's it.
Yeah. I mean,
You don't
that's
need
true.
150 people that don't
I mean,
give two shits if you
I-
make it or not.
I did that. Well, to be fair, I did that today and yesterday. I'm like, if I'm not starting to get towards that goal, I'm just going to shut it down. And I
Yeah.
was ready to, because
Yeah,
again,
I think it's
it's
important. I have a per hour value on my life, and it pays for the life that I want, right? So you need to do that too. You need to put a per hour value on your life and charge that, and make sure that you're getting it. And if you don't, shut it down.
Hello. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's true.
And
Lib,
Poetivity, it was perfect. Get your goddamn timer up there and have it called your love offering timer, and have those numbers. And if you can figure out a way to add the numbers of where you are to your goal for it to stay on, that's a brilliant idea. So you won't have to constantly ask for anything.
Yeah.
Because that timer is going to remind everybody, bitch, you better start doing. And then you have people like us say, guys, come on, we need to get to the goal. Like right now, we need to be at 75K likes, guys, because we should have been at 50K likes 10 minutes ago. So let's tap, tap, tap. We call it power tapping. We all tap together. We'll get, oh my God, who's making that noise?
I got it.
Positivity, thank you for what you said, because you, again, because of the space Libs brought here, you speak to my heart too, of put that monetary claim on your life, as a self-owned business. And so thank you for the words that you're speaking, because they're hitting me too. So
yes,
there you go, Lib. It's spreading out. You've got to see yourself how we see you.
Right.
Yeah, it's hard when you go your
It's
life.
hard. It's really hard, but positivity is.
I used to have teachers that would make fun of me in class and call me names
Yeah.
and shit. And so of course I wasn't the greatest of kids, but I had a lot of shit going on, and nobody at that time even fucking asked what's wrong. They were just, he's a lost cause. He's a this, he's a that, but I was going through it, and we don't even expect adults to do that, let alone fucking kids.
Guess what? Fuck hard.
Sad about you.
Now hard can be turned into soft, where you can demand what you're worth. And like I said before, stop with all that. I fuck that. This is a job. People are here. And listen, your numbers are still at 6. Even the haters that are hate watching, like I said, they always come back to daddy. They watch daddy offline. They get mad and make videos, but they can't stay away from him. And I'm thinking, well, listen, this is ridiculous. That's what they did, right? Sky, they have literally made videos of us on this panel.
Oh my
And you're
god.
on one of them, Sky. This crazy, but this is what I'm saying. You have to let all of that
I
go.
was just
You have Poetivity here. You have Kate and Tony and Jonathan and who's I can't see the
I
name.
was
Divine. All of us are telling you. Who's that? I can't see her.
hey
Benji.
Kate. Hey, Kate's just had a amazing diet or a soliloquy, right? Her little speech that
Yes.
she gave, it was absolutely brilliant. I also just wanted to say, milk that cow. The comment says Zaya talk is hateful.
Wait, what?
Ziotalk is hateful.
Oh, well, sure. Oh, that's milk. Milk that cow is absolutely a nut job. But good to the show. Go
I
get
was
your
just
other
gonna
nut
say,
jobs and bring to the show. But
I
we're
just got
trying
out
to
of the dent. I just got out of the dentist because one of my teeth just snapped off the other day, and I just got out of the dentist.
bless
I've never felt so not like MAGA now that I got my teeth fixed. So I just want to say that.
That's funny. So what I want to say to you about what you just said, liberal, is that you told me and all of us in here that in school teachers made fun of you and said you were a lost cause. And then what's really sad about you not asking for what you're worth is that you took that on as your identity.
Of course.
I know.
And that was the wrong thing for your teachers to do. It was most certainly the wrong thing for you to do, though, to, after you're gone with those teachers and away from them, to continue to be your own worst bully.
I mean, essentially, that's what it is. And, this
Yeah.
is something that my therapist and I talked about. I didn't
Yeah.
realize today was going to be a therapy session, but this is very, this is,
Yeah.
this is good, but
Don't
I'm
be-
feeling
don't
a lot
be
of
your own
emotions
worst
here.
bully.
So
Don't do that. Don't do that to yourself.
fuck you.
That happens to
Fuck
all.
you.
Yeah.
Listen, that happens to all marginalized
Like
people.
inner dialogue,
People
isn't it?
who have
It's
been
inner dialogue.
marginalized, including women. That happens to marginalized people. Good God Almighty, what is going on?
They're coming after
Sorry.
Let me answer quick on
This
the,
is what happens to all marginalized people. You've been told that you're nothing, you're worth nothing. The system does not support what you are.
Oh.
So people turn
real quick,
on themselves.
Zara, real quick, Tony, you're trying to jump in there, but I can barely hear you. I didn't
Yeah, I
even
just
realize
want-
you
I
were
just-
trying to say anything.
I'm currently trying to do the cash one. So what's the name? How does that work?
It's $ lib loudmouth.
$.
Yeah.
And then normal.
Yeah, and then just LIBLOUDMOUTH,
Let's see if this
like
works.
Mickey Mouse.
You'll see his
My-
moniker, his mouth deal.
Let me, I'll pull it up so you should be able to. Well, I don't want to show that part. I don't know. It doesn't have like a.
While you're
fucking-
doing that Poetivity and Sky, did you guys see the video that Lib played this earlier, or were you just coming on of these new attacks?
Just coming on.
Oh, so you haven't seen what?
No, I have not seen these videos. I didn't know people were being that vicious, making fucking
It's the
videos.
same person who was the same person who was
months.
attacking us for 6 months. It's the same person. Now they're making new videos and they're
Yeah.
they're
So,
calling-
well, I'll just
Can
let
you
me
say
just.
who it is?
I don't
Yeah,
want to
of
because
course.
guys,
He
I
doesn't wanna
look,
tell-
I don't,
he's
I
still
don't
protecting them.
because
He's
well,
still
no, I'm not. Listen, I don't want anybody to retaliate. The best way to get at this fucking person is to prove that people do support it, no matter what she does.
Yeah,
to go
that's the best
beyond
way.
what she's doing, so that her
Yeah.
efforts are completely meaningless. That's the only way to do it. I do not want people
You're
to
right.
retaliate. I just
No,
don't.
you're right.
No, Lib.
It's
To be fair, you speak for yourself. You don't need to show me any video. I don't want to see any video because I've seen you and you've presented to me as I see you. I don't need anybody else to tell me how I judge somebody or how I see somebody else's character. I trust myself enough now after a lot of inner healing to be able to have a pretty good judge of that for myself. So you're right, you don't need to feed into that. What we need to feed into is and you can drop me down because I need to go for my son, but DM me, remind me. I don't want to know any of your private business, Lib, because of what you've been through. I understand that could be nerve-wracking for you, but I'm just going to put you some videos together of some grounding, of some breath work, different things that you can try to really help exude this energy of abundance where you're
There
like
you
a
go.
magnet for what you deserve, rather than like Poetivity put so beautifully what is being put in you. And you know what? You're a warrior. You've stood against this fascist movement. You've said the things that have been uncomfortable to say. Now it's time for you to be that warrior over your inner dialogue, for you to be the best referee for you in order to balance those inner voices. So I'm going to put you a course together for free. It's my donation to you of things that you can do at home in your spare time, and I'm putting every manifestation into it that I just start to see it on screen, that you start exuding what the light that we see in you, and accepting literally from the ethers your abundance. I don't want you just having 30 followers. I want you having 3,000 and more, and some haters in between, to create that friction and it not affect you. So much love to you, love to everybody on the panel. Thank you, Poetivity. You spoke to me today too, as well as others here. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Jennifer. I hope your son is okay. Is it good, or is it?
We're in dangerous ground still. But there's been some bonuses. Thank you for asking so much. And you see, there you go. You remembered, and is critical still. We're looking at some underlying things that might come about regarding blood syndromes, or I don't even want to label it yet, because he's being so brave. I can't tell you how proud of my boy I am. He's been faced with something awful, and he's like you. He's a light, and so I'm finding strength in him, to be fair. And I hope I'm giving him plenty back. So yeah, but there's been some small but good improvements over the last 24 hours, rather than the other way around. So
Good.
So yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm glad
Thank
to hear
you.
that. And I can't imagine. I got 2 kids. I
Yeah,
just
it's
cannot
been
imagine.
pretty horrific. Yes, to be so close to them not being
Yeah.
here is it's pretty horrific. So yeah, and so these things that are thrown at us in life, we have to find the light in them, and he is the light through all of this. The doctors have fallen in love with him, the nurses, and is a magnificent boy. So thank you for all of your care, appreciation, and the fact that you even remembered some strange woman from the UK, had a very poorly but very special son, going through a lot. So again, let that be on these women's videos, because let them try and make light of that, because I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
I'll
Best of
be
luck to
tapping
you and
from
your
the
son.
comments.
Yeah, no,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it, and
One more
and
time,
I hope
Liv,
this helps
Dollar.
in some way, shape, or form to make your day a little bit
You
better.
have kept me occupied. You've kept me grounded. You've kept me entertained, hopeful, just by listening to you in the hospital room in my earbuds when I've had to be quiet, while you're sleeping. So that's why I'm offering this to you, because I haven't, I'm not giving it for free. You've already been one of the people, as well as some of the people that come up on this panel, that has gifted me company. When the hospital doesn't allow visitors, I've had your voice and the panel's voices in my ears, and so learnt a lot, laughed a lot, and managed to vent my anger a lot. You've given me it all. You've given me a vent that stopped me going crazy. So thank you.
Well, I'd
And
love to
take
hear
on
that.
board.
That that I'm able to,
Yeah.
And other people as well are able to do that.
Yeah.
For
But
anybody.
it's your space that you built that facilitated that. So, let that be the stitching on top of that scoring that those teachers put there. Let my words and my gratitude and the love and affection I have for my boy, that I hold you in such high esteem, that you're actually even a part of this whole situation, because very little else is. And so, let my words today be somewhat of the stitching and the new tapestry that goes over those scars, that those idiots that should never have been in charge of children's consciousness put in there. My words release you from that today, and I
Well, thank
command
you.
it from the deepest depths. So drop me down, and I'll be tapping and sharing and appreciating all the way.
Well, thank you, Jennifer. I really, really appreciate everything you just said. I'll go ahead and drop you down. Tell that baby, we're all pulling for him. I don't know what's going on there, but you know, if you pray, you know, do your thing. That's terrible. I can't imagine. Tony, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like terrible. All right, so it's $, and is it 3 separate words?
No, it's all one word. LIBLOUDMOUTH.
And is your little logo should be next to it?
Yeah, the flag with the mouth. It'll be the
All right, I'm
circle,
gonna
the
try.
flag
I
with the
keep
mouth.
trying.
Yeah,
I'm not seeing. I'm gonna try.
and you should be able to search it. Searching liberal loudmouth, you should be able to find it that way too. Yeah, that's. I mean, you know, because I don't search for myself often. I think I did once, and I was able to find it using my full name, liberal loudmouth. Yeah, you just let me know how that goes. Okay, well, you know, look, I was upset when I came in here. I'm a little upset still, but in a different way, working through some shit. So I appreciate everybody and everything that you guys have said. I'll look in the mirror and curse myself out later, I guess. You piece of shit!
But
What is wrong with
this
you?
is a live you should be recording with Poetivity said and everybody else, and continue to play that back when that little red demon with the tail and the pitchfork is on your left side telling you you're not worthless or you shouldn't be doing. You continue to play this over and over and keep reminding yourself what people are saying to you, and it will continue to combat that doubt in your head, especially with what's going on. But I would like to also say that when you have an active group behind you trying to shut you down, you have to also take action. So you have to figure out what you can do as far as PayPal. Why you didn't not even consult with me? Whatever was told to you, you just shut my stuff down. Why did you do this? They don't even give people a chance to say, okay, this is my side of the story.
Right.
TikTok does the same thing. You can get mass.
I don't even know what was
reported.
said. Yeah.
Right. And they don't tell you. They just take your
Right.
live down because so many people got together and did a mass reporting. That is problematic. We need to stop that. And we need to find out
And
why that's
these are
happening.
these are self-proclaimed, you know, liberals and anti-fascists doing this. That doesn't seem right, does it?
Right.
Good afternoon. Hi.
Hello, Lonnie.
Hey, I've been here for the past couple of days, and I was here earlier with the story, so I heard a lot of what happened. And I just wanted to come up here and give you a little bit of reassurance that whatever those ladies are doing is working in your favor, because I scrolled into your live. Like, it was just in my FYP, you know, I'm just minding my business the other day, and I came across your live and I heard your topic, and I sat and I listened, and I got a feel for the way you were operating things. And there's a lot of these lives going on this app, but very rarely do I find them to be as constructive as this, where you take time and you listen to MAGA, you let them have their voice, you will stop them from the spreading mis and disinformation. And I just wanted to let you know that that's why I stuck around, because you speak facts, you come with receipts, you let the MAGA people that disagree, you let them voice their opinion and you correct their opinion, and you do it in a respectful manner. So those ladies that have an issue with you, I like to say, call it a blessing in disguise, because they're giving you free publicity. Because the people that, if they're sending people over here, if these people have any sort of liberal mindset, they'll mess around and get stuck over here for the positive. So they're promoting you without even realizing it, even though it's slander. they're still promoting you. And I don't want to say that they sent me you directly, but I think with the conversation around you, it pushed you out further for more people to see you, find you, and come join your community. So keep doing what you're doing. I'll try to support the best way I can when I can, and I am here for it. So thank you so much for putting your time into this platform and into this show. I greatly appreciate it. So thank you for everything that you're doing thus far.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. It's good to hear because when these things happen, it just keep on. It's like, oh my fucking God, is it ever going to stop? So we can focus on dismantling this bullshit we see in some way, in some small fucking way, in this pocket of TikTok, whatever that looks like, I guess. But no, I appreciate that, Lonnie, a lot.
You're welcome. And I just wanted you to, all of you and your mods that are here, to know that they're jealous, and we know, jealousy can do many things, but it's working out more in your favor and less in their favor. And yeah, no, there's no reason to go messing with them people and feeding into the attention seeking that they want, because that's all this is about. It's attention seeking behavior for them to continue to let you live rent free in their head. Like that's what it is. And it's sad because watching you for a couple of days, I see what you're putting out. Like, I don't know you personally, but what you're putting out, I can see that. I know that it's a good thing, and you're doing a good thing, and you're trying to dismantle, white supremacy and racism, and you're doing what you're doing at the best of your ability. And some people just need attention, and they will do anything to get it, just like the man in charge, the Cheeto Dorito, whatever you want to call
Cheeto
him.
Dorito. Save a lot, Stalin. Save a lot, Stalin. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
That's fucking funny.
And like you said, they're supposed to be liberal women, but they're acting more like they're not. So I just came up to say that. Thank you for having me up. I'm going to go back in the comments, and y'all all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate it. And I guess in some way I could thank Hobie. Because if Hobie could see the Cash App here, let me get through this real quick. Bradley, thank you for the $10. and I appreciate the kind words. No fear. You have applied to be a sugar daddy. $10 application fee accepted. You're in the sugar daddy club. That's funny as shit. Anyway, no, thank you guys. Look, I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what to say, and I really do appreciate it. And Zio, I don't always agree with your approach on how you get things, but you've given me a couple of swift kicks in the ass that I think I needed, and I can't thank you enough for that. Really.
Well, I'm so happy that Poetivity and the rest of everybody, just because this is all organic, guys, and basically said the same thing. So it's not just one person. It's not. Listen, this guy yesterday, guys, we had about 5 different hardcore MAGA come up here and thank him for turning them. One of them, Benjamin was in here earlier. Benjamin was one of them. Hardcore MAGA. Told him he cannot support Trump or MAGA anymore because of this show. This is the type of things that are happening here, right? And so it made him feel good. And another thing, you guys, he does not know how to receive kind words or positivity. That's another trauma of his. So when too many people tell him how great he is, he starts to shrink. So call him a bastard every now and then in between you're great, and then he'll feel a little bit better because
you're talking about me? Did somebody say asshole? Hey.
Right. But he's a really good person, a good guy we fought a lot. A lot of people in here that are on this panel hate my guts. A lot of people wanted him to drop me and never platform me. That's just the way it goes. But he does not do that. He does not drop people and not platform people. He gives everybody
I've been
their freedom of
consistent in
speech.
that way this whole
Right.
time.
Very consistent. So for this campaign to be against him, it's absolutely nutty. He's been consistent. He has kept people on here who say the most hideous things, but he also challenges them. And that's why you have so many MAGA that are coming on his show and saying, you have made me become an independent. Now I have been thinking differently because that's the power of the show and how he runs it. So it's a painful thing to see a person try to constantly do work that we need done. Guys, we're going to be screwed if 2026 does not turn out the way we need it to turn out. We're screwed. We are fucking screwed. This is one of the platforms that you can come to really voice your opinions.
Oh, Milk the Cow suggested therapy is Maverick. He might need an ass whooping from you.
Well, I responded, and because I was in therapy, it was I was starting to like understand what she was saying and what Jennifer was talking about earlier. Hikate, however you say it. That these were things also that the therapist and I talked about. It's like self-affirmations, but it just feels so fucking weird and foreign to me. It's just hard to, you know what I mean? Like, and these are things that people also deal with that probably aren't going to ever tell anybody. So it's a little weird that I'm telling you guys this. It feels weird, but it is something that people need to talk about more. Shit that they're, you know what I mean? So you can understand why somebody is the way they are. Like Paula once said, hurt people, and I've never been that way either. I don't know. We'll work through it. We're a work in progress until we're buried, right?
Right. And like I said before, you already have a successful show. You're the only one who doesn't realize it. Everybody else in here telling you.
Yeah.
You're the only one who doesn't think that this is work.
Well, it's probably because I enjoy it. I'm so used to having a job or whatever that you fucking hate going to.
Right.
And so because I enjoy it, it's like, it doesn't feel like work.
Right.
But it's something I'm passionate about.
Right.
So that's,
shows, Tim.
well, I appreciate it. I mean, I'm trying. I just wish people just leave me alone. Let me proceed with what I'm trying here. And we'll get there eventually. We'll get rid of MAGA.
If
go ahead,
anybody
guys.
has any instructions on how to contact PayPal, and see, because when you're slandered and people just start messing with you and drying up your money, next thing they'll be attacking bank accounts. We have to figure out to figure out how to stop that from happening, because these people are so relentless that they've already shut down one of his pay apps, and it's just not unacceptable.
And possibly got my wife fired. Yeah, because see, I've always been like the stay-at-home dad, but I have been self-employed, so I would make money here and there doing DJ gigs here and there, and door dashing and Uber Eats. I had a company where I wrote. I'm also a writer. I did that for several years. A lot of it was like SEO crap, which, oh my God, I wrote so many articles about search engine optimization. Fucking hate even thinking about it now. It's so bad. But it, paid some of the bills. But, again, like they could take some finances down or whatever. They can do all this shit, but it's like, I'll just find something else to do.
I fucking hate door dashing. Door dashing was so fucking shit. Basically, all your money just goes towards gas, and then you have to do a car repair every other month.
Well, you used to be able to make decent money off of it. And so, because the way I would do it, I would reject things that weren't profitable. Because why in the fuck would a roofer or a mechanic accept any jobs he's going to certainly lose money on? Why would they do that? And so I would just decline them. And my acceptance rate was like 1 or 2%, because most of the stuff that they send you is shit. But then DoorDash changed it to where you had to start getting a certain percentage acceptance rating, or all you would get was shit orders. because there were so many people that were doing it, they didn't need anything. And most people aren't business minded. They don't think about it that way. They're just like, oh, I'll just take it from point A to point B.
Yeah, they one time had me. I quit after one time when I was in downtown Boise trying to get all the good restaurant orders that were going out. And they gave me a $7 order from a Subway in Caldwell that was 40 minutes away from Boise. And they were going to make me drive all the way down there to get $7 to deliver to somebody that was going to take an hour and 20 minutes. It was just bullshit.
Yeah, Tony. Tony, thank you for the $1. Just got it.
Yay!
It
Tony
worked.
figured out. I could never do DoorDash or anything that has to drive because I have a huge glitter truck. And first of all, I get lost going around the corner. Bitch, you'll never get your orders. And if you're ordering from any bakery, I'm eating your donuts. I'm eating your cakes. You're not getting them.
That actually happened to me one time. I accidentally forgot to deliver somebody's order and they didn't report it, so I just ate their order.
That's funny. Well, I had a lady, so it was a drop at the door. This is right after C19, right? And so everybody was doing the just drop because you used to hand it off to people before, C19, you would give it to everybody. Well, so, you leave it at door. And so as soon as I get there, the door opens up barely, an arm comes out and just yanks this shit out of my hand. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a little weird, whatever. Didn't pop her head out or anything. And I just move on and say that I get maybe 3 blocks away from this lady's house. This order has been reported as being, not delivered. And I'm like, this biatch. So people do that. They'll order something, get the food, and then claim that they didn't get it so that they can get a refund.
That happened to me.
Yep. And then what that does is it hurts the actual driver. It makes it so because you'll get strikes and shit on that. And and people don't care. But I'm actually glad you brought up DoorDash because have you seen that video going around with the lady that walked out no schlanger wangers laying down on the fucking couch with his pants down around his ankles? Have you guys seen that on TikTok?
No.
Yeah, so she's delivering this order, and there's a video of the door's wide open, dude's laying down, sleeping. I don't know. She said he was sleeping, and his his junk's just all flapped out, whatever, pants around his ankles, and she could see it, and so she takes the video. Well, the mistake I think she made was then posting that video on TikTok. And so he gets his account on DoorDash, unalived. And then, right. And then, but she gets fired as a DoorDasher. And right. So she did this video. Well, then people start saying, the door was closed and she opened it. There's video proving this. Yet I haven't seen that video at all.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I did a video about this the other day, and it's got 10,000 views in a couple of hours because this is what people care about. But because I'm like, guys, what the fuck is wrong with you? People do that shit where they'll open the door and hope somebody. Oh, look, there's a penis I've never seen. I've got to have it. As if that ever happens, bro. Stop. If you just quit. That's whatever. Anyways, but then I think because now you've got AI videos coming out trashing the woman, and they're scripted videos. So you see multiple videos. There was a black guy and a black woman said the exact same thing, and I think what DoorDash has done is they've pushed AI bots and videos claiming that the lady was lying so that it doesn't blow back on DoorDash for firing her. That's my conspiracy here because DoorDash is a fucking shitty company and wouldn't put it past it. They are a tech company. They are not a delivery company. For the record, guys, they are a tech company. And so it wouldn't surprise me if they were using AI to insert corporate propaganda to stop backlash. And if successful, and it looks like it's being successful, they may start doing this in the future. So anybody that reports or tries to report a corporation, you're going to get this inundation of AI bullshit and bots rebutting.
Did you guys see the videos of DoorDashers delivering the food? One lady delivered it to a medical facility, like a doctor's office. but the person reported they never got the food. So she goes back in with her camera, sees the cup on the desk, and lets that person have it. So
I've
you
seen
got me.
that.
But she was fired instantly by DoorDash.
Right.
And they did not see. This is what I mean. You get somebody reporting stuff, they don't even investigate to see if it's true. They just fire people or take down their PayPals or fucking take down their TikToks because of false reporting. So once this girl showed the video of this big fat bitch, this black jigaboo, on there eating the food with a big giant drink
I
next to
remember
her,
that. I remember
right?
that. Yeah.
I wonder if she got her job back. She said, I have a 1-year-old and I'm pregnant and I'm doing DoorDash. Why did you report that you didn't get your food? I would have taken her fucking big soup cooler lips, put a hook through them, and forced that bitch to take me to where the food. See, I'm a vicious bitch. I could not tolerate. And then somebody came out, please don't make a scene in the office. Well, you made a scene when you got me fired.
Right.
That was unacceptable.
I
don't
remember
understand.
that.
I don't understand this world. I'm glad I'm old. I'm glad I
Now-
never had to do these types of things because that just sets me off. That's
For the record, that lady that did that reported it, because she worked at like a healthcare facility, some kind of healthcare facility.
Right,
She
right.
also got fired.
Good.
They
Well, she
came out
should've got
later
fired.
and got fired.
She
Yeah.
should have gotten fired. She was the one who stole the food.
And no shame in it whatsoever.
None.
I don't know how
None.
people are able to do that. How, like, no conscience, I
I would be
guess.
embarrassed. I would be embarrassed. You're fucking.
Ooh.
And wasn't it McDonald's or something? She's like,
Yeah.
McDonald's is right down the street, but you
Right.
ordered a DoorDash to come bring it to you.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find it because it was like last year, maybe 2 years ago.
Oh, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah,
I
let me
don't
see.
know how people. I marvel at people who do delivery services, like when I order and they come here. And when COVID, the C-19 came, the blessing of having these younger people and even older ones who could do it, bring you food when you didn't want to go. That was such a blessing. We don't treat the people who do the work that we need with respect. These DoorDashers aren't treated with respect. The Ubers are not treated with respect. They don't get paid properly. It's
Right.
just like everything that people do that's a necessity, that is a job that people, they don't respect those people. It's
And
disgusting.
add?
Yes, and I'll just say, people, if you bring up, issues with delivery or whatever, the response you get from people is, "Oh, go get a real job." Like, motherfucker, when has delivering food like pizza or anything
Outrageous.
never been a real job? Like, what the fuck?
The toughest work you can do.
Right.
Yeah, and it's dangerous work also. It's dangerous.
Because people don't appreciate people who actually do work. This country rewards people who are super wealthy, who don't really have to do anything, right? It doesn't reward people. Listen, nurses and doctors and caregivers were treated like trash during C-19, but that's how we got out of it, right? So every job you can think of that people are doing, what's those things? UPSs and FedEx drivers and all, that work is real hard work and it's not appreciated.
Yeah, this country awards wealth transactions, right? People who
Right.
just make their money off investments and all that nonsense and just sit at home in their mansion and whatnot. People like Jamie Dimon and all those assholes. That's who this country rewards. It does not reward people who are actually on the grounds doing the tough work.
Right, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we've
well,
got
Benjamin, if you love me so much, you get up here and you do some talking. Come on up here.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
So I think that this is like a bigger issue. It's kind of like talking about like the whole saying of put the fries in the bag, bro. So what we do now, if if we're told that our economy is a service industry, like we're a service economy. We do services. We provide services, hotel services and food services, all that stuff, right? If we're like a huge service economy, how come we treat the service workers so bad? How come we treat the service workers like they're lower class than they like lower than human? Like we deserve. It's almost like this. If if middle class people can get a piece of what it feels like to be high class, then that is fine enough for them until their next paycheck, but they don't really look at the bigger picture. So if I can go out for a night and be a dick to a waiter, that makes me feel bigger and more important than I actually am. And I think that kind of like dynamic is being expressed throughout with the whole put the fries in the bag, bro. That's not a real job. Get a real, even though companies are posting AI jobs, fake jobs, just to get just to show that they're investors, that they're quote unquote growing when they're really not. The AI jobs that they're trying to replace people with aren't working, but they still fired people and aren't going to rehire them. So how are we going to understand and give grace to people who are giving us our food and like join in their cause to say that, yes, you deserve value just as much as people who are like working the hospital jobs and stuff like that? Because they didn't even get, if people or nurses didn't even get like treated well by part of the country during C-19, what makes you think that just regular delivered DoorDash drivers are going to get any kind of play with the economy or us? You know what I mean? We got to look way, way down to help people come up.
Right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Real quick, let me, Benjamin, thank you for the $10. I appreciate that, man. I guess I'm supposed to do $50 an hour, so we haven't met that goal yet. So keep sending offerings. I guess
Yes.
I got browbeat for I don't know how 30 minutes, 45 minutes for not asking for enough. So if you want to, and Lisa, thank you for the $10. Thank you, I appreciate that. I just saw that on the other one. And I see, and you're welcome. You're welcome. Also, guys, on the Vimo, you can send little messages, and I can respond. And then it is apparently yes, it is. Anyway, no, Andrew, you're absolutely right. In like, it is so weird how little value we give to those things that like during C-19 was so fucking necessary for people so that they could stay home. Right, other people were delivering stuff to their door so that they could stay home and not go out and catch the vid, if you will. But nobody gives a shit. So I don't know. It's maybe propaganda has like indoctrinated us into looking down on people who do work that we don't perceive as valuable. Fucking weird.
Everybody's scared to be poor. Everybody's scared. They're deathly scared to be poor.
I'm not afraid of being poor.
Well, nobody wants to be poor, darling. Who wants to be poor? We're not talking.
No.
Listen, people don't want to be billionaires. They want to be able to take their children to Disneyland without selling kidneys and cutting off toes and fingers. They want to be able to go to the movie without paying $300 to see a fucking movie. People want to just be able to live and live comfortably,
That's right.
pay their bills, and go on a little holiday with their families. We're not asking to own islands and yachts and shit. We can't even do that. People can't even go on a holiday or vacation or go to the fucking movie because the tickets are $75 a goddamn for one seat. It's insanity.
Yeah, and to that point, like I've known what it's like to be homeless poor, and I've known what it's like to be upper middle class wealthy. And the problems that you have, they don't really go away, which tells me that these billionaires, they have fucking all these problems. You're like, the money doesn't resolve the other issues that you have in your life. The only thing that it does is give you one less thing to be concerned about, which is if my fucking tire goes flat, it's gonna take me 3 months to get another tire. Right? To afford that shit, or my fucking battery that's like $3,000 now. And when they go out, these batteries now, they shut off. There's no starting to.
Right. Somebody in the comments says, I worked 43 years at the same company and I'm proud of it. Well, I'm happy for you, right?
That's
You're
awesome.
probably a boomer. You're a boomer.
Right.
But here's the thing. That type of shit does not exist anymore in this country, where you work at the same job for 43 years, right? You work for General Motors and you get profit sharing and you get your pension plan and then you're retired with all that money in the bank. That's not how this country works anymore. We live in a cheap labor, cheap service economy, right? Where You just like what Maverick was saying, you have to sell your kidney to buy a house or take your family on vacation, right?
Right.
Where if you have a medical issue, right? If you have a medical issue, can practically bankrupt you for the rest of your life, and then you have to rely on hospital charity to get it paid for. You know, we don't live in a country anymore where everybody's buying the house in the suburbs with their $40 an hour factory jobs at Ford Motor Company and putting together shit on the assembly line all day, right? That's just not what it is.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that specifically, because my dad says this a lot, right? So billionaires, millionaires, like this, the athletes, entertainers, actors, stuff like that, right? All these people, they don't live the lives we do, right? Where are the $200,000 to $400,000 a year employees en masse that share our highways, share our airports, share our hospitals, that have money and pull and say? But no, the disparity between people who make $100,000 and below is massive, and then the jump from 100,000 to 500,000 and up is crazy. And so there's no shared humanity or experience between the people who are running crap, okay, who say things are going fine, look at the stock market and all that crap because they own stock, and then the people that don't, that live day to day and buying eggs and watching that price go up.
Yeah, it's really, really crappy. And a lot of people make their money, like a lot of wealthy people, they don't even get like an annual income. They make their money off capital gains and dividends and whatnot. They have played the system and rigged the system so that they don't have to work. It can make all this money. And yet we still look at this as a meritocracy, as if they're adding something to the economy.
Right.
I just watched a video of this Wall Street trader who was complicit in what happened in 2008 with the financial crisis. And he was bragging to the reporter that he made $37 million last year and only paid $3 million in taxes, which is an 8% tax rate. How on God's good earth is that allowed to happen? Why the fuck is he only paying 8% on his $37 million salary? That's insanity to me.
This is what a 20. You know why he's able to do that? Because there has always been a system in this country. And we were taught this in a business that I had, a financial business. There are three types of people in this country. There is the laborer, there's the small business owner or home-based business, and there's the investor. The laborer gets 33% of their income taken from them from the government without having any say. That's the people who work and drive cars, TikToks, anything you can, who work at McDonald's. They get money taken right off the top. Most of them are the people who are working poor. Then you have the person who is starting their own business or a home-based business. What they do is they say, oh, the government's going to take taxes from me, but I get to tell you how much to take from me. What you're going to do is have expenditures, right? Oh, I have a write-off. I went to a business dinner. I went to Disneyland, but that was also business because I gave my business card out. You get to play that game that these millionaire tax people came up with. Then you have the investor. It used to be only 6% that they took from the investor because of the investor. That's called they didn't have to work for it. Their money's working for the money. So that's what this government and this whole system, it loves the investor, like a Mitt Romney. Trump doesn't invest, but Warren Buffett. It loves those types of people because they're not doing any real labor. Now, we know that the actual people doing the work are more valuable to the country. But this country has always had, look, the founding so-called fathers. Most of them were land holders. They owned slaves. They had all
drug
the wealth,
smugglers.
They had all the money. Right? They had all the, and that's why this country worked for them. What's happening now is we're seeing an explosion of how vulgar the system is, how ugly it looks, how we the 99% are really just bottom feeders to these people, and we better do something about it or we're going to be fucked even more.
Yeah, you're right. And guys, I like to put perspective on the lifestyles of these people. Do you guys know Johnny Harris? Surely, because he's got
Oh,
like
yeah.
7 million followers. He
Oh,
did
absolutely.
a fucking phenomenal video, and I'll just play a little bit of it because it's, it's copyright. This guy put a lot of work into what he did. I'll just play like the first part of it, and I'm going to put a link to it. Everybody needs to go watch this fucking video because it's so well done.
Johnny Harris is great.
Oh, that dude is phenomenal. So right here, and maybe you've seen this, he goes over the different tax brackets and explains the different lifestyles between all of those people.
$25 million a year salary looks like versus a $25,000 a year salary.
Like,
About
what the fuck?
20% of Americans live on this amount of money or less. I want to show you the lifestyles of people who make this much money versus this much money and everything in between. The reason
Yeah, and he goes to, it is insanity.
What's this one?
This is, and I'm going to put a link. This Johnny Harris.
YouTube?
Yes.
Is it on the tube?
It's on the tube. It's the title is 25,000 versus 25 million.
Wow.
Oh, somebody's calling me. I need to answer this. I'll be right back.
Wow, that's disgusting. But that's what America is, guys. That's what we're living in.
Well, well, I was just gonna say that I feel like so much of the economy, like when I look into this and I read about it, a lot of it is to benefit those who are owning assets right now. So like when we did the COVID relief and the COVID stimulus and the quantitative easing, all that bullshit, all of that was to inflate the value of assets that people own right now. That prevents new people from buying into the system. The entire point is to benefit the wealthy and the boomer class, not trying to go after boomers here, right? Because my grandma's a boomer. So I technically benefit from this. But right, to inflate the price of housing, stocks, 401ks, all of that as soon as possible to benefit those wealthy people that have vested interest in all of that, instead of trying to create a system where a new generation can buy into these things.
Right.
They don't want to share.
Which
They
makes
don't
no
want to
sense
share.
because the boomers have 5 minutes to live, and you're trying to gain. Look, like Trump. What's all these deals for? You literally have 3.5 minutes with your cankles to live. Why are they wanting to hoard everything? All of them have unalived anyway. It just makes no sense to me.
I think politicians should have to live through the policies that they push.
Mitch McConnell looks like you could be as somebody who's as close to a coma without being in a coma at this point. Like,
I just wanted to add something that was about. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it was a weird fucking call. It's like, I'm at the house, and I'm like, I don't have an appointment for anybody. It was like, well, maybe I called the wrong number, but I'm at the right house. I'm like, well, who are you looking for? He's like, well, don't worry about it because I'm at the right house, and hangs up. Like, fuck you. Call my number, little dickweed. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to add something from earlier when the hurt people topic came up, because that's what I've been told my whole life too. And then I saw this quote the other day, and I wanted to share it with everyone. Then I'll drop down. This is all I wanted to share.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
They said hurt people, and I answered, not all hurt people hurt people. Some spend their lives making sure no one else feels what they did. Some break the cycles. Some build the safe spaces. Some turn pain into purpose. Hurt people don't just hurt people. Hurt people heal people too. And I feel like that applies to not only myself, but to you, host. So I appreciate you for what you do. And I wanted you to hear that.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. And you're right, because whenever I said it, I'm like, well, that doesn't really pertain to me.
It doesn't.
But maybe that's a way to be dismissive of somebody.
Misery loves company is a better way to put
Misery
it.
loves company. That's for
But
sure.
yeah.
No, but JB, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, for real.
Of course.
Yeah,
UNC miserable.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy to do the hurt people route. Like, it's easy to be a hurt person and hurt people. Like, that's the path of least resistance, you know. That takes no work. You just experience life, and then you put out what happened to you.
You choose how you respond to everything that happens to you. You can't control what happens to you, but you do choose how to respond. I have tried to, and that's easier said than done, because I get what you're saying, but I also understand that there's a lot of people out there who are horrible simply because horrible things have happened to them. But it's not necessarily the case all the time. There's some people that are going to go against that and try to, give something better to the world than what was given to them.
100%, Jonathan.
Yeah, you're right, because I watched my stepdad who essentially raised me, from the time I was 1. I watched him choke my brother unconscious, kick him in the fucking face with a steel-toe boot. I mean, I think he broke his orbital. I mean, his whole fucking face was fucked up after this. Get drunk and do shit like that. And one thing, whenever I got out of that situation, I'm like, the one good thing from that man was that he showed me what not to do to children.
Exactly, host.
And so that was what I took away from that. And other people may not. Maybe they're not so reflective over things. I don't know. And I'm not sure what percentage of people go one way and, what percentage of people go the other way. But it's not always the case that hurt people hurt people. People who would never known any kind of misery whatsoever hurt people. And we see that all the time. Look at Brian Thompson. That dude probably... Kushner. These people grew up with a fucking silver spoon lodged right in their lower rectum and lived that way their entire fucking life, knowing not a single point of conflict in their life other than, which $1 million loan interest rate do I fucking get from here that I can, from my assets that I have so I don't have to fucking pay taxes. Ooh, the horror. I mean, Jesus. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you can certainly go the other way.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you, host. Thank you. I'm going to jump down now.
No, thank you, JB. I appreciate it, man. And I'm glad you're pushing back on that, because when I said it, I'm like, because this is something that Paula said to me, of course, in the context of that call was, I think she was a little upset about that conversation that Highbray sparked. Remember, Siren, when you kind of like went crazy on the Highbray that day?
You can say it went ape shit, yes.
Yeah, it went ape
that
shit.
When I told him to go churn some butter and make some maple syrup.
Make some maple syrup, yeah. And that was when she said that to me, and it didn't really click in that moment until JB brought that back up. Or when I said that, and I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound like me. I'm not hurting people. But, whatever. I guess that was a sly way of, man, like, you're hurting me. Like, says the person hurting me.
Right.
Cool. That's fucking victimizing the victim.
Yes.
Yep.
So what inspired the title today?
Shit, man. There's been so many things I don't even remember. Oh, I remember what it was. It was that fucking video from Josh Hawley, that little douche nozzle. And I'll play the video again. It's not very long. Let me put it back up here. This is on Untrue Social. Donald Trump reposted this shit.
What about just uprooting this is an iconic building?
Mono, I will just say this. I made this point yesterday, that I hear all of a sudden from my liberal friends that they're very concerned about our history. Really, these are the same people who tore down every statue they could get their hands on in the last 4 years. Christopher Columbus, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt. They didn't have any concern for history then. Now all of a sudden, like, oh, the facade of the East Wing is iconic. Oh, give me a break. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, these are the same people who complained about people wanting to remove statues of racists and people who unalived many people, like Columbus. People don't realize the genocide that was committed on behalf of this fucker who wanted.
Don't get me started
gold.
on Columbus.
Let's not do that. But, I mean, the fact remains that he was not a good person, and yet we memorialize and celebrate this fucking guy every year, and it's disgusting, especially as an indigenous person. Like,
I just love that the whole topic of Columbus has become taboo. Did you guys hear that, like, he fucked a manatee? He called it a mermaid. He called it a mermaid.
Wasn't that a lot of sailors?
A lot of sailors did. They tried to say, oh, it was a mermaid, but we all know exactly what the fuck they were doing.
Okay, I've got to look this up. Hold on. I never thought I'd ever Google, did Christopher Columbus fuck a manatee?
So sailors would
He
get
wrote about it. No, he
sailors
wrote
would
about it
get
in his journal. He wrote about it in his journal. It's his
Okay.
own like he told.
In
He tells the story himself.
In January 1493, while sailing near the Dominican Republic, Columbus wrote in his journal about seeing 3 mermaids. He noted that they were not half as beautiful as they were painted. Historians believe these mermaids were actually manatees. At the time, mermaid mythology was popular, and people mistook the appearance of manatees for these mythical creatures. There's no evidence that Columbus had sex with the manatee. Historical accounts do indicate that he and his men engaged in the abduction and sexual exploitation of indigenous women and girls during his voyages, though. So I'd have to look at the actual journal entries, which are getting harder and harder to find, by the way. I used to be able to just do a quick search and find them. Now you have to really dig. Yeah, Marcy says, I need receipts. Yeah, so I don't know the truth to the manatee thing, but it is funny. We'll say that. But I will look that up after the show and see if we can't figure that out, because, you know, it's like, oh, look at the mermaids.
I have receipts that Columbus did not do that to manatees, because we don't have any evidence that manatees have VD. We know that they all walked around with VD, so he probably would have given all the manatees VD.
That's fucking funny.
I have a huge gaslight that the Republicans have been pushing for quite some time now.
Let's hear it.
The IRS, is it bad or is it good?
Well, it depends on how it's used.
Correct. And how about this? If you underfund the IRS, do they have the money to go to court with the big dogs?
Nope.
No, Can they
that's the
ever go to
problem.
court with the big dogs?
Nope.
So then who are they going to go after?
The little chihuahuas. Yip, yip, yip,
And
yip,
then
yip, yip,
who's
yip.
going to vote against the IRS after that?
The
There you
people.
go. So it's a toilet bowl. It's just flushed
Right.
down. You sick the IRS on just random public people who are maybe dodging their taxes, but not as big as the billions and millions that are being swept out of the United States untaxed. And then you rail against it, just like they do immigrants, even though they're not the problem. And who's hiring the immigrants anyway? Oh, we don't go after the owners of the farms or the big businesses that hire immigrants under the table. But we don't talk about them. We just pay the people, the Republicans, to yell about the IRS and how that's bad and it's taking your money, even though it hasn't touched a dollar of their actual money in their bank accounts or offshore accounts, because they don't have the money to go for it.
Remember, the administration was supposed to abolish the IRS. Remember? They were
Oh,
always talking about we don't need the IRS. So what's going on? How come they haven't kept their word on that one?
Now they're using the IRS.
We're not at a full.
to go after the supposed left-wing groups that are
Right.
in the U.S. Right? Oh, what?
Yes,
what
then we'll get rid of it.
Oh my gosh, you guys! What scary left-wing groups exist in the United States? Animal rights organizations. Oh my God! Oh,
If they
that's
call
so
Bernie
horrifying.
Sanders, if they call Bernie Sanders and AOC far left, I don't even know what they think the political spectrum looks like.
Oh,
Does
no.
it just look like a T with the left side cut off? Like, what is wrong with them?
They're gonna investigate the Sunrise Movement about the successor to Greenpeace, right? Like, give me a
Yeah,
break.
planting trees is going to be the new T group. Planting trees.
Also, just get this in your head, right? If you have a full, this is what they say, right? They say immigrants are taking a piece of the pie. That's how they put it, right? Immigrants are taking a piece of the pie that's meant for Americans, okay? Well, you know what? We're playing with not a full pie. We're not being
That's
served
right.
the full pie when it comes out of the oven.
I want my
Somebody's
pie,
taking
bitch.
two
Give me
or
my
three
pie.
huge chunks out of that pie, and then they are giving it to us saying, here, this is all we got. Fight for it.
That's
Even
right.
though they took what they wanted first. All these, like, we're going to tax this, we're going to tariff that, never mind. They already shorted and made deals before that tweet went out. Okay, so they already are making billions behind our backs, and we're not even looking at it. We're busy looking at, I want the strawberry picking job for $12 an hour for 16 hours a day. Let me get that. You know, like what American is running out there to pick strawberries?
The MAGAs are going to be doing the strawberry picking jobs and the cotton picking and all of that. Where they're going to get their hats on and they're going to go out there in the fields and they're going to pick them. Okay.
That's
would love to.
that's right. And real quick, and now we can't go too far into this topic, but it is very important. If you guys aren't aware, Donald Trump is working on an executive order to unalive essentially erections. Replace the L with the R. He's forming it in the it's mail-in casting of opinion. I don't even want to start using the language. I have to be.
Ask a question?
Yeah.
How is the military who are not in the country going to deal
Exactly.
with the erections? Because that's all they do is that type of erection boating.
Exactly.
We have to say
Exactly.
that shit.
And
So none of the military get to be a part of the erections?
yeah, I mean that's a great fucking question, but I wanna point out, and I'm gonna bring this up, and I'm gonna do my best to use TikTok language for it. But there's some quotes in here that people need to hear. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull it up here. All right, so this is reporting from the Independent. The president continues to hammer baseless narrative that the erection was bigged against him, vowing publicly that it must never happen again. And then he's got this lady named Honey. She was tapped as the erection integrity official at DHS. Heather Honey reportedly told a group of right-wing activists in March that the president could declare a national emergency to effectively take control of local erection administration. She said the move would follow an actual investigation of 2020 erection. If it revealed any kind of manipulation of those results, he would do the national emergency. Quote, "We have some additional powers that don't exist right now," she said. "We can take these other steps without Congress, and we can mandate that states do things and so on." They are full bore going to just unalive this shit. And they already purchased, there's right-wing fuckers have purchased a Dominion, the company that operates those machines, and they've called it Liberty. And we all know what they're going to be doing with that shit.
Why on earth would Dominion sell it to him?
A fucking great fucking question.
Because money is probably what they want. They probably offered them a big deal.
What's the purchase price? Does anyone know the purchase price of them?
Let's look it up.
That they got $1 billion from the crypt keeper Rupert Murdoch when they sued from Fox News. They got near a 786. Was it billion or million?
I thought it was billion, but I could be wrong.
Got near $1 billion.
Let's
almost
see.
$1 billion.
Right. You're right.
But what did they?
The terms of the Dominion sale have not been disclosed, so we do not know the price or if the buyer, Scott Leyendecker, received financing from undisclosed parties. If Leyendecker has other investors who may or may not be partisan, they now also own a stake in Liberty.
So in other words, the Zio and Israel owns it. Okay,
most likely. Most likely.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, let me lean.
Not that much fucking money, honestly, man. Isn't the principle worth more than anything?
Now, that's not this country, right? You're talking about the United States of America, right? This country would sell anybody, would pay for anything if it meant that somebody could make an extra dollar.
Listen, I often say this: let Lib or Jonathan or you, Tony, or Poetivity, let you go into your bathroom and sit on your toilet and poop out a gold nugget. You'll have a eminent domain. We got to take your body. They will fucking snatch anything from you that they think they can make money off of. That's how evil this country is. It is just absolutely filled with greed and avarice to the point where we are today.
Right. And I was reading, it's so interesting because I was reading about, there's a new book that was released by that Andrew Sorkin guy called 1929, but it's on what led up to the Great Depression, all the drama and the corruption in finance. And the banks back then were giving out all these loans to everybody to purchase stock. They said they cured poverty because everybody was buying stock.
Right.
And they were warned numerous times, stop doing this, you guys are going to go bankrupt. But as long as those executives saw their annual salaries go up,
Yep.
they didn't give two shits, because them making more money as soon as possible was more important than the health of our society.
Right. And think
Um,
about where all those greedy bastards are today. They're all in a 6x6, if they're lucky, with a closed top, right? That's why I don't understand why these people want to hold on to something when you are temporary. You're not going to be here forever. So you don't want people to have anything to eat. You don't want them to have health care because you want to hoard. It's insanity. That's just beyond. I cannot make that make sense. If you have $100 million, why do you need to hoard till you have $1 billion? It's insanity to me.
it is nuts.
Well, they need. Well, if you let them have all this money, they're going to give us more jobs, right? They're going to give the peasant class more jobs and higher
It'll
wages.
trickle down.
Yeah.
It's like, see, look, it's trickling down. Dude, you're standing over me, pissing on my face. That isn't trickling down. That's what they're doing. Like,
Yeah, but they'll
it's
tell you that the urine has wonderful acids in it and makes your
it's
skin clear.
it's got electrolytes. It's what you feed. You got to feed the electrolytes to the plants.
Right.
Fucking idiocracy. Jeez.
And we keep buying this shit. We Americans keep buying the shit over and over and over. When are we going to get tired?
Well, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but food stamp benefits are going on pause in the state of Idaho.
Oh,
We're one of the states that are getting punished. I guess I don't know why the fuck we're getting punished for the government shutdown, and they're going on pause. I think it's effective today, so no people aren't going to get their food stamps. It was just announced on the news, and everybody in the comments, all the people that said, "Oh, groceries are too high under Bidenflation. Oh, he raised the cost of bacon, right?" All of those people are in the comments going, well, they should just go get a job, right? Or they should go get a better job, or they should go get 2 jobs if they can't afford food, or they should go to their local food pantry. I'm like, what the fuck? You guys were just saying the cost of eggs were outrageous 2 months ago. Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, the cheap bread in my area has now gone up to $1.50.
Yeah. And this
cheap bread. That's, which historically has been like, $1.
$5 here in California.
See, that's crazy.
I get the
and there's one piece of shit on TikTok actually got slammed for making this video, but he posted a video saying, well, if everybody's food stamp benefits go on pause, that must mean the cost of food is going to go down since the demand is going to go down.
What an idiot.
And I'm like, oh, so you're only thinking about yourself, right? And the fact that it's going to become cheaper for yourself because everybody else is going to starve. Got it, right? You're a piece of shit.
But you know what's going to happen, guys? They're going to figure out very quickly when these SNAP benefits and all these other, when they start drying up, they're going to figure out very quickly how a lot of these MAGA red states are going to pay, because most of those people in those states that are pale of skin are the ones who are using these services. And you're going to get the shocks of your life when you realize that it's not going to be the ghetto Shaniqua who's not going to have her snaps. It's going to be Mary Jane and John and Paul in Appalachia that's not going to be able to feed themselves.
Shaniqua learned how to survive years ago, right?
Yeah, Shaniqua know how to.
Do what Tony's mic is like really soft. Yeah, it's hard to hear. But yeah, it's okay. Go ahead. I wanted to let everybody else know in case they couldn't hear. Go ahead.
Mav, I'll bet dollars to donuts that.
I can't hear you, baby. I can't hear you.
All right, forget it.
Now you're really gone.
No, now you got louder there at the end.
Oh, at the end, down here, I'm talking at the bottom, Mike.
I'm way at the bottom, and I hear noise in the background, like TV or something.
Whatever you're doing right there is perfect.
Okay.
Oh, now he's gone again.
Whatever, forget me.
Now you're back on the bottom, Tony. Get back on the top.
Do you have your phone upside down by any chance? Listen, I've done it before. Okay, I have done it
Tony
before.
says, "Is it like?" No.
Exactly.
It's not his Wi-Fi, so what's going on?
I don't know. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're fine, man. You're fine. I'll interrupt others so you can talk. Go ahead and let it. And if they can't hear you, I'll translate. Yeah, go ahead. I'll translate.
I even took the case off the phone. Okay, so what I was gonna say, I'll bet dollars to donuts. Somehow this administration lets these fucking red wing nuts fucking still have their stamps.
Oh, I heard absolutely. I believe, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
There'll be a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Well,
see, when people run out of food, that's when the real games begin. Because people, I mean, you can go without your internet or your computer or whatever, and people might be upset by that. But you take the fucking food away, I don't know if they want that to happen. I think they'll figure something out. Because
well, in my opinion, everybody should have the right to go march into Walmart and start fucking stealing donuts from the
donuts.
That's what I fucking did back in my days of college when I made too much. When I made too much to fucking to qualify for food stamps, but I was paying down my rent because I was so behind on it. I was just at the store every other Friday taking from the Winco donut kiosk.
No, not for nothing.
I will
They
tell
throw
you.
a lot of that food out. I mean, if you go to like a 7-Eleven or even a supermarket, they throw good food out.
Yes.
Been doing it for a
And
long time.
If you are in a grocery store and you see somebody stealing food, bitch, no the fuck you did not. You have gone blind.
You didn't.
You can't see shit.
That's right.
That's
in my
only if,
defense,
that's only
go
if we
back.
know they're lefties. If they're righties, we got to tell.
And listen, guys, I have the perfect antidote for us to if this shit really hits the fan. Every last one of you people that look like that, every last one of you YT people, you people who glow in the dark, make sure you have a black friend. You both walk into the store together. Tell your black friend to walk one way, all the cameras, all the security, and you rip that motherfucker, get all the turkey legs and the turkey, and walk out that motherfucker, and you and your black friend will be able to have some food.
Turkey legs.
That's great.
Oh my God.
Buddy, it'll be a buddy system. Always have a buddy when you go anywhere, right?
I'm hungry. Feed me. I'm hungry. I'm going to Walmart. We're going to Walmart.
Did anybody see that one voracious cunt that made a video on this app and was like, well, what happened to the October food stamps that y'all are worrying about November's? Like she had some sort of fucking gotcha. Bitch, they ate what? Sweetheart, what? That's like going to your boss and being like, you didn't pay me for this month or this week, and your boss being like, what happened to your last paycheck? Why don't you just use that, dumb fucking?
Didn't you get paid last month?
I did.
Listen, somebody in the comments said to you, Sky, I work part-time at Walmart. I am not chasing you. So they're giving us the go-ahead to start shopping.
That's funny. That is so fucking funny. Y'all, I was oh god, I just forgot what I was gonna say. It was a good one too. I know. I the thing about it though is that if everybody starts fucking actually stealing and the corporations start freaking out, that is a consequence of what they just did, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But we were debating some bitch the other night, the dumbest lady I've ever met in my life, and she was advocating for the food stamp cuts. And then we asked her if she was on food stamps, and she goes, yes. And we're like, wait a second. So you're on food stamps, and you're advocating for the cuts. And she goes, I'll be fine. I can make myself a little garden. I can do that.
Bitch.
You know what I'm going to do?
Yourself right now.
I'm going to make a female version of this guy. Hello. Hello.
Dude.
Oh my God.
You can quite literally just spend one fucking day in York, Pennsylvania, and you have enough visual representations of that man and that woman to make a fucking perfect couple. That is all I have to say.
Wait a second. I came up here for one thing. Now I got something else to say. Light, is your name Light?
Higher.
Yeah.
Fire.
Yeah.
Higher.
Fire. Did you say York, Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Hello, neighbor. Number two, if you an ally for this grocery store. I go left, you go right. I'll go left, you go right. Okay, I got you. But you got to get me something too. Listen, we doing this together.
You guys, she has to get you something. That's what the plan is. All the cameras will be on you, Lonnie. All the security guards. Yep. So she gets to clean out, and you tell her, you get your list. Tell her what you need.
Sundown town that I live in. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Oh, for fucking real? If you need anything in York, if you're really in York, I'm here. I work from home. I'm going to the town hall meeting tonight for West Manchester Township because that's where I live because they're fucking trying to build an AI data center here. I'm out and about. I'll be somewhere. I'll fucking steal for anybody. And want to know the best part? I'm a white woman who can fucking cry on command. Bam. Fucking tears.
Why don't we do that? It's kind of ironic. I just want to.
Tony was trying to talk. Tony, go ahead.
Trying to talk again. We should do it in conjunction with other things, like make a deal. We'll stage a freaking car, like you hit me with your car, and we'll split the insurance money. We'll do it like a mass hit.
I know some people that did that.
Is so funny.
Yeah, it's like why did my insurance claims premiums just go up by $300 a month? Well, you didn't see the Liberal Loudmouth show on there. It started mass insurance claims.
Oh my God!
And I just gotta say, guys, on Liberal Loudmouth, we're bringing people together. Now we got Pyre and Lonnie are going to go and do the damn thing. See, we bring everybody together. All right.
And don't call it stealing. Call it that they're foraging for food.
Surviving.
Right.
Oh my God. I can be the crunchy white lady. I'd be like, you guys don't understand. My God told me that I was entitled to this food.
I don't need no help because I'm already an expert at this. I have lots of experience, and they're not gonna go after me. I'm too cute and innocent for them to go after.
That's right.
That's literally what I just said. I'm a white woman who can cry at command. Be like, you guys don't understand. Okay, I am just so confused.
Oh, so you've mastered the art of Erica Kirk, is what you're telling me.
Oh my God!
And I use my goddamn powers for good, baby. And that is exactly that. I have mastered the white woman tears, and I am a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing.
So
all day. My name is very similar to that. Just it's not really Lonnie, but I can be Shaniqua all day, every day.
I can be Shaniqua. Here's the female version of that, by the way. So we're getting there.
It's my neighbor.
I'm making a couple of little changes, making some tweaks, and I'm sure in MAGA country they use tweak in a different way, but we're getting there.
Thank God, that's my neighbor, Bonnie.
You gotta put a wandering eye, one eye.
It's just a one eye.
Work with her.
I call him One Eye Willie. Oh my God.
But isn't it sad that we have to even think like this?
It is. It is.
It's disgusting.
You mean it's the greatest country on earth?
Can I say something in respect to Walmart?
Yes.
It's kind of poetic justice that they're being targeted as much as they are before the cuts of Section 8 and EBT, because they're the ones who have been pushing people to use these programs to supplement wages of their employees.
Absolutely.
That's right.
7%. 67% of their employees are welfare queens.
Exactly.
Walmart unalived Kmart and Hills, and I'm mad about it.
So.
Oh right, Kmart's gone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Target's on the brink of filing bankruptcy because of they have been boycotted as well.
Yeah, Kmart.
Good for them. They
Kmart's gone, and they brought in triple Kmart.
Oh shit!
So financially speaking, Walmart ate their profits for 10 years just to push Kmart out. And then once Kmart disappeared, then they started to raise their prices. And then Target came in and said, not so fast. We're going to give you some competition. So yeah, Walmart, unalived Kmart, like the radio killed the video star. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's
easy to eat your profit.
I mean, you're basically taking back what they've been forcing their employees to take for decades.
Wow.
So
it's also easy to eat your profit when you're a fucking nepo baby billionaire to begin with.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I also want to point out that Walmart doesn't just rely on those programs, they bring out tables for their employees to sign up for things like the Earned Income Credit, food stamps, Section 8, the Affordable Care Act. Oh, the Republicans hate the Affordable Care Act. Well, Walmart loves the Affordable Care Act because they want all their employees to be on it.
But think about this, guys. How absolutely revolting is it that this government allows one of the richest retailer in the world to be able to access food stamps and housing and all these other things for its employees because they refuse to pay them a livable wage? How disgusting is that not one person, even on the Democratic side, has said, wait a minute, we need to stop these corporate welfare queens from grifting off of our people, our taxpayer dollars. We're fucked all the way around by everybody. We have no representation. We just don't have any representation.
It's like the fight for 15. Oh, sorry, Lonnie, go ahead.
They get a tax break for hiring people on government assistance.
Disgusting.
I mean, did you guys watch the debate between Cuomo and Mamdani?
Oh, he chewed his ass up.
That was fucking awesome.
Oh my God, Cuomo is such a twat waffle. I fucking swear to God, I can't stand that man.
Lobster cunt.
And that's exactly the issue that we're facing. You have real liberals versus corporatists. And the corporatists are the ones who are defending the current system. They don't seem to understand that nobody likes the system we have today. Nobody wants this anymore. I don't think anybody wants to be on EBT, but the fact of the matter is that they have no choice because you're not paying enough people enough to survive.
Right.
You're barely making people, even people who are employed right now, are barely making enough to survive. If they could get on these programs, they would. But they don't.
Mr. Cuomo, 3 and 4 different jobs. That's why they're telling you now you have to have 4 and 5 different streams of fucking income because housing has gone up, food has gone up, but wages are stagnant. So people have to work 500 fucking jobs just to be able to not live in a fucking tent on the side of the river. It's crazy.
I laugh so hard at those fucking debates, especially with the Curtis Seawaw guy. He makes me laugh with his fucking with his Brooklyn with that angry Brooklyn accent he has. I can't with it.
Yeah, fucking Mamdani just sitting there and he's like, yes,
let's watch
I did
this.
Do that. You have Cuomo and he's like,
okay, let's watch this.
It's real short. This is, oh my God, it's so awesome.
In 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature.
Mr. Cuomo,
this motherfucker had nothing.
Tim, when he was talking, you got to put up your guy when he was talking.
Oh, Tony, you live in New York, right?
Yes.
Damn, I should have put up the guy.
When that motherfucker tried to name a fucking bridge after himself, and everybody just kept calling it the fucking because he named a bridge after his dad, Mario Cuomo. Just hoping upon fucking hope that people would call it the Cuomo Bridge. And nobody ever fucking did. And he's been bitter and fucking jaded about it. He's been up his ass ever fucking since. And that's just kind of the petty little bitch he is.
Him and his brother can go jump off of it.
Absolutely.
They can fucking tie themselves to each other and nosedive off that.
And see, these are the liberals that you have to watch out for. the fucking Cuomo's, the Cuomo's of the world,
That's-
because they're
and-
their little
right.
snake ass motherfuckers, corrupt as shit, just like MAGA. They just, on the face of it, try to act like they're not as mean as those, but they're worse.
Pull up the video. Pull up the video where they asked about the candidates whether they had used the M substance ever before. That question was really fucking funny because Curtis Sewa at the end.
Yeah.
See
I
what
just
the
put
other's
the
like,
guy
yeah, of
up.
course I did. How
I
many
remember
times do you
that
think
guy
I got
from-
shot? I got
remember
shot
that guy from-
97 times. Of
from
course
the
I
80s.
smoked.
Now, I don't
The
think I've
80s.
seen that video,
ever
so
heard-
let me
From the 80s. He was with the what they call them? Yeah, he's nuts. He's always
it-
been nuts.
is it this?
Anything in a cannabis shop? And if so, what did you buy?
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
I have.
Look at his
I
face.
purchased marijuana at a legal cannabis shop.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo?
No.
Mr. Sliwa?
When I was shot 5 times, I've had Crohn's disease. I did use medical marijuana. Yes.
Have you ever purchased anything in a cannabis shop?
I just thought that was such a weird response.
What the fuck?
I got shot 96 times.
you
Of
know
course
what?
I used it before.
Oh my God.
Cuomo said no, as if he's got this he's so better than them. But what he should have said is, no, I don't use the M word. I like to essay young girls and women. That's what
Right.
his shrug of choice is.
Oh my God.
Right, they also asked what
And
they also asked what their monthly rents were, and Cuomo's been going after Mamdani for that. Cuomo says that his was $7,800 a month. That's how much he pays per month for housing. Where on God's good earth does housing cost that fucking much? Jesus Christ!
First of all, he's in New York
City.
New York,
Hope that
you can
helps.
live in a fucking studio and pay $10,000 a month in a
I
studio.
was gonna say New York City.
Cuomo
Hope that
is
helps.
full of
High
shit.
rise. He more than likely has like a pen. I can't remember specifically where Cuomo lives, but if he lives in like his own private brownstone or a high rise penthouse in Manhattan, then yeah, he's paying $7,800.
I bet Cuomo's been in a brownstone, in a very specific brownstone, in an e-file brownstone. Cuomo, you ever?
But why would he be renting? He's so he makes it
Right.
seem like he's renting, right?
$7,800?
Right, he's been in government for
gonna
50 million
say.
years. He's not renting. They're multimillionaires. I can't stand them trying to make people think that they're average people. And now he wants Mamdani to get thrown out of his rent stabilized place because he and his wife are making too much money. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, and then something that also baffles me, though, is that I've looked at his career. He's only done careers in public service and government. He was Clinton's HUD secretary. He was the governor. Where the fuck did all this money come from that made him a multimillionaire?
His
That's my
daddy,
question.
darling. His
His
daddy.
daddy.
His daddy.
Who was his dad? I don't even
Mario
know.
Cuomo. He's
Oh.
super famous. You have to look up Mario. Mario Cuomo did have some. He was a liberal. He was a decent man at the time, and but no, they grew up in politics. and grew
Yeah,
up
the
living
Cuomos are affluent.
Absolutely. They're very affluent.
I mean, at this point, like he's just, you have to look at the whole thing of it. Like he ran the whole smear campaign, this whole racist smear campaign, which is what I am convinced finally had at least people who are on the fence wake up enough to see Cuomo for who he actually fucking is and push more people toward Mamdani, because like people were talking about 9/11 and people that he was talking about him in the age group. It was disgusting.
Awful. It was disgusting, and this is why I don't know if I feel so much sympathy anymore, because I was sad at first. I don't know if I feel sympathy over what happened to Charlie Kirk, because when Mamdani was elected, the first thing Charlie Kirk said was he called him Muhammad Mao. That's what he tweeted.
Wow.
And then he said, oh, years ago 9/11 happened. Now we have a Muslim who's going to be running New York City. He posted that on X. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, so he doesn't have any sympathy or any empathy over what he said, right? He doesn't have any fucking regret over him saying that about Mamdani, but now you guys want us to show all this sympathy for him. Charlie Kirk was Mother Teresa. We should build a statue for him. Give me a break. This is stupid.
Mother Teresa was a horrible fucking person. Let's just say that. So they might actually be more alike each other.
I've heard controversies surrounding that, but I was raised Catholic. I was always told that
Mother Teresa.
Oh,
in all fairness, Mother Teresa was from a very wealthy family. And
Affluent as well, yes.
Mother Teresa became a nun who took her faith very seriously. Towards the end of her life, Mother Teresa, even though she was in Calcutta, not to save those people, or I mean, not to make their lives better, but to get them to heaven. That's what she was there for. But towards the end of her life, she called the Vatican and she told them how she has been in the gutter with these people for more than 50 years and nothing has changed. And one of the bishops told her to pray to Jesus. She says, no, I'm not praying anymore because he doesn't listen to me. Those of you in the Vatican, you should pray. So at the end of your life, you realize you're in bullshit, right? And then you pass on realizing you could have been a person who was living from your rich family. But that's what Mother Teresa was. So when people say she was a horrible person, I want to make sure that we get the full context of this woman's life and how at that time, anybody who was Italian or if you had 15 children, one of them would have to be a priest or a nun, because that's what that whole thing was. But she believed in her religion, in her God, until the end of her life, when she realized nothing was going to change.
And who was that?
Also, much like Mother Teresa, much like most
Mother
Italians
Teresa.
in the day, she was incredibly racist, right? She was a horrible racist woman. She looked down on people of color. She looked down on black people. She would have sick people.
So did Gandhi.
Right. She would have sick people intentionally suffer and sick and not, have them have any sort of modern day medical intervention, and she would claim it would help them get into heaven.
Right.
It was just the extent of the things that she did in lieu of her faith.
That was the belief in that. A lot of religions organized have such there are some religions where people will let their children unalive because they don't believe in blood transfusions or they don't believe in anything like that. This is why religion to me is so dangerous on the planet, and I believe it's one of the great dangers and the great harms to the planet, organized religion. But she believed that with all of her soul. She really believed that, and it's unfortunate.
Suffering leads to salvation.
Right, suffering for salvation. You can't have a man because Jesus is your husband. Look at that. Right? We got MAGA who believe like that. They will go against their own self-interest and make sure that they have no more teeth in their mouth because of a belief system.
Well, they don't want universal health care because they don't even want health care for themselves to begin with. That's just what it is.
Right, it's bad.
But I mean, the thing is that
we are a fucked up species. The human being is a really fucked up species if you really think about it. And
I
then
don't
when
think
you add all the other layers onto it.
I found his
religion,
wife,
racism.
by the way.
Oh my God, I thought that
I
was
found
her
his
husband.
wife.
Oh my God, look at all those chins she has. Look at those triple and double chins.
Is that bad that I added the sandwich? Is that
No,
bad?
I love the mayonnaise. The open face mayonnaise sandwich is fabulous. She said, yes, it is.
Here, honey. Here, honey. Here's your sandwich. Oh my God. Anyway, I asked ChatGPT.
Quite literally going to be everybody that shows up in favor of this AI data center tonight is going to look exactly like that couple.
Wait, they're trying to put a center in your neck of the woods?
They're trying to put a center fucking a mile and a half away from my house.
So it can suck up all your water. Your fresh water.
And my clean air and my clean, like my clean auditory space, like 90 decibels, over 90 decibels, 24/7. They're going to remove access to what? It's because America, we like AI, we like the money. We're going to get the technology and we're going to create jobs, for the fucking AI to take a month later.
It's ridiculous because the thing is that they're basically what they're putting in there is almost like you remember Skynet from Terminator? So they're literally putting one of Skynet's centers in your neighborhood. So that thing is basically going to be able to control millions of jobs.
Well, not only that, and Lonnie made a point, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but people need to understand just how fucking serious this is. Does anybody know 3 Mile Island? in Pennsylvania, the nuclear power plant that was it was like shut down. Microsoft wants to buy it specifically to power these fucking AI data centers that they want to build in York. Bill Gates wants to buy himself a nuclear fuck power plant just to see how he can fuck around with it and get it to power his fucking AI. So not only are they going to open AI data centers in York, Pennsylvania, now they want to reopen 3 Mile fucking Island. Let's just not. I'm so hot about this.
I had someone dear that lived in York, Pennsylvania. I can't talk about it here, but that's very interesting that your guys are from York, and it's just.
Well, I was originally born and raised in New York City. I'm a transplant. I'm not a local. Okay, I moved here for college way back in the fucking day. All right, way longer than I fucking care to admit because I'm old.
During the first war, right? During the first war, right? Back in
1926. And so I'm not. I've been here. I've been in the area for a while though, and I've come to love certain parts of it, like that small town feel to me, where I can just keep to myself and fucking. But they're trying to.
Are you near Bitternut?
Oh, I don't like the road.
Yeah, Bitternut.
Kinda. Actually, it's scary, but yeah, no, yeah,
no.
So...
That's because that's where somebody.
Oh, that's where they lived. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wait.
Yes.
Oh, so yeah, it's just they're trying to eat up all the green space here in York, and what they're going to try to do is the same thing that they're trying to do in a lot of these smaller counties, is just push the working class out and have the area completely industrialized.
It's disgusting. We need a revolution, guys. All this other shit with this soft power voting and that shit is over.
Yep.
If we really are serious about taking this shit back, we need to run these motherfucking billionaires out so that they can go to their islands and stay there. This shit is absolutely.
We have to go after their money. We have to make it so the corporations turn on Donald Trump. That's what we have to do. And they will, because they don't care about anything other than being in control. And after we show that we can force them to turn on them, now they really will be afraid of us. So we're going to have to do some self-sacrificing here. We have to, because the alternative is a fascist country led by a dictator, which is exactly what they're trying to do right now.
We're already there. We're already there at this point. We're already.
Well, I mean, sure.
Did you guys they shit in the toilet and they don't flush?
Did you guys ever think that a U.S. president would send troops to a city? Like Trump is sending troops to Portland, and then you look at the videos of Portland, and it's just a bunch of people in dinosaur costumes dancing around. Like that's the riot.
With the giraffe. That giraffe is dangerous. Have you seen those necks? I mean, the neck on that giraffe. It's crazy. And frogs, they hop. You can't be having that in your cities. What are you talking about?
That fucking video of them just dancing to like tech music, and it's just so but Mike, listen, once again, we're focused on the wrong thing. It's not Donald Trump. Why is our side allowing this shit to happen? Why hasn't anyone who said that they took an oath to the fucking Constitution, military, CIA, FBI, not CIA, but FBI, if you took an oath to the Constitution, how come this motherfucker's allowed to do all this? How come no one has tried to neutralize this situation?
Right.
So that means this country was always up for sale. My whole thing is with the White House. You let this piece of shit take a bulldozer to a historical landmark, one of the most famous buildings in the. How come that did not have a society where they for historical buildings that only you had to go through that society to do any kind of reconstruction to that building? Every other, you can't get a historical house where I am. You can't do anything to that fucking house unless you go through a board.
That's right.
A board has to say no. And
but he's special.
Right.
He's special.
These people have homeowners associations who are more strict than the fucking people who are running the White House.
If I don't fucking mow the damn lawn every week, the homeowners association comes after our ass. They're after me.
Right. Yeah. Hell, I can't even take trees out of my yard.
Right. It's
Without
More
permission.
fucking
listen.
power.
In some homeowner
Mm-mm.
association, you can't put a fucking painting on your wall with a nail because they'll hear you going tap tap tap, and they'll knock on your fucking door. But the White House, you
More
can just go
fucking
put a
power to anybody who lives in an HOA because I couldn't. I'd be their worst fucking nightmare. I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Oh, I
I
am.
paid for my
I
house.
am.
Can
They
you
don't
just
fuck with
suck
me.
my
Yeah.
fucking dick? How about that?
They've already been coming after us since I moved here. First of all, I moved in with my grandma and they didn't know about us, so now they're freaking out. They're also freaking out because we had an overfilled trash can
Yeah.
and some of the trash fell on the ground, and so somebody reported
Yeah.
reported us to them. Yeah.
Oh, and they listen. I had in my other place where I had an HOA, this one bitch who hated me because I know how to grow beautiful plants, and she was so jealous. I said, bitch, just because you're a fucking vampire and live in the back with no sun, don't be jealous of me. I had to get my attorney to send letters. I have another one. I have like a 50-year-old classic car that I was restoring. I had it for about 25 years, and it's like, you can't bring that car in here. I said, motherfucker, when you pay this high ass mortgage, bitch, then you tell me what to do. If I want to bring a motherfucking elephant and put it in my parking
An elephant.
right. Don't you ever fucking talk to me about my modes of transportation, bitch. See, they don't fuck with me. You have to deal, but they are so strict. That's why I'm saying, why is the White House not having a homeowners association, some kind of historical board to tell this piece of shit you can't touch it? That's because this country is not as strong as we were made to believe it was. The rules, the laws, they're all suggestions for certain people. We're fucked, guys. We're fucked. We are fucked.
Yep.
The Constitution says, Donald Trump says, fuck the Constitution. I'm going to wipe my ass with it, and I'm going to make billions of dollars off of it. And he gets to do it.
Right.
And no one's saying anything.
Hey, come on. Democrats are wearing pink.
A little bit off topic, but they actually sent us a letter too, and I told my grandma, I was like, why don't you tell them to go take the letter and stick it up their ass? She's like, you can't mess with the HOA, they'll kick us out. I'm like, why are we so scared?
They can't kick you out. They'll sue you and try to get your place flagged so that you can't sell it. They'll put a lien on your property if you have like too many flowers on your belt. I'm like, bitch, go fuck yourself. But
He's
there's
terrified of them.
HOAs are very vicious. Yeah,
Now,
they're
now,
vicious.
real quick, guys, if $50 an hour is what I'm supposed to put down, we are $16 away. So,
wait a minute.
$ Live Loudmouth at Live Loudmouth. You know, do the thing if you'd like.
Oh, and we're not tapping, guys. We should be over 100K.
Yeah,
I know it's
I've been kind of, doing some
know.
shit. I've got
Yeah,
some things on my end going on, but yeah. So we're $16 away. I don't know. That seems like a lot to me, but
No, it doesn't. You're
it
silly.
really
There you-
does. No, it
stop
really does.
Stop it.
It really
Stop
does.
Stop
Wait,
it.
do we know how much a living wage, like how, so let's all pretend the fight for 15, like the Democrats do, right? I know everybody's, not everybody, but people in the comments are going to call me MAGA because I'm
It
talking
needs to be at least 25
the
an hour.
fight for 15. No.
It really depends
no,
on the
no.
area. So in Idaho, MIT.
The average.
Go to MIT because they kind of have the average living wage figured out for every area in the country.
Mm-hmm.
In the state of Idaho, it's $11 an hour for a single individual, but in places like California, it's $25 to $30 an hour at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so somebody asked me to play this video that they sent in Discord. I don't know what it is. Raw, thank you. Let me put this up here. I think this is the video. Let me get this timer out the way here. And my TikTok out the way. All right.
What are these monsters doing?
What the fuck? Nice. Oh.
Wow.
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 That's fucking perfect.
Beautiful.
Wow. An AI experiment.
AI
Nice.
experiment.
Wow.
But think
That
about
was
it.
good though. I mean, that
Think
was
about it.
good.
That's not just us talking about what has to happen. Millions of people are probably thinking the same thing, that we finally need to show some violence because
I'm sorry. We can't advocate for that here.
no, we can't advocate for that here, but what we're saying is
Somebody's
we're
advocating.
being pushed in a corner. We're being pushed in a
Donald Trump advocated for it.
That's right.
Yeah, but we ourselves not. But I mean, the thing is,
Well, didn't Donald
you know,
Trump advocate for it?
There was nearly an assassination attempt on Hakeem Jeffries, and it was one of the people Trump pardoned. The J6 rioters was just arrested because he was going to essentially assassinate Hakeem Jeffries. So Trump is the one that's letting out violent people onto our streets.
Right.
Oh, so look, I'm reading this chart. This is interesting because I found this whole chart for every state. So, for
Wait,
instance,
so
here
Mike,
in
what do you
PA,
have to say to that, Mike? That you said we can't advocate.
well, I mean, the thing is, look, I mean, we're all under a microscope at this point. I mean, I mean, you understand that with AI and the systems that they're putting in place. I mean, they're literally creating a situation where there's something that's literally looking at every single thing that we're writing, doing, saying 24/7. And, you know, for most of us, I mean, we have families and we have kids and stuff like that. We can't afford to be pulled into something that is not appropriate, right? And I mean, obviously, I mean, no one is advocating for any of those things. The other side, they're crazy because I think that, the other side we're dealing with are like lunatics and fringe radicals, and that's Trump's side. But we're not that.
Mike,
Well, that's who was in the video, for the record. That video we just played, that was MAGA doing that because they already
Mike,
tried it
I want
once.
you to understand this. People like you who have families and children who want to have a safe world, you've always been the people who were on the sidelines. It was only a few people, when you think about history, it was only the few who really took things and became radicals. And with the few that became radical, things changed. Just like with MAGA. MAGA's not the majority of this country, but they've drastically changed it because they were the loudest. They got Trump in there to do all the things that he's doing, and it wasn't the majority of them, right? But the rest of us who have nothing to lose and who are thinking about, if this thing does not go well in 2026, like everybody's telling us to be patient and work within the system for, something has to change. That's all we're saying here. We're not advocating it, but some things, see, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So something's going to come from all this pressure that's being put on the American people, whether we like it or not, and it's not going to be pretty.
It's I got to be careful with what I say. The reality is, I don't disagree with you that we're coming to a tipping point. We may have already crossed that tipping point. The truth of the matter is that the system itself, I mean, it's like it can't handle it. It's overreacting in places like in Portland and in other states and other cities. And I mean, unfortunately, I'm hoping that, we're not, nothing crazy happens. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it's basically, I don't know. I mean, I can't predict the future. None of us can.
So, Mike, let me push back a little bit. You said you hope nothing crazy happens, but things have already happened. There are women who are unaliving themselves in parking lots because they no longer have body autonomy. Don't you think that's crazy? 350,000+ Black women were fired from their federal jobs when Trump targeted them, and now we have even more thousands of women being fired from their jobs and replaced with YT men. That is economic warfare. We also have people in the streets being snatched with people in masks and dragging them and taking them off to sea camps. Don't you think that we've already passed crazy? We are already past that, Mike. When is it that we respond to this? What do you think we should do? Can you give us
Well-
something delicate to do?
Well, I think Mike
I
makes
don't.
let me just say, I think Mike makes a decent point because especially on here, if you say that, you're going to get rounded up immediately, and then you won't be there to deal with what you need to deal with. And people that come up here, I do drop them because I don't like that, that shit. It paints a target on people's back unnecessarily. And there's going to come a time when that is, who the fuck knows? It's not today,
Yeah.
It's not today. So, I guess organically that kind of shit happens. Like, for example, you take people's food away. What are they going to do? They're going to freak
What
out.
else do you think?
They're
Right.
going to
If you
freak out.
It's the whole bread and circus theory. I mean, look at Nepal. All right. I doubt people were sitting around in fucking TikTok lives going, yeah, we're going to get them. All right. But it just happened because people couldn't take it anymore. And when people can't take it anymore is when people decide to either act rationally or irrationally. And I guess we'll see, which I think is the most anybody here is saying is, I guess we all just got to fucking lock in, hold hands, and watch and find out together. Because shit, they're taking the bread, they're taking the fucking circus. That like it's when my husband and I were talking about this just yesterday, and it went right along with what Maverick said. When the fuck is crazy? And I looked at my husband and I said, remember when you learned about, all these things in history and all these tragic events, and you said, wow, how did people let that happen? I looked at him and I said, look, let's fucking be honest with each other. You and I are the people that are quote unquote letting it fucking happen, right? Because what are we doing? What is happening?
And Mike, if you have a suggestion, we are definitely
Shit,
wanting
we're all
to hear
ears.
any kind of way that will be delicate and within the system. If you can tell us what we could do and how we can come together to combat and destroy what's happening to us, we would love to hear that. Nobody wants to unalive. Nobody wants to be out in the streets doing things. So tell us, enlighten us, please.
I don't want to get
I think
arrested at a protest and sent somewhere. I have 3 kids, but I also don't want those 3 kids to live in a country that is going the way it's going right now. And I'm not going to run. And I can't afford to run. And I wouldn't even if I could, because there are people here that need my goddamn help. And so what do you do? Because I personally can't allow my children to inherit this. I'm supposed to want better for them than I had.
Well, I would say that the first starting point is, and I know this is going to sound really, really establishment, but I think the first thing I would do is I would advocate for and support Mamdani in New York. I mean, because that's the starting point. I think we need to have I agree with you on this. We need to have a revolution in which where we basically get rid of the establishment Democrats and Republicans, and we bring back traditional Americans who want to bring this country back to where it should be. And one of the starting points is getting rid of the corporate side of both parties. And that's where I think that, we can, I'm not saying we have to advocate for every single thing that's on the MAGA side, but at least on America first, we can at least agree that we should be advocating for our own country first. And that starts with basically getting rid of the corporatists and getting rid of the corporate establishments in both parties. Cuomo is the perfect representation of what's wrong with our government. He had done nothing when he was in office. He basically left hundreds of people who were senior citizens in a nursing home during the worst part of C-19. He did all of these things, and that right there shows that, okay, you know what? Our starting point, where we start, is by making sure we can get decent, progressive people into office, and it starts with Mamdani, and it continues from him. He's the beginning. He's not the end.
Go look at the state of Maine for me, because there's a man by the name of Graham Plattner that's running in Maine. He's an oyster farmer. He's a former Marine, former veteran. He was endorsed by Bernie Sanders. he's running up against Suzanne. Well, if he gets the Democratic nomination, he'll be running up against that raggedy ass bitch, Susan Collins, who's also 3,000 years old. He's going to be in a nursing home in about 3 years, right? And so Graham Plattner is great. But the problem, though, is that because he's getting so much momentum with his campaign, Chuck Schumer has just encouraged the governor of Maine, that one lady, to jump into the primary to beat Graham Plattner from getting the nomination.
Crazy.
Yeah.
The governor of Maine, who's just a moderate centrist Democrat.
Yeah, they will unalive this country to preserve their own control.
They'll cut off it's the nose and the face.
And this is, you know, we saw this shit happen when Hillary ran and shoved herself in there. We saw it when Biden ran and pushed them out, and they all fucking colluded with each other to drop out at the same fucking time. We've been trying, and of course, you know, people like me get shit on and told we're the reason that Donald Trump is like, no. These
So this is
corporate
where
fucks.
my idea
These.
comes in.
Let's hear it.
Right? I mean, I've said it in here before. I'll say it in here no matter how many people are in here. If you have the means, the wherewithal, if you are a forward progressive thinker, if you are someone who enjoys public speaking and feels like they can do it successfully, yes, see, Loki's nodding. Look into your local elections, because your flabbers would be gasted if you realized how many of those went uncontested on both Democrat and Republican side, right? Most of the time, your things like treasurer, your things like school board positions and all that, there's just one name on there. And it's just the guy, and it's usually the Republican guy, and he's just sitting there fucking fat and happy because he's got his paycheck no matter the fuck what, because nobody's giving him a run for his money. So give him a run for his money. Ooh, dragon.
Thank you,
give
DJ.
Him a run, quite literally, give him a run for his money, because you don't need to take big PAC money to run in small elections. You can make grassroots money happen. And if anything, you're now going up with people who don't particularly have a lot prepared as far as a campaign goes, because girl, you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, because specifically they haven't had to run up against anybody in the past couple of races. So they're like, oh shit, we have to have a campaign. What do? Just go for the gusto. Go for the local elections. Get progressive people in there. If you know somebody that wants to go in for themselves, go in for them, campaign for them, door knock for them, GoFundMe for them. It's literally, you have to try to get into the places where you can infiltrate, because they're not gonna let a third party happen. They're just fucking not. And none of us have enough money or power to go up against Republicans and fucking Democrats.
We have to all come to the conclusion, and that's on both sides, both MAGA, liberals, conservatives, and Democrats have to all agree that the one thing we will not tolerate is anyone who takes money from AIPAC or signs a pledge of allegiance to Israel. We have to get them out of our government. That is the main thing. Mandami does not pledge anything to Israel. When they were asking, where are you going to go? I'm in New York. I'm running for New York mayor. I'm going to go to Israel. I'm going to go to... He says, I'm going to stay here in New York and talk to some of the local Jewish people. But why should I go to Israel, right? We need people who are going to stand on business for the people. Most of these people in, 98% of our Congress are bought and sold by the nation state of Israel. And that's a major problem in this. So how do you feel about that, Mike? Do you think that should be one thing that we all agree? If you are getting money from AIPAC, or you are a person who's pledging allegiance like Cancun Cruz, who said his number one reason for getting into Congress is to be the biggest defender of Israel. Who does that? Who says that? Do you agree with that, Mike?
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's the whole point. I mean, that's IPAC or AIPAC is an example. It's not the all end all be all. I mean, it's one. You know, anybody who's coming out as publicly as Ted Cruz in support of that should not be able to run for another election. And that includes anybody who supports the defense lobby, anyone that supports and the insurance lobby or any of these other lobbies, they're not qualified to be president, qualified to be in a
That's
public
right.
office. You're supposed to be advocating for your people. And what that means is, Mamdani's answer, the reason why so many people, I think, were completely bought into lock, stock, and barrel, that is exactly what they wanted to hear. They didn't want to hear, yeah, I'm also going to go to Jerusalem as well. I mean, nobody's, you're not.
Like, how the fuck does that help us here in America?
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. How the fuck that has nothing to do with us?
And that's the reason why I think that, he really clinched the nomination from that one single statement. Everyone else was completely tone deaf and not understanding that the American people, not just New Yorkers, the American people are sick of this. They do not want to have someone sitting there supporting another foreign country or another foreign agenda. They want people to defend themselves. They want someone advocating for America. And that is one of the things that we're not seeing. And I think that,
Especially
Mamdani
when you
fought.
claim to be America first. That's what blows my fucking mind. They're the party of America first. Let's talk about, because the Democrats, we get that
I'm America first.
They fucking
I'm
capitulate
America
to
first.
Israel too. But especially the right, they pander so hard to them and they capitulate so fucking hard to baby Netanyahu. And it makes no fucking sense because who first? The fuck?
But we now know that it's not because of religion. It's because that the state of Israel has the receipts on these.
Thank you,
They groom our Congress people when they're freshmen and take them there. And then they get them in different various positions where they can videotape them in different states with
That's
children.
right.
Or they can ride on their backs like Cory Booker was buck dancing with Rabbi Shmuley, who now sells 45-inch black schlongs with his daughter. This is why we are so compromised.
They're kosher. They're kosher dildos.
You did not just play into the film. I'm done. I quit. I quit.
Well, yeah, and I agree with you guys.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Sky.
It drives me insane, though. I want to know who the fuck in New York City is legitimately voting for Cuomo as a Democrat. Who are these
People in the
fucking
tunnels
Democrats?
in
Who are these
Brooklyn.
white liberal Democrats that are in the Democratic Party? How the fuck did they get here? Why are they voting with us? We
They
have to
got there
do
through the
something about
tunnels
this.
in Brooklyn.
I was just reading something about how Barack Obama wanted to get rid of those tax-exempt college savings accounts that a lot of rich people use to save up for college, and they're tax-exempt, so they cost the government money. The day he announced that they were thinking about getting rid of it, all of these affluent white liberals from around the country emailed and called the Obama White House begging them to not do it, and sure enough, by the next day they dropped the proposal. We have a lot of that white liberal nonsense in our party, I feel like, and there's a lot of voters. It's not just Republican voters, it's not just the politicians, it's the voters that vote to keep zoning laws in place in places like LA and Boston so that affordable housing.
Just got a helmet.
Right. But it's a lot of these affluent white liberals that keep these zoning laws in place in places like LA and Boston so that we can't build affordable housing because they don't want damn poor people to bring down their damn property values, right? It drives me insane, the hypocrisy I see from people on the left. Obviously, I'm not a Republican. I'll never be a Republican. But I think the Democratic Party really needs to clear house.
Yep, and then you have meow.
You missed your helmet.
I did miss it. Thank you for the helmet and the kitty, whatever that was. Let me see. Pinch face. Interesting. Anyway, and then the other Democrats do shit like this, or people they claim to be. They'll go after other Democrats who aren't establishment and say shit like this.
Oh, look, the professional victim strikes again.
She got a fucking, pinch
If
face.
Look at that hairline.
On the internet, you could at least be honest with them.
Yeah.
This who's torturing him.
Yeah.
But like I said, once again,
Yeah, let me play the
she's
let me play the
recording
other
this.
one. Let me play the
Tell her
other
that
one.
the only inflation she has to worry about is her fucking forehead.
This is what she said right before the PayPal account was taken down. Listen.
Yep.
And while I can't prove that she did it, I mean, put two and two together.
But hey, since you're so interested in finding common ground, I want you to know we have found common ground. The common ground is that you hit them in the pockets where it really hurts.
And then my PayPal gets taken down. These are the so-called people who are allies. I'm an ally, creating safe spaces.
Now hold on a second, because I'm a cunt. Okay, we all know that. Hi, resident fucking cunt here, but like that's just nasty and mean and wicked, and I don't understand malintent like that. Like, even if I don't agree with somebody, I'm still not, as somebody who's in the same fucking working class as that person, gonna try to fuck with anybody's money in the year of fucking Payless Putin's 2025.
Payless Putin.
Okay? So, like, the fucking, like, I would rather be the cunt that I am all fucking day and rest my fucking head on my fucking pillow at night, knowing that I may be a cunt, but I'm not a fucking rat thief. And I'm not fucking my fucking working class
Yeah,
fellows.
she's trying to hurt my kids, trying to hurt my wife. She went around, well, I don't know if it was her, but a group of people decided to tell people that my wife was a felon, which is not true. My wife has never even gotten a fucking parking ticket. Yet that didn't stop them from telling people she was a felon.
And then she lost her job.
And then she lost her job.
So that's why before he's
And-
never, asked people to really contribute.
Right.
But these people possibly got his wife to lose her job. And then 2 days later, the dirty cunt bitch, Paula, started competing lives. That's why I went off that day with people telling me how horrible I was for doing that. But I believe in loyalty. I believe you don't cut people and stab them while they're down. But this bitch needs to go visit a plastic surgeon and ask him to introduce her hairline back to her eyebrows, because her fucking hairline is running from her. But she's made videos with me on his live as well. She's made videos with me on the live talking. You, Pyrie, I think was on that page, on her page.
Yes! Oh my God, what
Anybody-
was I saying?
Yes.
I'm famous.
Well, no,
I'm
because
thinking
only
that
12
big-
people saw
I'm
it.
thinking that big bubbly head could be used as a bowling
Okay,
ball
I'm
at the
still
bowling alley.
famous. That's 12 more people than saw me yesterday. Bitches.
Another person who can put the whole of Gaza on her fucking head and move all the residents to live on top of her big ass forehead.
Right.
Bitch.
Her
Oh my God,
Taylor Swift and E.T.'s granddaughter. They're all siblings.
E.T.'s granddaughter. So I said maybe they're saying she's a felon because it's a crime you got someone that good. Boom.
Oh, damn.
Put that in your
Mic
video.
drop. And on that note, no.
Yeah, well, technically the live is over. We did reach the $50 an hour goal, so thank you for that. Siren, vroom, vroom, motherfucker, vroom, vroom.
There you go.
Too real.
I just have to
Too real.
make these things up on the fly. I don't even know what I'm going to do, but thank you, for that helmet. I appreciate it. And to everybody that has gifted and sent stuff. I guess, Hobie, I should thank you for doubling what I did the day before. So...
but here's the thing.
if your
And
goal
you
was
say
to
you-
hit me in the pocketbook, thanks for putting money in there. Thank you.
say that, but let me tell you how serious this is. When they start reporting on your different accounts, that is absolute where they're stalking you, they're terrorizing you. When they report and got your PayPal, because on the live yesterday, everybody was asking for different cash apps and PayPal. He had over 100, 200, sometimes 300. I've noticed that you have been stagnant on this live today. So they're doing something. Now we have to figure out how do we go after her? And we talk to TikTok and let them know that you have someone who is actively stalking you.
They
They're
won't do
making
shit.
Videos of you, and I know you're recording this too, bitch. And so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna find out how to get you back. Oh, King Tut. We're gonna find out how to get you
walk
back.
like a fucking Egyptian.
Thank you.
I didn't know what else to do.
And so we have to take this seriously. Don't just ignore this, because this has been going on for 6 months so far, right? And when your numbers were down in the 30s, you weren't being bothered with. when you weren't getting gifts and things, soon as you start getting successful again and people start telling you how great your show, this shit happens where she's popping up with videos, recording all the people on the panel, doing her little dumb shit instead of going to seek out a plastic surgeon who can drag that hairline, bitch, back down to your eyebrows. That's what you need to be doing, not fucking and stalking people. So you need to find out how to you report a person who is in a group who is absolutely actively stalking you, lying on you, slandering you, and things of that nature, because it does affect his bottom dollar. Suppose we come back tomorrow and he doesn't have a fucking Cash App or a Venmo. That is unacceptable. We have to find out why this bitch is doing this and tell her to get over herself, because this is unacceptable.
Yeah, and Megamind needs to be told to go back up to outer space. Megamind. Yeah.
Megamind?
Megamind. With that big ass head. Look at the Telosians from Star Trek.
I'm drinking Magateers. I was drinking Magateers there. That's
Look
awesome.
at
I've
the
never seen that.
Telosians from Star Trek, the big-headed people, and put that on your screen. That's your family, bitch. You like E.T.'s granddaughter, also known as Candace Owens, need to go back home. But the Telosians, look them up on the Star Trek, the early Star Trek. That's her mother and father. Show those people with the big ass heads.
Hold on. Let me show
All
that.
all the bitches are always from outer space. I've noticed. It's always a trend.
Well, and one thing I noticed is that her forehead does not crease. So I think there's like some getting that MAGA Botox going on. She working on the MAGA face.
She needs to get some lip filler next so she can fit her whole lips around the city of Portland.
Actually, a cone head wearing a wig.
I hope she recorded that poet.
Oh my God, that's fucking funny.
Head wearing a wig.
Oh
Bitch,
my
did you hear
God.
that? Now, I want you to take that and record that. You are a fucking cone head, bitch, with a wig. You got a lace front on, ho, but it's not on the front. It's on the top of your fucking head.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like I've she opened up her account, so I went through it and I saw a bunch of people that I know that are friends with her, mutual friends. And so I'm those are the people, when I see that, I'm just they can just go fuck themselves. I hate to be that way.
Nope.
But I just look, if you're going to be friends with somebody who's this unstable and doing this to your own people, and like you're okay with that, and you talk about accountability, we got to hold ourselves accountable. We'll hold her accountable, I guess, and ostracize her from the group. If you don't, then that's because you support it. Right.
But and once again, it's not about somebody just making videos of you. They're actively getting shit shut down.
In real life.
Stifling your numbers. They're getting your lives to be banned, because you usually definitely have more people than you do today. But because of your success yesterday, and everybody was on here, and the day before, you had a lot of success. Now your numbers are back down to these low numbers because they're actively trying to shut your things down, taking away your pay accounts and things of that nature. That is unacceptable. And you need to figure out how you can get an attorney or figure something out to get her, or talk to your agent to put a stop to it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So, and see, that's what I did. I'm like, we need to figure out who these people are, because at that point they were just lying about my wife, which is defamation. And so the only alternative is to sue that person, since I don't know who this person is. I asked people to find them and DM me if they could figure out who they were. And, and now, so she's claiming victimhood from that. He sent a bunch of strangers after me. No, I didn't. No, I fucking didn't. I mean, the alternative is to pay a fucking private and get investigator to do it. How the fuck do you sue somebody who's doing that if you don't know who it is? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe
in the Mormon Church, there is a tragic event that happened in their history called the Mormon Mountain Massacre or something like that. I don't know. So there was a massacre.
It's called the Meadow Day Massacre. It happened with Brigham Young.
Yeah. And what happened was the Mormons came into that area and they were like, we're the only true church and we are the best and you're going to have to join us and everybody's going to join us and you're going to and we are the only true church. And people got sick of them and did that massacre. And it's like, that's what the Christians are doing right now. Like, they're pretending like they're victims when they're going around bragging, which is the lack of humility, forcing Christianity on everybody, which is against God's will. Like, he's all about choice. Like, you choose to follow him or you don't. And it's just like they're crazy. And when we push back and say, no, we don't want it, then all of a sudden there's an anti-Christian sentiment in the country. It's like they're playing victims when they're trying to force things on us. It's really icky.
Yeah. And I want to point out real quick to my point earlier. Let me put this up there. If you notice the distance between crease and eyebrow, I mean, I don't know what that's about, but
Oh my God, Lex Luthor. She looks like Lex Luthor.
And I would never ever make fun of or poke fun at the way somebody looks, but this lady is it's too much.
Well, if she doesn't want people treating her mean, then she shouldn't be mean. Like, you get back the energy you give, and that's the thing. It's like, don't. If you want to be treated kindly, treat other people kindly. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you.
And to reiterate, this is because all of this started because I removed her as a mod.
Yep. Oh, wow. That's just ridiculous.
And then they went and they found old shit, and then they created this whole persona about me being a transphobe and a misogynist and a racist and a fascist. She even called me MAGA once. I'm like, I come up here every fucking day, 5 days a week or whatever, and you still think I'm MAGA? Like, what the fuck? That is ridiculous.
And
Dehumanizing me to justify her shitty behavior.
Both Jonathan and I got secret messages about not going back on his platform, and then maybe 5 months, a month ago, I was alive in the middle of the night with people. This bitch comes in the live. This person that he won't let me say her name, but I'm about to say it. Comes Hobie. Fuck that bitch.
Well, her name is Hobie. Yeah.
Chrome Dome. Comes in the live and harasses me in the chats. Oh, but you support liberal loudmouth, and he's a transphobe. He hates black people. This is 3:00 in the morning in somebody else's life. I'm like, and so I said, well, you know what? Let's go on his platform and discuss this. Oh, I don't support misogynists. Oh, I don't support people who are trans. I said, you know what? It sounds to me like you're in love with him, and you don't. She never said another word. So I knew it was an obsession. I didn't know who this person was.
It's interesting how she says that he hates black people as if now she's speaking for the black community or something. Like, that's what gets me. Like, oh yeah, Miss Chrome Dome's gonna be the next W.E.B. Du Bois, right? Like, oh.
Right. Okay, Malcolm X, Hobie X. Okay, bitch. Right. We got it, and it's not even about us, because you guys are all gonna be on her live next. It's about him. Whatever it is that he has, this girl is, I can see her showing up at his door with a boiled rabbit from Fatal Attraction, because something's wrong with this person. This is literally 6 months down the road. What she's doing is up front, but I've told him before on his live, you got a lot of people that come up on this panel, and Lib does not listen to people tell him who are your fucking enemy. And
so
I
there's
said this out front.
a church.
There are people who need to be making maple syrup and churning butter in the fucking Canadian Sea where they fucking belong. A lot of them are fucking, that bitch need to be having one of them clogs on while he's churning the butter and making some maple syrup. I don't like anybody who I feel is a traitor to this live. And I say that because a lot of them can do it. They can continue to report. They work together. They make lives that compete. And those people are dangerous as far as I'm concerned.
Now, when you said the clogs and smashing stuff, it reminded me of this. Let's watch.
They're filled with grapes. What kind of grapes? These are filled with Chambourcin grapes, and the winner this Saturday, who's stopping music, eating international foods, having wine tours and tastings, vineyard tours, seminars, arts and crafts. It's a lot of fun, a whole day. Stop.
When you said that, that's all I could think about. She said, stop.
But can you believe that people really drink wine when people have their feet in it? I have never been a drinker.
No wonder why I.
Yeah.
No wonder why I puke every time I drink wine. Every time I drink wine in the past, I always end up puking my guts out. No wonder why.
Oh my God.
You got Paula Dean
That's
speed
that-
that are fucking in it.
It's that Hobie toe fungus. She's in there smashing your grapes with the clodhoppers. Oh my God.
Don't forget about these Australians too. There's a lot of nasty, rude Aussies that are on this app that say horrible things, and every time we get into fights with the Maverick, always tells them to go fight a gang of kangaroos in the subdivision or something like
Gang
that. It's fucking
kangaroos.
Listen,
That's
I had
fucking
this.
funny.
There was this one person. She was Aussie. They're very, very anti LGBTQ. But I told that, and we were talking about the AB situation, and I said on the live, I hope you get gang raped by a pack of kangaroos, and when you're forced to have your babies, they come out with long back legs and 2 short arms. People went crazy, like as if that's possible for this. And I said, I hope they're all 10 of them hopping around your fucking house. Oh, you want me to get gang raped? I'm like, these people are insane.
That was the funniest shit I've ever heard. There was also that one Aussie bitch that was on the live that was arguing with me, you, and our other friend, and and we kept telling her to go clean up the Great Barrier Reef for us, bitch, because her country destroyed it.
That's funny.
Jonathan and I have had fights with people like this. People that we have loved have turned on us, so we know what you're going through, Liv.
Oh yeah,
had out, just all kinds of shadow banning of his lives, because John Sky used to do live, and all kinds of evil, demonic stuff that these people do, and most of them are not MAGA. That's why I appreciate MAGA. I like my racists with their hoods on and their robes. I love them because they at least have a position. They're not sneaky. They're not hiding behind
That's
they're
right.
out front. I appreciate that. I really do.
Yeah, because I actually quoted, like, as a matter of fact, I'm going to pull it up here. I put it in Discord. It was very timely for this quote here. I think I put it in the main chat. Let me do a search.
And talk to your agent and see if you have any shadows on your thing, because
Yeah, so let me read this. We see masses of black people who are thoroughly fed up with the deceit of the so-called white liberals, or the white so-called liberals. White liberals who have posed as our friends, white liberals who have been eager to point out that the white man in the South is doing to our people while they themselves are doing the same thing to us here in the North. They've been making a great fuss over the South only to blind us to what is happening in the North. And now that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has opened the eyes of America's 20 million blacks, we can easily see that this white fox here in the North is even more cruel and more vicious than the white wolf in the South. The Southern wolves always let you know where they stand, but these Northern foxes pose as white liberals. They pose as your friend, as your benefactor, as your employer, as your landlord, as your neighborhood merchant, as your lawyer. They use integration for infiltration. They infiltrate all your organizations, and in this manner, by joining you, they strangle your militant efforts towards true freedom. Called them the fucking foxes, and that's exactly what we're seeing here.
And listen, this election was one that really showed black people, because a lot of those white T liberal women went in that booth and they voted for Trump, or they protest voted. They turned on us again. That's why when you hear the 92% of black women and 80+% of black men say, we're going to sit all these protests out because we did what we were supposed to do collectively. People have gotten angry and so we need to be out there. No, we've done what we're supposed to do. You all continue to stab us in the back. And that's what that's what you just read is absolutely still happening as we speak.
Yep. It is.
And one last thing. I said it was ironic that the irony of this indigenous man be having white women try to take away food from his family and stop him from being able to survive. So they still have their ancestors' blood in them and they don't even realize it.
Yep. Yeah, and that similar shit is what happened in the Tulsa race riot. Is a white lady on an elevator
Oh,
claimed
yeah.
that the guy had like groped her or something when he had slipped apparently into the elevator.
He probably stepped on her foot, and she was like, "Oh,
Right.
he tried to, you know, yeah."
Yep, white liberals. They're your best friend, and you should make sure that they come to your parties all the time so they can tell you exactly what you're doing wrong.
Well, and here's the thing that fires me up about the Tulsa thing is I was reading that there is so much tension in that area because those white people that lived on the outside of the district that they lived in hated seeing Black Americans drive around in their fancy cars. They hated seeing prosperous, wealthy Black-owned banks and businesses and things of that matter. And that's because they didn't just hate Black people, they hated Black success and Black people thriving. That created so much envy because they're on the outside and they can barely get by, you know, because they suck, right? And so whenever it
That's how
comes
they
to
wound
a
up
lot
at the
of these
reservoir in Central Park.
a lot of these mediocre white people are tamed by the elites by getting tricked into taking their mediocrity or their anger out on Black people, on trans people, on people in the LGBTQ people. That's how they feel better about themselves and
Tell
their
them what
mediocre
Nixon said,
nature.
Sky. Tell them
Oh,
Nixon's,
you mean Johnson? Johnson with
Johnson's
the, yeah.
quote. Johnson's
Oh,
famous
if he gets the lowest white man, that he's better than the best person of color. He won't notice you're picking his pocket. Give him somebody to look down upon, and he'll empty his pockets for you. I wish more people would bring up that quote in politics because I feel like that literally sums up the Republican Party today more than anything. You
I don't know if you've ever heard me say it, but liberals heard me, Tibbs heard me say it. I've said it in here 1,000 times. I've said it 1,000 times over, and I'll say it again. The one lie, the best lie that America planted in the seed of white men, specifically, planted in their heads, was that it's okay for them to be poor as long as they're not Black.
Right.
As long as they're not brown, as long as you're not them, because look how they're treated. And if we let them get any kind of power, that's how they're going to treat us. And so white people fearing Black excellence is how we wound up with the water reservoir in Central Park and a couple of other ponds and lakes and water reservoirs that we have around the United States of America.
Everybody is complaining right now about Chicago. Oh, crime in Chicago, it's so bad. Everyone's getting assaulted, right? People don't realize that crime in Chicago is not ubiquitous across the entire city of Chicago. It's usually concentrated in 2 to 3 areas that have been historically divested by the U.S. government. The government is historically segregated. They have historically redlined. They have historically discouraged businesses from going in there and investing.
Except for liquor stores. More liquor stores. We need more liquor stores right over there.
Right. So the
chicken
Well, I
places.
saw that
people
in Memphis.
wait. Well, I was just gonna make a point. People don't realize that the South Side of Chicago was burned down in 1919 when the white race riots, when white mobs went around and started burning down Black communities. The South Side of Chicago was burned down, and 10,000 Black families were left homeless. Right. So that's why the South Side of Chicago faces issues, and the country has never taken the correct step forward to rectify it. I get really pissed off when people bring up statistics about Black crime and crime in Chicago or neighborhoods or whatever, right? Because it's like they're deliberately leaving out context in history.
And don't forget,
Well, that's just how Memphis is too.
They never talk about
Real quick, I want to give a shout out to I. You've been gifting so many cool shit things, so I really appreciate it. I is yup, by the way.
Oh, hey, yup.
Oh, I is yup is I. I yup.
Yeah. So shout out. I didn't realize it. I remember this account, but it didn't dawn on me until you started laughing.
I Republican too?
Yes.
So
What
say you, I?
Yes.
What say you with all these liberals?
Oh gosh, I feel like I could be pounced on any second now. No, I'm kidding.
Get him!
No, I actually want to
fangs are
say
ready.
one of the reasons I continue going on this live is because I think it's pretty I think a lot of people here are fair, or you're balanced. You keep an open mind, but also I agree, especially on the economic front, with a lot of issues that you agree on. I agree that trickle down economics doesn't work. I think it used to, in the 1970s, but in an increasingly globalized economy, it just doesn't, right? We end up growing other countries' middle class instead of ours, and I think that's part of the problem. I did want to add, if I may, to I think there was a conversation on like white versus black. Don't want to mischaracterize it, but I used to teach in an inner city school that was, so I'm Latino. It was 20% Latino, I think 30% or 40% black, and then the rest, Caucasian. And I remember I would go to a faculty lounge, and there was this teacher that was kind of like frustrated with his students. And I looked at the students, and they were predominantly black. And I'm like, okay, what's the frustration? It's like, I don't know why I have to continue, hammering this content to these kids, because we know statistically they'll never make it. And then that kind of opened my eyes to a lot of things, but that also kind of hurt, because I was wondering, I'm like, what if that were my kid, and I had a teacher behind my back saying that about me? And I just, and that's why I'll conclude with this. I think it's about access to equal opportunity, because I used to think that it did exist for everyone, and now I'm increasingly, seeing that it doesn't. So,
Are you still a Republican?
The Great Awakening.
You said something interesting. You said that you were Latino.
Yes.
Is that right? So you're a fascinating creature to me. Just
Oh, no.
just like Blagga and Faggas.
I need to be
very
protected.
I want to understand why you, a person whose people are being rounded up like trash in the streets, how you could still think of yourself as a conservative and a Republican. Well, how does your brain work that out?
Yeah, so I don't agree with how it's being done. I agree with the enforcement of the law, but I find how it's being done to be deplorable, because to your point, I feel like they're being treated like animals, and it speaks to human dignity. So I'm not a fan. I think I would echo what H.W. and Reagan used to say. It's like, look, we understand this is an issue. We also understand that a lot of these individuals are coming from countries that have 40, 50% unemployment rates, right? Because they're looking for better economic means to sustain their family, and we have to show compassion to that. And they were open to the idea of perhaps them paying some sort of like penalty like down the road, but at least not kicking them while they were down. So no, I don't support this administration's policy on ICE.
Can you guys hear me?
You're a little low.
I
Still
can.
low. Damn it! I even
You're better now.
I uninstalled the
There we
app
go.
and then installed it. At any rate, Mav.
Oh, that's
I mean,
perfect, Tony. Whatever you're doing right now is perfect.
Thank you, guys, and I apologize. You mentioned something about 70s and the trickle down, and things were pretty good then. I remember the 70s. Mav, I'm sure you do too. I mean, Jesus, wasn't it gas lines, odd and even days?
Hello.
Right?
I
Yes.
think
It wasn't-
1980s.
It wasn't such a great time.
I think he meant the
So
late.
what are you
I think
talking
he meant
about, the
the.
70s?
Well,
I think he meant the late 1980s, because trickle down really came in or I would say the end of the very, very end of the 1970s, going into the 1980s.
Right.
In the end of the 1980s, the economy started to recover, not really because of trickle down. It was really because of the Federal Reserve finally lowering interest rates, right? The interest rates peaked at 20% in 1981, thanks to Paul Volcker, because they were trying to get rid of the stagflation that had been plaguing the American economy for like 15 years, right? And so as the economy reset, people started to feel some momentum in the short term, but because of trickle down, in the
91?
long term, it was absolute shit.
I think there was a crash in 90 or 91.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every 7 to 10 years, we've had some kind of crash or bubble pop or something like it. It's a cycle of what we do here. It's like it's built into the system to relieve tension, but we're getting to the point where it's all going to fucking collapse at some point without some, manner of propping it up. I mean, look at how much money we've had to pump into the system to keep these fucking corporations afloat because they're too big to fail.
I'm just of the thought that I feel like politicians just run on problems. So as long as if they don't have any problems to solve, then it works against them. So they
don't solve them because they know they can't run on it if they don't have a problem. That's
So
fucking
so
ain't
then
right.
so then what I'm tackling with personally, and I'm doing some soul searching on this, is like I've always believed in unlimited government for that reason, because I feel like if the government were limited in scope, at least the Fed, not the state, that there'd be less problems for them to run on.
You know what I want to ask Eli? Can we count on you in 26 and in 28?
Push the pendulum just a little bit back the other way, please.
I would look.
just a smidge.
I would say, look, yes, but with an asterisk, and let me directly explain that. If someone like a Sanders, who is, I don't know, he stands for. I think he's a pretty honest, open person. I may not agree with his policies, but I think he genuinely believes what he says. And so,
And he's
someone
not
like that,
bullshitting you. He's
yeah,
not bullshitting you.
or someone like a Jon Stewart that I think was mentioned on the the other
Yesterday.
day. Someone who comes off as kind of like pure, like someone that you could kind of trust.
So let's be
Jon
honest.
Stewart is a Zio.
Okay,
No.
Well, I was gonna say, not only that, I think that we have to see the whole Jon Stewart thing, and
He's
I'm
a
not
Zio, honey.
comparing them.
He's a
I'm not
Zio.
comparing Jon
not being
Stewart and Donald
realistic.
Trump in like personality. I'm not comparing them in any way, shape, or form. But look at what they said with Trump. Oh, he looks kind of like you could have a fucking beer with the guy, and
They
and
said
he's
that
gonna
about
change
W
the
too.
status quo because he's not a politician, and blah blah blah. And now we have people who are saying the same fucking thing about Jon Stewart. Well, he feels like you could have a beer with the guy because he's always honest, and he's not a politician, and he can change the status quo. Fucking no. Maybe, just maybe, we get progressives who know politics, because I'm
Great.
not going to a fucking podiatrist to get my fucking tooth pulled. Maybe, just
Okay,
maybe,
so
we stop like endorsing people
okay,
who
so
don't
let's
know
be
fucking
realistic.
politics.
Let's be realistic. They're not going to put Bernie in, and it's not going to put Jon Stewart in. So
Right.
my question to I still stands, dude. Are you going to be with us? Are you going to be with us or what?
I mean, look, I wouldn't vote for another Trump administration as it stands.
Or a Vance?
But or Vance, I think I could say that. So, but
Thank you.
I can.
Don Jr.
Oh yeah, we got to eliminate all of them.
So, but I can't commit, for obvious reasons, right?
It depends on who's running.
But you never answered my
you guys-
question. What made you, a person who says that you're Latino, what is it about the MAGA? Because you voted for Trump, is that correct? This
Correct.
time.
Yep.
What made you, with all the history of this person, decide he's better than that woman? What made you think that?
I think it was less of the history, and it's more of the economic approach. Like I knew that AI was going to economically disrupt the job sector under both administrations, more so over Trump because of the tariffs. But I do believe in economically enticing companies and wealthy individuals to come to the U.S. because I feel like there's this economic struggle or war to try to bring as much investment into one's country as possible, because in this era of AI and robotics, I feel like the country who does that will experience the less job disruptions. So that's the part where I felt
It doesn't make any sense.
No, I was going to say
What
I'm
you just
confused.
said doesn't make one bit of sense.
Yeah.
I'm
Your
confused.
vote.
Well, it's so
wanna keep it
one thing I
factual.
like about Yup is that he is open to talk about things, and I've seen Yup go and think about, and I don't remember what it was, and then come back and be like, I see what you're saying, and you changed your opinion on it based on that. I don't. Do you remember what that was? Yep, because I think that was when we started talking on
I
Discord.
remember him saying that, but
Yeah.
he still
Yeah.
didn't answer my question. That wasn't my question.
The tax pool, right? So for me, it was about increasing the tax pool. So I'm for lowering rates if I see a path for there to be a greater tax base to tax. So what I mean by that is if it goes from 1 billion at a 20% rate, but then you lower the tax rate to 18% from 20, and it goes from 1 billion to 1.3 billion, then what happens is you end up generating more in tax revenue because you incentivize, people to come to the U.S. and to invest in the U.S. and that can flow to federal programs.
So we know that's not happening
So-
right now. But
Yeah.
I want to also ask you. Wait, I'm sorry, Positivity, because you didn't answer my question. You decided to, since you're saying it's about the tax rate, not care about women's rights, not care about people being possibly taken off the streets and shackled and sent off to camps, because they talked about that. And we knew that that was going to happen, that innocent people. None of that mattered to you. None of the 34 convicted felons, none of the child grapes and all that. Only the taxes. Is that what you're saying to us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So, I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. So,
Yeah.
I guess in regards to the immigration, I don't think I expected him to be as harsh. So I expected him to enforce the law, but I think he's more aggressively
He
doing that.
was taking children from their parents, his first administration, and locking children up and damaging families and having parents sign adoption papers for their children when they didn't even know what they were signing. And you didn't expect him to be just this cruel?
Well, in fairness,
what's the
that
matter
this
with
happened under previous administrations. This is just more aggressively
No, it
what's
didn't.
going on, and the difference.
No, it didn't.
Well, hold on a second. I can provide proof to that. But the
No,
glaring
you
difference.
can't. You're in Bannon universe. You're being
Well,
trained by
I mean,
Steve
that's-
Bannon. You're being brainwashed by him, and you're being taught statistics in a very strange manner. First of all, the tax thing. I mean, just listening to you, I know you don't know anything about economics, and you have no idea what you're talking about, and you're just reiterating some points that somebody has given you.
Well, that's funny because I'm a CPA and tax consultant, but go for it. You see, this is the issue. I mean, and we're having a respectful conversation. I think the issue is you can't just assume that about me just because you don't agree with a point. If you were to look at revenue over the years, has tax revenue gone up or down, even though the tax rates have gone down?
Well, what makes tax revenue go up or down?
Well, first, who's subject to the tax? So if you increase the amount of your tax pool, the amount of individuals and corporations subject to the tax, that goes up. So
What happened to the tax revenue under the Biden administration?
What happened to the tax revenue under the Biden administration?
Yep. What happened to the tax revenue under the Biden administration?
I'm assuming it took a dip and then went back up.
Nope, you're wrong. It didn't. And you know why it didn't?
Because we're under the Trump tax plan.
It didn't because Biden talked openly about raising the minimum wage across the country to $15 an hour. And so a lot of companies, in order to avoid that or whatever, they went ahead and gave employees raises. And a lot of localities raised.
I do remember that,
the
and
minimum-
also the great quitting that when everybody was
the minute
quitting.
the wage is raised, the minute somebody's making $15 an hour instead of $7 an hour, you've doubled your tax revenue.
That is true as well.
So your entire premise, when you're voting for a party that wants to repress the minimum wage, wants to repress the taxes on the super wealthy, and wants to tax like most Americans more, even though we know the problem isn't the tax rate, the problem is that the wages have not kept up with the inflation for more than a decade now.
I'm gonna dispute a lot of what you said. And this is how I'm gonna do it. So this is tax revenue over the years. So
Give me a
you
second.
see
I'll
what-
put it up. Okay, here we go. All right, now go ahead.
Yeah. So you see when it took a dip, right? So receipts of trillions of dollars, the revenue, but then it goes up then to my point, it went down, right?
That's
It went down, and then it went back up.
wait.
But you
What
see-
year is that? I can't even tell what
okay.
year that is.
So let's go. So where the dip occurred was in 2023, right? And then it went back up in 2024, and it's continued to go up. You see?
That's the future, hon.
2024.
That's not. Yeah, that's
2024,
33.
Joe Biden was still president.
No, I understand, but the statement I made was what about tax revenue? It was the fact that it took a dip, went back up, right?
But look right after he was
Now,
elected.
what is the title of that?
Look at when Trump was
Receipts of
president. When
US
Trump was
government-
president from
Hold on one
16 to 20, look at how low the tax revenue was.
Okay, so that's just general
Then Biden
tax
gets
revenue.
in,
Yeah, this
and
is
it
just general tax
spikes
revenue.
up.
Okay.
And it spikes up. So even at the lowest point, Biden's revenue was greater than Trump's.
Yeah,
But the claim I was making was that
No.
tax revenue has gone up, has it not?
No,
Look at
you
this chart.
were
Has it gone up or not?
claiming that it took a dip during the Biden administration, but even the dip was much higher than any point in the Trump administration.
Well, I mean, it did take a dip first, and then it went
That
back
is
up.
correct. Yeah, because look, real quick. Go to 2016, and I guess you could even go to 2017 because really that's when Trump stuff would have started taking
and it
hold.
went flat.
It was
like
pretty,
bear
yeah. It
spray.
is pretty flat there, and then right after Biden gets into office, which would be 2021, it had started to go down, and of course this would have been from COVID, also. You know, that little dip there, and then it started going up, and the rest of that, however, is estimation because we haven't reached 2034
Yes,
yet.
exactly. They're extrapolating.
So,
and
but do you
correct.
see the point?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, tax revenue was generally flat, even by your own thing, and then went up after Biden.
Yeah, so your argument is ridiculous.
No,
But-
it's not. Well, here's why.
But
it's not
we
ridiculous.
were under Trump's tax policy still.
Yes, we were still under Trump's tax policy, and it spiked, right?
Because the tax break for the poor ended. The tax break on the poor went up and up and up, but then the tax rate on the rich went down.
Right.
So what you're talking about, that none of that has anything to do with
what do
Democrats.
you mean with the tax
But
break?
but what
You're
you
still
see in the great big climb there when Biden gets in is a raise in wages, a raise in the average wages. So you saw a huge spike up because wages went up dramatically when Biden took office. And then the tax cuts for the average American ended. And so you see tax revenue going up because we don't get that tax break anymore.
Well, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was set to expire under this Trump administration, right?
Right. He
So,
made the taxes go up every year though, so that it would look like under the Biden administration that Biden had raised taxes on the individual, which he didn't because it wasn't even his tax plan. So he knew he was going to lose in 2020. His immigration policies were unpopular, so were his economic policies, and his handling of COVID just sealed it. He lost in 2020, but he had designed the tax plan to go for the next 5 years beyond his territory to when he might possibly have another chance at getting in.
Right.
And the whole time that Biden was president, it was like, my taxes are going up. Oh my God, prices, inflation, all this stuff is just bad Biden policy. When in truth, like he just said yesterday or the day before yesterday, our economy's thriving. We've done $18 trillion in economic activity this year. Well, Biden's last couple of years in office through the CHIPS and Science Act and the infrastructure and all of that, we were doing 26 to 29 trillion. So we've actually lost 10 trillion a year under the Trump policies.
And then you take into account, because I even forgot about this, the enforcement that Biden was doing. Remember when they complained about him hiring all those IRS agents, which was to go after wealthy people because it's so fucking expensive to dig around their books, as you would probably know, being a tax accountant, what have you. So, that also would have had let's see, ramped up its efforts to recover unpaid taxes from millionaires. It collected more than 1.1 billion from 1,600 wealthy Americans with known but unpaid tax debts in 2024 fiscal year, up from just 38 million a year earlier. Wow.
Okay, yup. Poetivity chewed you up, and so did Liberal on that one.
No.
You said you could also prove to us that the having babies in cages and taken away from their parents was under Obama. Can you prove that to us?
Yeah, so let me take a step back. You said I was chewed up on a point. So what I said was tax revenue went up over the years. And was that correct or was that incorrect?
It's right.
You were incorrectly attaching it to a Republican
No.
choice.
That I
Yes, you
never
were
said that.
incorrectly attaching it to your
No,
Republican
the
vote. You
argument-
voted for Republicans because you believe in a broader tax base. I listened to you. And more tax revenue coming in. For what? I don't know, because they're cutting all the services. I don't know what you want them to spend tax money on. Obviously not the homeless that you guys were complaining about.
Sure.
Or
Let me repeat what I said.
introducing inflation. Or getting housing for people.
Well,
None of the things that you complained about as Republicans are being paid for by the government. Only Trump
That
spammed
has nothing to do with my
$10
point.
billion.
Yeah, go ahead.
But when
go
you
ahead,
were looking
I.
at the chart and you said it's going up, you were talking about the future. You literally pointed at 2030.
No, okay, even prior to the projections, it was going up. I can show the graph, right?
Yeah.
The trend, the long-term trend is it goes up. So the point I made, and I didn't say under a particular administration, I said that even though over the years when tax rates, with corporate tax rates, and individual went down, what happened with tax revenue? It would still go up. Why?
Did it keep up with the expenses though? As an accountant, did it keep up with the expenses? Or have we been in the red for a very long time because of giving tax breaks to the wealthy?
I think we've been in the red for a really long time because of wars that didn't need to be fight.
The Clinton administration was the last administration that was not in the red. And that was because of the birth of the computer industry. And it was also because of the fact that, it was mostly the birth of the computer industry. We had a brand new industry in the United States that just took off and made a bunch of really high-end employment. And so that administration ended up being in the black. But since Reagan and since Reagan's tax cuts, we've only gone red, deeper and deeper and deeper in debt as we've had more and more people in the United States. So the more people a country has, the more services it's going to have, because a certain percentage of people are going to have maybe an inability to get a job or maintain employment. They're going to need welfare. They might have disabilities. And the more people you have, the more people you have that have those needs. And so
Okay.
when your idea is to cut the revenue from the very wealthy, and still, still have more people, the population growing, what are you looking for? A banana republic? Like, that's what you're aiming for.
Okay,
Look, first of all, I don't know how to keep saying that revenue has continued to go up. Now you can make an argument about the rate at which it's decreased, if that's the argument you want to make. But tax revenue has gone up. Now the reason it's gone up because even though they've cut tax rates, you were able to attract not only foreign investment but to increase the tax pool. Right? You were able to.
No, we've actually lost foreign investment under Trump.
Right.
And we've even lost domestic investment under Trump.
Right.
All right. If you want me to speak to Trump specifically, I can. But I'm just talking about the nature of tax.
Joe Biden, through the CHIPS and Science Act, had a bunch of factories opening. But Donald Trump, with his tax policies, has not just put those companies on welfare and put on hold all of their building plans because they don't know what's going to happen to our economy. But we also are losing farmers, and everything's being bought up by 3 people in the United States
because of the tariffs.
Yeah, and it's directly because of Trump's policies, and that's just the way he wants it. He is one of the billionaire class. What you guys did is you said, "Oh man, there's flying monkeys. These politicians, there's flying monkeys attacking us. They're wicked flying monkeys," and you guys all went, "Let's put the witch in charge." Like that's what you did.
Right.
So can you maybe explain? Oh, I had a question because I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, and maybe since you're in on this, what exactly like is this saying here? Cumulative federal deficit was the fourth largest in U.S. history. The fiscal year 2025, and it's got this here, and then I'm not really sure what exactly this is saying. Is this meaning our deficit was lower in 22, 23, and 24?
Yep.
And then higher in 20 and 21? Is that
because of COVID?
Is that what this is showing?
Yeah, it's hard to see, but I think that's what it's showing.
Okay, well that's interesting, and I like if that's the case, and I'll kind of zoom in here so you can maybe see it a little better. Let me move this out of the way.
Yeah, just go to the right.
I want to point out that the years. So during Biden, it was less, right? And then
he was staying down.
And then the ones right after Trump, more and more.
We gave $1 trillion this 8
that's
months
crazy. Like
to Israel. We gave $1 trillion to Israel.
Wow.
Year.
Wow.
See,
that's 1 year. 1 year. You mean 8 months?
Not even a year. It's been 8 months, and we have given Israel $1 trillion.
Now I know that like there are other things that we, that would cause this, but that's pretty consistent. Almost every year of Biden after the second year of Biden's presidency, the debt or deficit had been lower than the years following Trump's administration. Like that's weird.
But that's not what right-wing media is telling them.
Right.
Right-wing media is flying their asses off to him.
Well, the deficit is currently decreasing.
No, it's not.
Okay, then provide me evidence so I can eat my words.
It is showing. So if you look on this chart, and I'll bring it back up again.
Wait,
so right here at the correct decreasing, but because see, look right here, fiscal year 2025. That would be August. Well, if I can get the damn thing to hold on, it's not. I don't know. I believe this would be August right here. Oh yeah, August. So August it peaked, and then so from August to September 2025, it did go down by
It was all the unemployed people that haven't been paid that get no back pay. Well,
this is from
all those jobs.
August to September, and then
what's September to October?
From October of November 2020. Well, that doesn't make November 2025. What the hell?
They're giving you projections, huh?
No, I think they missed. Okay, so yeah, they put 2025, but this is actually 2024 here. Because it goes October, November, December, January, February, because of the way the fiscal year works, I think is why it's doing that.
Either that or you have the Trump administration manipulating charts.
Yeah, it was going up, all basically this whole year from October, it's going up, and then in the last from August to September, then it started to go down. But it was going up every month prior to that.
But can we find out what made it go down in that 1 month? What happened?
Yeah, I'm not really
that 1 month?
sure.
I think I know what happened. I think
what happened?
They may be factoring in tariff revenue.
Tariffs aren't bringing in any revenue.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, it's an additional tax. Yeah, it's an additional tax. So yeah. So that tax would then offset, and then you may be right. That may be what it was.
And I just want to. I want to. Oh,
so
sorry.
you also think that tariffs are good for the country?
Short term, no. And honestly, it's a bit of a gamble. Long term, they could be if we're able to penetrate into the markets we want to in India and in China. But if they keep their doors closed, then no.
They're going to keep their doors closed.
Why wouldn't they keep their doors closed? Why would they do?
Because in like South China, for example.
Germany just surpassed the United States as China's #1 trading partner.
Oh, that's right. I read that. I heard. Yeah,
But
I saw.
why do you think that you can force a company to do anything? Like tariffs and being a bully is just going to make them go buy it from somewhere else. I don't understand why MAGA thinks that a threat from Trump is worth anything when we're not the only country in the world.
Yeah, so I guess what I would
And
say
our
to that.
stuff is subpar to begin with.
Well, I think in a large part is because they believe that they firmly believe, and I'm not speaking for when you said MAGA, I'm speaking for people that I know and I have encountered with that are in the MAGA camp. I do think that they believe within their heart of hearts that people both respect and revere Trump as much as they do. And like I think they do believe that he commands the respect that he commands of them, of the rest of the world. It's very much
God, you
not
want to
living
talk
within the realm
about
of reality.
Pyre,
you
that's the
want to
nicest
talk
thing you
about
ever said to me.
effective brainwashing? That's it.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, I can speak for aviation
What?
just in my realm, and none of our stuff is on par with everyone else. Just look at Boeing and Airbus competition.
Yeah.
I mean, we get all of our boxes, and even Boeing planes, all of those boxes. I personally work for Gulfstream. Everything comes from other countries.
Right.
And the minute that we try to impose our, big bully hammer on them, I've literally seen it on the Gulfstream floor where customers will go, fine, I'll just go to Bombardier and get the exact same specs, the exact same fuel mileage, everything's the exact same, and not have to deal with your taxes, your tariffs, and all of that other BS. I mean, I can only speak for my industry, but I've seen it loud and clear.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, and Pyre, that was very. I feel like you like slightly complimented me, which is the closest I've ever gotten to a compliment from you. So, so thank you, Pyre. Like you're not MAGA, and I'm like, okay, she respects the fact that I'm not MAGA. So,
Hey, I didn't say that. I said I'm not speaking for you.
Oh,
I don't
man.
know how deep in
Come
the MAGA
on,
camp you
Pyre.
are, but I am speaking for the MAGA camp.
I usually don't have any respect for MAGA, but you do sound like you have some intelligence and some brain cells, and you sound like you have all your teeth. So I'm not going to call you MAGA, but I'm very curious as to a person who is as informed as sound. Why are you holding on to what is obvious for everyone? The charts, and you still haven't shown us how Obama locked babies in cages and took them away from their parents. But I don't know what's holding you to this, even this conservative movement, because conservatives really don't do anything for the people. And I'm trying to figure out why you think they do. And now Trump is showing you, and you're still, I feel like you're still there with them.
And I would like to add to Maverick's question, because having a background in finance, all of the economics people who are perfectly educated in economics came out and supported Harris, because she would have exploded the economy into new record levels. And they said Trump's plans will collapse the economy. And that's exactly what's happening. They were not wrong. That's exactly what's happening. We've lost $10 trillion this year alone in economic activity because of Trump's policy.
Real quick. Okay, so Divine, my apologies. I didn't hear you try to jump in and then we not get to you. So if there's something else that you would like to say, please jump in there. Let me know and I'll stop everybody. Also,
I don't like talking over people, but it seems like that's the only way I can get through.
and that's fine. Jump in there, and and also we've been kind of rolling over I as well. I've noticed we've cut him off a couple of times, and people in the comments wanted to hear what he had to say, and I don't think he actually was able to articulate his point as much. So let's
So first, before anybody goes, I'm going to say bye. I have to go. I'm going to get ready for the meeting. Got to get ready for the kids to be home.
That's right.
Gotta get ready for
Fuck them up, Pyre. Fuck that AI
I'll let
data
you guys
center.
know how it goes.
Right in the golden butthole.
And videotape if you can, love.
We'll try.
Yeah.
I like Pyre.
Yeah. We love Pyre. And good luck, Pyre. Now, Divine, did you have something else that you wanted to say that you didn't get to? This fucking jigsaw
that was
puzzle.
before the whole economic conversation came in, so I'll just wait till we're done with this conversation.
Yeah, and
I wanna
you
keep
guys
this
can
going.
blame me because it's my job to to cut that out. But please go ahead. You can address what you'd like.
The line graph that you were showing, I'm not sure if it's visible if you scroll up.
Yeah, I can scroll up because that was something else that I wanted to point out.
Yeah. So if you see those lines, and I'm not blaming Biden for this because Biden was dealt a bad hand, but you do see how those lines go up, right? 2021, 2022, 2022, not as much, if I'm reading that correctly.
Right. So 2020, this was the last part of Trump right here. It fucking shot up. Of course, we know why. That was from the spending packages. And then also 2021 spending package, right? And then so the rest of them, they went up, I guess about the same level. Yeah. But they're still not. I mean, you also have to look at where they are on this side too, because this is the amount. You're referring to just the percentage increase, but the dollar amount is still lower than that during 2025, if you notice that. You see what I'm saying?
I would like to point out that the Trump policies when he was in office for the first time, and he put us $7 trillion deeper in debt.
Right.
The interest alone on that money was $250 million a year.
Yeah, well, and to be fair though, because of C-19 afterwards,
$250 billion
after
a year, $250 billion a year.
After C-19, also Biden did that as well because he had the relief package. I don't think it was as big as the first one, but he did do that as well. So that was one of the reasons why the amount of money that Republicans can claim that he spent was high, and that was a result of it. But Trump, outside of C-19, I believe, spent more than Biden did with both of them put together. Yeah, so that's
these are more debt. Yep.
And we got nothing. And we got nothing. We didn't get more health care. We didn't get an infrastructure project. We didn't get the CHIPS and Science Act. We didn't get massive anything. We got massive fraud.
Yeah, so these were some interesting graphs that I came across as I'm scrolling through here. This is actually very interesting. So it's saying fiscal year 24, we spent less on Social Security than we do now, which I guess kind of makes sense because, age is, people are aging and what have you. Medicare, we've spent more. It shows healthcare, we've spent more. Net interest, we've spent more. National defense, obviously, spent more. Income security, I don't know what the fuck that means. What is that? Income security?
Welfare.
Yeah.
Is that like SNAP or something?
So it's more
unemployment.
Okay. All other is actually down. Veterans is up. But look at this education. Oh my God. Holy shit. That's insane. But then you come down here, so you look at the individual income taxes. We are this year taking more individual income taxes despite this. Well, I guess it doesn't go until 2026, but still, I believe we're still under Trump's tax policy. Payroll taxes up slightly. Look at the corporate income tax drop. Look at that.
Disgusting.
Yeah, look at that shit. Customs duties is up, by, twice as much almost. Well, actually more than twice. Excise tax or whatever. And here we go with the national debt. I mean, look at this shit. It's just, and this is 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, 24. I don't know what the percentage difference is here, but yeah, that's crazy.
No, it's scary too, because that interest that we're incurring could have been tacked on to the entitlement programs. I mean, that's
not by Republicans. They wouldn't.
But you all don't believe in entitlement programs,
Well, I believe I does.
I believe in entitlement programs.
Do you believe in universal health care? Do you believe that should be not something that it should be a God-given right for us as Americans? Do you believe that?
With a contingency.
Contingency to health care.
And this is where I'm going to differ. So I believe that it should start off that way for everyone, but then I think we need an incentive to keep the population healthy. So, for example, I would propose something like, after a year or two, there be a a measure of some sort of how healthy a person is. And I'm not talking about those with pre-existing conditions. I do believe that they should be covered, right? There's some people that are genetically born with certain predispositions, but 40% of medical costs is due to lifestyle choices, right? So I think that there could be a system where you take a combination of, I don't know if it's like BMI versus fitness, or BMI plus fitness, and you say, hey, if a person is dedicated to keeping a healthy lifestyle, and this is absent of pre-existing conditions or, conditions like cancer that, sadly like plague us whenever. But if they're committed, then I think they should get that coverage. But if you have an individual that is, and I know this is controversial to say, but is constantly like eating, candy or or doing other things and
You
stuff.
mean the food that's cheap?
I don't want the government regulating personal lives that much.
Well,
personally.
why don't you ask Congress, because they get free health care? Are you going to go and start policing what they're eating? Because we know they're eating junk.
Well-
we know that they're also messing with children. So how come we haven't policed those people who get, and the military gets free health care? How come we haven't started there?
You can do that.
Or
The
we
way the
can go
Chinese
after
do-
corporations that provide food that is
Right.
unhealthy should pay a fucking unhealthy tax, not the people eating it, because they're literally they see these advertisements that are brought to you by a psychologist that gets paid a lot of money to find a way to get people to want something. So they're being like preyed on by these people who have expertise in fucking with your mind, and they use
with
that to their
attitudes.
advantage. So I understand and I actually agree with what you're saying, like in just as the premise, but I disagree with how to go about resolving that. Make them fucking pay for it. They're the ones profiting off of that shit. And when you do that, it's going to increase the price so that it's more expensive to get that nasty, shitty stuff like soda
If
or
you're
whatever.
if you're a smoker, you have to have a different type of insurance. If
Yep.
you're a drinker, you have to have a different type of insurance. If you're a black person, black people mostly have sickle cell and high blood pressure, this is the black insurance plan. Oh, let's see what's going. Oh, a lot of white ladies have brittle bones because their bones. So now we're going to have women have different health issues than men. So now we're going to start taxing women even more. I mean, having them have a higher premium for their health plan.
No,
Is that what you're trying to
no,
say?
because that's not a lifestyle choice. I don't think sickle cell is a lifestyle choice, right?
But what's going to stop them from not doing that? That's what they basically were doing before.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to take a more pragmatic route that kind of avoids I guess, what you're used to hearing the conservatives say, hey, it's just too costly, and say, all right, well, if the major cost driver is lifestyle choice, then, and this is just a federal component, right? States can add their own component, but from a federal component, I think it's a good measure of, hey, as long as a person's, making movement towards, being healthy. And I'm not saying if they have cancer, that of course.
Remember when Michelle Obama, the first lady, was trying to take candies and things out of the school, those little dispensaries, and put more healthy choices, and the Republicans went ape shit because
I
they didn't
disagree.
want her in their, they didn't want her in their business. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I was with Michelle on that. Her heart was in the right place, and I think that was the right thing to do. So
and we should do that.
Insurance already does that. Like if you're a smoker, you have to pay an extra fee. If
That's right. And it's
if
expensive.
You go for regular checkups.
And one
you
second,
get
guys.
a
My wife
discount.
arrived, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, Divine.
While he's gone. Oh well, no, I don't want to change the subject. Never mind. I actually came up when Mike was up here because I had something to say to him, but he's gone. Dang it.
Yeah, I kind of like
But
Mike.
Yeah.
He seemed
Well,
like
the
a
biggest thing
pretty
about
straight
Mike
shooter.
is I just don't want to be told how to do my activism because I hear every day is the military needs to remember their oath. But yet when I'm in the comments saying, I don't have kids, so let me do my activism the way I want to because I have a resume and a DD-214 that shows that I'm, a stellar person. So if they want to lock me up for something for protesting, it's just going to make the administration look bad.
Right.
So, I mean, if I want to go out there and act a damn fool, let me. Let me take the heat while you guys with kids do what you can. But let me go out there and be on the front line, especially because I'm a white woman. I mean, let me do it instead of everybody else who's going to get profiled or something like that.
And
I'm
somebody
back.
has to be on the front line.
And don't forget, Cartageddon is coming. All right, Cartageddon. It's happening.
Explain to them what Cartageddon is.
It's what you take a store that has done something fucking shitty to people, and you just happen to change your mind after you filled 3, 5, 7 buggies of shit. I don't know, and then you have to pay somebody an hourly rate to put it back, or they don't. Just one of those things. Like Hobie said, get them in the pocketbook.
So
At least
let me
that's
ask you
something we can agree on.
Do you think that we're in a major crisis under the person that you elected to be in office? Do you think that we're in a shitstorm, fascist dictatorship with people? Because we're already there. Do you see that, or do you think, oh, he's still going to be bringing those $40 an hour, $50 an hour factory jobs because of his tariffs? Is that who you are?
I think that we're at a worse point right now than where we were under Biden. I think that I think that Trump has some fascist qualities about him. So, I mean, I kind of see it, especially with the trolling aspect. It's different. I think he's more aggressive this time around, and I'm wondering if it's because he knows he can't run again. So I mean, I would state those 2 points. I'm trying to answer you directly, so hopefully that's.
I'm still trying to figure out for you. That's just me. What would make a person? And you told us you were Latino. What is it about these YT supremacists, this whole movement that we're seeing in this government, this ugliness of it? What was it? Do you identify with those people as a Latino man? Do you feel more that you are a part of the Anglos than you do of your Latin roots? Is that why you? Because I cannot figure out. And I think you're fabulous to stay here and let us grill you. But I'm really trying to get into your mind. And you said you voted for Trump in 2024 after all we know about him, after his first grifting administration. You thought, oh, that's the guy, and you just told us it was because of tax revenue. I cannot make that make sense in my brain.
Well, and can I just add something on that? I understand the tax revenue argument, but the problem with relying on tariffs is that tariffs act as more of a regressive tax on the poor and the working class and the middle class, right? It raises tax revenue, but it comes at a great expense since the poor and the working class and the middle class are spending a greater proportion of their money on basic necessities. It's going to hit them harder compared to if we made the tax code more progressive and made the wealthier pay their fair share by closing loopholes, right? Like the carried interest. I have like 30 different loopholes written out on a document right in front of me that together would raise $1 trillion per year, by the way. And so I guess I just don't understand why we would even think about justifying voting for him because tariffs are going to raise revenue when it's a regressive tax on the poor and the middle class.
Yeah. So I just see government as the problem, not the solution. And I guess that the hope is that government will be downsized over these 4 years. I mean, it seems like it's more intrusive than ever. And I'm still trying to see, is it because of all the executive orders? Is it because of, but that's kind of the, where my mind is at. So with me, I have 3 buckets: social issues, economic issues, and governance issues. So in terms of governance, I'd rather less government rather than more, because I do think that government has much good. I mean, it's done quite a lot of good, but I think it's probably done at this point more bad than good, especially
Then
economically.
your vote makes no sense if you think less governance. When people are in women's bodies, that's not less governance. What are you talking about?
Right.
So
When
you
they're
voted against your own. I mean, I don't understand you. I
Well,
feel like
they're
I'm having a
sending
stroke.
the federal government's sending National Guard troops to cities like Portland because apparently this mysterious Antifa organization is just way ahead of light years ahead of the authorities, so we can never catch them, right? So they're sending federal agents violating the what is it called? I can't even remember.
He's going to grab them by the posse comitatus and grab them by the posse comitatus. They like it because when you're a star, you can grab them by their posse comitatus.
Yeah, posse comitatus, which was the 1870s law that basically ended Reconstruction, which wasn't really the best law, but still, that's the anti-government sentiment that you guys advocate for. And so I don't understand how Trump really ever embodied that, because guess what? He ran on everything that he's doing, sending troops to big cities. I remember him talking about that all the time during the campaign.
Right.
That's something that Kamala Harris, that darn black woman that everybody hated, warned us about.
Right.
I guess to that point, so you're saying that it was something he ran on. I think that is ingrained in his illegal immigration stance, though, right? So, for example, he was railing against sanctuary cities, quote unquote sanctuary cities. But my understanding is these cities that he's going into are sanctuary cities, or are they not?
You still sound like you drink a little bit of the Kool-Aid.
Wait a minute. I want to ask. Let me ask a question. Do you know what a sanctuary city is?
My understanding is a sanctuary city is a city where I guess immigrants can go and not, I guess, be questioned in regards to like ID, so they'd be less likely to get deported.
No. I just want to also point out October 2024 Fox News interview. Chicago is a disaster. I'll send in the military if the governor won't ask. New York is next. August 2024 at one of his rallies, if we win, we will invoke the Insurrection Act and crush the riots and lawlessness, including in cities like Chicago and Portland. March of 2023 at CPAC, we will take over the horribly run Democrat-controlled cities, and we will send in the National Guard and federal law enforcement. Ooh. That wasn't anything about sanctuary cities or immigration. That was about crime is just rampant in these cities. They're dancing around in those fucking costumes, right? So we need to send in the National Guard to go stop all of that, right?
He brought the receipts,
It limits, right? Sanctuary cities just denies cooperation with national government and enforcing.
No, because it's not sanctuary cities, because he's also sending them to Memphis.
Well, I thought we were defining what sanctuary city was.
Well, he was talking about what you had said earlier about the. It was 2 points, and I asked a question, but then Jonathan brought something back that you had said earlier. No. So it was two separate points. It was two separate points. But you're right. It's the cooperation for sanctuary cities. But Jonathan was talking about what Trump had actually said about going after them, that he ran on it.
Did you miss that part, Sky? That he ran on it? That he was going to go into these cities? Never once saying sanctuary, but go into these Democrat-run, horribly run cities. He actually said that.
Yeah,
first of all, that part.
Well, and the reason why the Trump supporters support this is because the average Trump supporter has not even stepped anywhere near a fucking big city. Number one, they're probably scared to ride the goddamn subway. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what? Wait, let's ask one of those MAGA supporters, sir. Tell us, have you been to the city? I'm sorry, I can't do it. Sorry,
as someone that's in a sanctuary city, let me just tell you a couple of things. So the big thing about Seattle is that it may be a sanctuary city, but we do our best to try to document our people and get them through the immigration system. And just this week, I posted about it on my page. We are now left with less than 6 immigration lawyers. Trump just got rid of another one just because he didn't like her. So how are we supposed to deal with the undocumented and get them through the system to either deny them entry and send them home, or get them documented and help them through the system to become full-fledged citizens like you guys want? If we just keep getting rid of are immigration lawyers. I mean, they just fired a whole crap ton of them across the nation, and they're using military lawyers who don't know anything about immigration.
I agree with you. Look, I think I said
I'm not
it
saying
last-
you.
I
I'm just
agree.
saying that's the MAGA thought. Yeah, and when I say MAGA, I'm not saying you for a reason because I don't think this is you. I'm just saying MAGA as a whole. So don't feel like I'm attacking you.
It's kind of
honey.
him. It's
Well,
kind of
it's only ever small government when it comes to things that actually help people. So the thing that was so funny about the Reagan era is that while Reagan was all about, oh, we need to go get all those welfare queens out their food stamps, right? So he was anti-government in that sense. But then his economic recovery in the 1980s was built off the surge in military spending that funded all those military contractors across the country and funded a lot of the research that went into creating the internet. That's what Reagan's economic recovery was. So it was government spending. It technically was big government. It was just big government, but for corporate America, not for the individual American. Another thing we saw boom during the Reagan era was the prison industrial complex.
Yes.
Prisons were built all around the country. There was that governor of California. I can't remember what his name was. He was governor while Reagan was president, but he was a Democrat, and he welcomed a prison boom in the state of California because the country was so economically depressed. You know, prisons gave people jobs, so a lot of people in Congress welcomed those prisons into their congressional districts. But then again, my point being is that it's big government when it comes to prisons and the military and police forces. It's never big government when it comes to actually helping people in their local communities.
Amen.
So somebody wanted me to read the tweet from Laura Loomer about Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think I found it. Kane, is this the one about the White House? Anyway, President Trump doesn't talk to Marjorie Taylor Greene anymore. White House staff have grown sick of her and her efforts to undermine the administration. That's the truth. As an adulteress, Marjorie Taylor Greene is used to walking out on the men who she used throughout her life. Her ex-husband can confirm that's why she's having a hard time being politically dumped by Trump. He dropped her worthless ass when he finally realized how dumb that CrossFit bimbo truly is. He told her he won't endorse her for Senate because she can't win. I just hope she's as miserable as she looks. Truly.
Oh my God, from the bitch who looks like Saw. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Attacking themselves.
No. So this is the lady, the progenitor of MAGA face, I think. I'm not sure how many injections it took to get to that.
We got white on white violence
And
caused by the
that's the good angle, by the way. She got the angles. That's the only good one she's got.
But that's AI, because up close, that bitch, you could run a plane across that nose. Just put a 747 across that nose.
He looks like one of the goblins from the last Harry Potter movie that's working in the bank. But I think that every time we have white on white crime, we should blame it on the absent white father, because there's clearly an issue with the white father not in the homes.
So
But
this
one thing
is
about,
Wikipedia
spending,
has
if you really
this one.
I want to play a game.
Her nose is as crooked as she is.
No, but Sky has so many vicious pictures of this woman. This woman is just absolutely a monster. And she's only 30-something, guys. She's in her 30s.
Are you for real?
Yes, she's in her 30s.
I thought she was in her 50s.
She looks like she's in her 50s.
Because she was calling Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett is 40 in her 40s.
She might be related to Hobie.
Jasmine Crockett is 12 years or 13 years older than this bitch who's in her 30s, and she looks like she's literally in her 50s.
Oh shit! Here we go. 4 family members of a Republican running
There
for
it is. Look
governor.
at Sky's pictures. Look
Oh,
at
good
Sky's
Lord!
pictures.
What
at Sky's.
Laura Loomer was the star in the very first Purge movie that came out back in 2012, I believe. Right, she was the antagonist.
Damn, it got cut off. Let me see. That's fucking funny. But yeah, 4 family members of a Republican running for governor in Illinois were unalived in a Montana helicopter crash.
Oh.
Why do I have a feeling those were rhinos?
Wait,
and then
did we ever get
somebody cut the brakes on the helicopter. That's what
Did we
happened.
get any more information on the judge's house that was?
I
built
haven't
in
heard a
or
fucking
set
peep
on-
about it, but let's look it up.
She was the judge that ruled against the Trump administration.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
New details. Here we go. 8 days ago, Diane Goodstein. Oh, no human factors were involved. Yeah, just an explosion.
Oh, that's a
just
lie.
so fast that the people that were in the second story had to jump out of a fucking window and break their bones trying to get out. Yeah, that's it.
Oh my god! I bet you the investigation was done by Starcom, right?
By who?
Was it the Mississippi police that did the investigation? Because you know how they like to jump to conclusions.
Tonight, the cause of this massive blaze that
Yeah, look at
destroyed
this
the home
shit.
of a South Carolina judge is under investigation.
Oh my
the house in Edisto.
Black smoke
Cash
and
Patel's
knew
FBI.
that was
that did
a
the
house, but I didn't know if it was something that was spreading down here or further up. Or
Wait,
a
let
house,
me-
But I knew
Oh.
that was a house, but I didn't black smoke and knew that was a house, but I didn't know if it was something that was spreading.
Who the
down
fuck is this
here
lady?
Or further up, or if it was isolated.
Random.
Fire officials
What?
say three
Just a
people
random
escaped through an
person?
elevated first involved in a high-profile ruling temporarily blocking South Carolina from turning over voter information to the department. Earlier today, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham expressed.
I'm Grinder Graham. Grinder Graham.
That bitch. Wait
Grinder
a minute. So
Graham.
was the judge hurt? Were any of the family
The
members
judge
hurt?
wasn't there, but I think it was her father. He's like 80, had to jump out the window, broke his leg
No, it
and
was
shit.
her husband. It was her husband.
It was her husband? Okay,
Ended
yeah.
up in the hospital.
Yeah.
And
Broke
the
his
investigation
leg
was
or-
probably done by the Heritage Foundation or some shit like that, right? Mysteriously.
Yeah.
The same people who did the investigation of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Those same people. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they're saying that it was, had nothing. It wasn't set. Right.
And
We
see,
believe
so
that.
much is happening, guys, that every day or 3 times a day we get a new horror that we're forgetting about what happened and we're
Yep.
forgetting things. So they're just piling all of this shit on us, and
And it's
we
on
may wake up
purpose.
tomorrow. We wake up tomorrow and just be. This is insane. It's insane.
Yep.
If you ever do like a ChatGPT prompt of Trump Machiavelli plus ends justify the means and religion for cause, you would kind of find that Trump fits the Machiavellian like profile like to the T,
Of course he does.
and that's what gave me pause, with him.
But
So-
you still voted for it.
Well,
I don't-
no.
Why?
This
What
is
is it
after
about
the-
him that
after
you
the
love
fact.
so much? What is
This
it
is
about
after the
him
fact.
that
This-
you love so much, that you decided this is the man for America? You still have not been able to really tell us what is it about him that made you feel that he has your best interest at heart. What is it?
Well, I think he pointed to a system that was broken, and a lot of people are unwilling to say what's broken about the system, right? They'll just ram through political talking points that have been regurgitated, for almost, for decades. But he was like Sanders in that regard, where he's like the system's broken.
But
And
you're
he's
not.
someone who-
You're not making any sense because we know what broke the system. We know money broke the system. Well, who paid the politicians to be crooked? It was the billionaires. And what did you guys do? You went straight to the billionaires and said, the billionaires have broken the system for years.
Let's let 'em
Let's
fix
just
it.
give them all the fucking
Well,
power.
Listen to the interview
Like, it
between
makes no sense.
Jon Stewart did an interview with Bernie Sanders, right? And in that interview, and it was a recent one, I think, a couple of days ago. And in that interview, Jon Stewart's like, Trump kind of captured a lot of your base. And he was asking like Bernie as to like why, like what the reasoning is. And Bernie himself says like, you know what? It's because he, as much as I don't like him, correctly points to the fact that we have a broken system. It's just that Bernie felt that Trump just broke it even more. But I think it's being able to identify the fact that there is not only a problem, but what the problem is very important. And a lot of politicians have not been able to do that.
Yeah, but you listen to Trump, who's
a
broken system, and it's the immigrants.
Well,
Like
so
you listen, and it's the trans people. And you guys went, oh yeah, it's the immigrants and the trans people. Like, no, it's the billionaires.
So what I've gathered from I over the years is that and he believed that this person was going to upend and fuck this system up that he pointed out was correct, and now is realizing that was just a means to an end. That the rhetoric, right? I mean, you're starting to get that, aren't you? That he was using what was true to get himself into power to do for himself.
I'm saying
That's the basis of propaganda.
It's more probable than not, I would say, because I want to be honest in this live.
So you're still not sure.
It's pointing more towards that direction, that he believes that the ends justify the means, and I just don't like the fact, where I am sure about is I don't agree with the ends justify the means, because it can trample on human dignity for a cause, whether it's good or bad. Whatever the outcome is, you can't trample on human dignity.
Yeah, but that assumes that his end is righteous.
But here's the thing.
I don't think his end is righteous. I think he used that. I think he lied to people to get in there because he knew what people wanted to hear, and he told it to them. He's a con artist. That's what they do. They gain your confidence, and then they fuck you over.
What's more likely for an 80-year-old con man? That he is conning you as he has conned people his entire life, or that he suddenly is honest?
Right.
No, I don't think that most politicians have been honest. So that's.
But you still have it's still something in your spirit, something in your bones that decided that a qualified woman of color was not going to be as good as a YT man who was known to be a crook, a criminal, a liar, who had a term, the first term was a disaster. You still chose something in you connected more to that. I'm just trying to dig deep and find out what it is. What do you think it is, Latino, that made you pull that lever? And today, as we speak, you're still on that Trump train. You're just basically holding your legs over the railing, trying to figure out if you're going to jump off.
Yeah, that's a good way to
we
put
don't
it.
hear you. Don't forget, we've had in this live full-on hardcore MAGA come up and tell Lib, you turned me. I see the light now. I can no longer support this. But yet you still seem to be having that bit in your mouth to hold on. You can't explain that to us. You just cannot explain it.
Yeah, so I guess in the Kamala front, things like when she was asked, what would you do differently than Biden? Right? She's like, nothing. And I'm like, I don't necessarily agree with that personally, because I think I saw the Biden administration become more forceful on illegal immigration towards the last year and a half of their administration. So yes, illegal immigration did go down, but they did. I felt like all of a sudden now it's a priority.
3 years it took him 3 years. Yeah, and that actually was a strategic mistake, because what it did was showcase that the whole time he could have done that, and he didn't.
Yeah.
But he had a lot of problems.
Well, respectfully, you're taking one answer to one question and ignoring all of her 80-page policies where she did say
That's true.
she was going to do a shit ton different than Biden.
Well, that was just one example that I've been able to provide so far. I have a list. So,
so we know that the 34 convicted felons, that didn't sway you against Trump. But Harris saying she wouldn't do anything too much differently on The View made you think, I'm not going to vote for her. So we know that the accusations of child breaking
That's a deal breaker for him.
Epstein did not sway you.
Yeah,
but Harris having some issues. We know that all of the women who came out, E.G. Carroll and a lot of other women who said that this man, we know that all of his other policies, the way he handled C-19 disastrously, the way the economy tanked under, none of that swayed you from even thinking about not voting for him again. Something in you needed to do that against a woman who did not have a chance to prove how she could run the country. I'm just trying to figure out why, in your Latino lived experience, if you have that in this country. And here's another question. Do you feel guilty now that your vote is helping to round your people up like cattle in the streets of America? Do you feel any guilt for your vote?
Do I feel any guilt for my vote? You know, I I think that over the years that people, voted for someone and didn't get the expected, results. So I wouldn't say that I necessarily feel guilt, maybe disappointment,
You know
because
what you should feel? You should feel rage.
but here's the thing, right? I also understand. So there's a lot of things that I'm borderline enraged about, and I don't use the term rage, lightly. And again, a lot of it does stem from what's happening with the ICE raids, personally. Now I do agree in a strict immigration enforcement policy, because even in that the FBI director under Biden said that we have a lot of I want to make sure I get these exact words right, but we have a lot of criminal activity coming in, or a lot of criminals coming through the southern border. So the fact that we don't have visibility, and I can pull up that article, the fact that we don't have visibility as to who's here, even if 90%, like I believe that 90% of those that are here illegally are here with good intentions, with good needs.
Are they the ones that have been paying off our
No, no
government not
rage.
to work for us?
No rage.
Are they the ones that have been paying off our government not to work for us? These people that are coming over the border?
I mean, I know they pay into the system.
Yeah, they're not.
But they're
paying
not buying politicians, is their point.
Okay, that's. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the people that are. So I just like the way that you're coming at this. I would have understood under maybe George Bush, right, where shitty president, not a fucking dictator. But we're like what we're seeing here is something beyond anything we've ever seen in American history, and it's not good. And your language is very like, well, it's I'm disappointed. I'm this. I'm not sure you're seeing. Yeah, I'm not sure you're seeing exactly what it is, and maybe that's because you don't want to see it, because then you'd have to like confront that about your, the vote that you made, and that you were, that pulled the wool over your eyes, as Democrats have done to us too.
Of course. Listen,
And
I want to say this. And then I'm going to shut my fat mouth and let you all speak. I have one question for but I also want to say, you decided that Harris wasn't good enough for your vote because she said on The View that she wouldn't do anything differently. But yet, you saw J6. People went to the Capitol, put feces on statues at the behest of the person you voted for. That didn't sway you from voting for that person. Another thing, are you like the rest of us who think that we must completely and totally defund Israel, get rid of AIPAC, and have all of our people who are going to be for the people, our Congress people and senators, they must vow to only have loyalty to America? Are you on that wave like we are?
Yeah, in regards to Israel, right? So I've always been a proponent of the Israeli people, but it's different to be a proponent of the Israeli government, especially with what they've done in Gaza. So I think we're on the same page, there. I think
What about totally defunding them, not sending not one more dime to the state of Israel and the Zionist movement?
Fuck them. Shit on their desk, okay? Let's shit right on the middle of their
They did with
desk.
Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
And then we make a statue about it.
I want to give you an honest answer to that. I think that there should be consequences for Israel. I'm not sure that I'm sure maybe defunding could be a tool that we use. I'm not sure if it could be completely because we do use them for espionage because they're
No, we
because
don't.
well,
No, we
yeah,
don't.
yeah, they're
We
intelligence.
don't.
That's
We
why
don't
they're
need them,
partners.
sweetheart. We don't need them.
But they're in the center of the world, right?
No,
So
they're not.
we,
No, they're not.
So is Dubai and the UAE
well,
and Qatar and
Right.
well, but they are there in a strategic location, right?
But they're only
and
there.
it's tainted because you
For
had
what?
Netanyahu claiming
We
that
don't
Iran
need.
had ends for 30 fucking years, dude. Their intel is tainted, and I'm telling you this as someone who has lived and worked over there in and out of the uniform.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
I like the strategic location of that means we want to continue to police everybody and tell everybody what to do. And
be an
like
enemy.
if it's trading, that's one thing. You know, you deal with pirates on a global scale. That's what we did back in the fucking 1700s or whatever. It's where a lot of our international water laws came from, is because of pirates. But this isn't that. Like what we're doing over there isn't that. Not like I don't know. We don't need to control everything.
Just on a basic common sense level, like, does it make more sense that somebody who could look at our government honestly and change it for the better for the average American would be a person who was raised by a single mom, lived in an apartment, grew up, put herself through law school, understands the struggle from the lowest level that there is in the United States economically, which is that of women of color and single women of color, that giving power to her might have addressed our problems better than somebody who was born with a golden spoon in his mouth.
And up his ass.
Yeah.
So I think in regards
From a
to
criminal family, like his dad was a criminal and a KKK member, and how does what you did solve our problems? It doesn't.
I guess I would say from like a social program perspective, I mean, I have no doubt that Kamala is more well versed in in these programs and in government ROI, etc., like of these programs to constituents. I have no doubt that in terms of providing relief to constituents, and then that she would have been better in that regard. But what I do doubt, and on a basis for my vote, was whether she could attract as much foreign investment, as much if she could attract multinational companies and pull most of their operations, to the US. She could attract AI investment, robotics investments, to the US better than Trump and
But
the
Trump's
She
shutting
actually
us
could
down.
because she
The
went.
Economist told us he
No,
would
I
do
have
it.
no doubt that she could. I believe she could do that, but I think that Trump had a better policy.
No, The Economist
But we
also said
actually
no, he
have
didn't.
we actually have proof of that when she went to the Central American Triangle and got all that money
$1 billion
to help with immigration.
Are you trying
I
to
mean,
tell us
thank
the
you.
show
I
is
couldn't think.
over?
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell us the show is over?
Why
I
would
just
I
wanted
do
to end
that?
on one thing. You
Double
talk
O.
about the greatest threat to our nation. Christopher Wray testified in front of Congress that the greatest threat is white nationalists.
Yes.
That's from the FBI.
It really is.
It's not from immigrants. It's not from any of that. It's from the white nationalists inside this country, homegrown T groups.
And
That's what we
fake
do about
white liberals who think that they're clever and really aren't.
Do not end the show so quickly when I is having a triple or quadruple orgy with libs. Okay, the libs are jumping on
Oh
him
my
and doing all
goodness.
sorts of things.
No.
And he's being featured.
Well,
in,
so
I'm
if
curious.
So if we were to continue based on y'all's own thoughts, I'd need to get more donations to come in.
Yes.
So
Donations,
if that happens, then because we're 2 hours past already.
Oh my
God.
Yeah,
so
we're
you
2
need
hours.
another $100.
I mean, based on y'all's own, this is your number that you guys told me to stick to. That's not me.
Okay.
You know,
we need $100.
y'all gotta own it.
You need $100 or you have to get off the.
Or a golden butthole, whichever one comes first. It could be plated. It doesn't have to be. Oh, there we go. I'm going to walk like an Egyptian.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Now, y'all can continue to grill. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Who is that? Is that I?
Well, I
Oh,
don't think
thank
we're
you.
grilling. I don't think.
No.
Well, I mean, no. I know. I'm just saying y'all can continue while we, work this
that's
out.
10 people giving $10.
Yeah. Okay. So, but I only get half of that when it comes through TikTok.
No, we're talking about Cash App.
Right.
To the app.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah. They take half of it, which is
Not
fine.
the
Look,
Cash App.
no. Of the gifting stuff, which is fine because what that does is actually boost my creator rankings, which helps push me out more. So the gifting is still important, but again, it's not. If you were going to go that route, of course, if somebody gave 10 people gave $10, I mean,
yeah,
that'd be great. Oh,
You know what I'm going to do next week?
thank you, Lonnie. Thank you, Lonnie, for the $1. And see, I'm sorry, I just cringe even saying the words that I just said.
Well, that's stupid. That's stupid. Thank you, honey. You and everybody else. 49. Let's all send $1. 49 more people. That would be lovely. I don't cringe when I'm asking for money.
I like you.
All right, guys. I got to run back into work, but I'll be in the cheap seats as always.
Thank you, Divine. Thank you. I appreciate
I
it.
didn't know, Divine. I didn't know you were military, sweetie.
Oh yeah, Air Force aircraft mechanic.
Oh well, we need you up here all the time.
So if you ever need help on military-ish, just give me a holler.
So anytime somebody will not land their fucking plane, I'm going to bring you up here so you can work on that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Dude, no. I've got a bone to pick with the government anyway, especially over military spending, because we did not need a tanker, a bomber, and a fighter all at fucking once. And I'll leave y'all with that.
Wow.
That's funny.
Thank you again for your
Who was
service.
the other military person that told us that they're not getting their families?
Thank you, Zyle, for the 10. Thank you.
That the family's not getting fed because of the government shutdown. So a lot of military families are suffering under this shutdown. Is that what am I to understand?
I've heard that. I've also heard that Trump is apparently using the tariff revenue to fund the military, which makes no fucking sense whatsoever. You can't just take tariff money and then be like, "Oh God, I'm going to take that and give it to the military." Fuck you, Congress.
Well, I think the goal here is for him to showcase that you only need one man to do it. I think that's what he's trying to do here. And see, it runs better when it's just me and you get rid of Congress.
He's proving the point to be right.
Yeah.
Because everybody else is letting this bitch do it.
That's right. Because
he's made the Democrats look so impotent. When we talked about giving permanent tax cuts to the wealthy, why haven't any Democratic, Clinton, Obama, given permanent tax cuts to the working class, the working poor, and the middle class? Permanently.
Yeah.
If Trump can give them permanently to the fucking 1%.
Why isn't
It's
why isn't the
irresponsible
enhanced
budgeting to give a permanent tax cut to anybody.
Why is the enhanced premium tax credit for the Affordable Care Act? Why is that temporary?
Right. Why is the cutting child poverty in half only last for 2 years? Why didn't he make that permanent? That should have been permanent. That no child in this country gets to go hungry when they're going to school. Why did they not make that permanent?
And that's something I can agree with you there. I just
we knew you would come around.
No. well. Here's the thing. So first,
damn, you fucked it up, man.
No. You'll appreciate this. So I just changed my name today, but I think next week what I'm going to do is change my name to either IDF and then just send you gifts. I'm kidding.
IDF supports my show. I'm going to need every Zio to come on in here. Let's chat.
So, I don't know. I think that would be hilarious.
Yeah, but if you do that, IDF, and you send him a gift, he may open up his Cash App and it may explode.
Oh, wow. That's a fair point. Jeez. I'm sorry, Israel. I love you.
I guess my vision has always been so first in education. I don't think education or schools should be funded with property taxes, because then areas that are cyclically poor, They don't get the best quality.
Why are those areas cyclically poor? Who did that? The government.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm critical of government, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I agree with you there. So I don't think that should be the case. So I think the federal government does have a role in education and making sure that we have high quality schools with high quality teachers, but that the focus is not just on book smart, but also like trades as well. I think trades are going to be increasingly important. I think that when you look at so my wife went from teaching in a less affluent community to a more affluent community. She's like, look, it's night and day the amount of resources I get, teaching in this school district.
Sure, absolutely.
And then like people wonder, okay, well, you're saying there's no institutional racism. Well, you know what? I see it. I see it in the schools. So
Right.
I mean,
Well, let me give you this though, because California gets a lot of shade from conservatives. Of course, none of them have ever been to California before, so they wouldn't know anything about it. But I experienced that night and day situation because I went to elementary school in the state of California. I went to Lisa J. Males in the posh suburbs of Riverside, California, which was a beautiful White Castle of a performing arts school. It was absolutely gorgeous. We did performances twice a year. We did artwork that we would show our parents. I knew all my math factors by the time I was in second grade because they had a computer program that taught us everything from math. It was wonderful. There was so much energy and school spirit. And then I get to Emmett, Idaho, which is rural Idaho, when I was going into the 5th grade, and I'm way ahead of all my other peers. All my other peers are like 1, 2, 3, and I'm like way ahead of them on every single metric. And it was just so fucking different. The school is crumbling apart. There's only like a football club you can join. There's no art. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no good vibe. A lot of kids that I grew up with would grow up to become these hood rats that would never leave the town of Emmett. It's just fucking night and day. And it's just like, why is that allowed in this country? I'll never
Shouldn't
understand
be.
that.
Yeah.
Every school should be a golden gleaming castle that students can attend.
It's because we're going to be turned into Gaza.
Well, they're already calling us terrorists. So they're halfway there.
Yep, congratulations, guys. We collectively failed.
Basically, yes. Jody, thank you for the $20. And yes, it does help a lot.
And think about this, guys. Netanyahu, also known as Milkowski, the European, called
The European.
MAGA, the Trump MAGAs. Didn't he call, what was that word he used for MAGA? What they call, he thought it was a joke. It was a cute little joke. But he called them, what did he call them, guys? He was making fun of MAGA.
Oh, no.
the Third Reich or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. He's basically calling you
the
guys.
woke Reich.
The woke Reich. He was basically calling you guys Shotsies as well. So he doesn't fucking love anybody in this country.
Yeah.
Not the left or the right.
Also, guys, I just had to purchase a private dental plan because I went to the dentist today and found out my previous dentist forgot to fill the root canal that he gave me a year ago.
God.
So I have to, and so they have to do all this work that's going to cost thousands of dollars. So they told me to get a private dental insurance plan that's $67 a month, and they only cover 60% of the root canal that I'm going to have to get. But it's just insanity, though, because I was looking at Germany and their healthcare system. For their insurance, it's $110 a month, and all of that, including my health insurance, would have been covered in Germany. And it's just
Is that the dentist who just got arrested for raping women? Or
No, that was a psychiatrist. That was my old psychiatrist.
Oh, okay.
And-
You need to get out of that motherfucking place. You need to come on to California with your.
I'm telling you, my old psychiatrist, by the way, was just arrested. His clinic was shut down that I attended years ago. He was also just sent to jail. He was caught trying to flee to California, and he took off his ankle bracelet that they put him on because they were trying to track him. He was a best-selling author. He was on the Young Turks, the left-wing news network. He was literally on the news. He was my doctor, and he's now going to federal prison for essaying one of his clients during their session.
Oh, geez. I want to go back to that dentist story. So you should be able to, from that dental practice that didn't fill your root canal or didn't, that they have a fund that they can tap into that they don't tell you about, a discretionary fund. So I would go back to them and say, look,
I don't want to fight with the. Should I really put up the fight with them though? I feel like
why not?
Yes.
What do you have to lose?
Don't be a wimp. Fight
What do you have
them.
to lose?
You have to fight until you die. You fight them.
I don't want to
make
create
them-
enemies though, because they're
No.
so nice to me there.
Listen, you make them pay for. You don't want them to do the work because they may jug your ass up. But you make them pay for the one that you need at the dentist that you trust, because you have to fight them. They're
They
bad.
disrespected you by not doing what they were supposed to do, and they charged you and did not do what they're supposed to do. So
Dude.
they would be making you whole.
Just give them a 1-star Google review and tell them exactly what happened with all the evidence.
That helps too, actually.
Oh God, they were so nice. I would feel so bad.
Speaking
No,
of,
they weren't nice.
speaking
because
of-
they could have harmed you. That's not right.
yeah,
You call that insurance that paid for it, and you let them know what happened so they can go after them.
And
And
ladies
my
and
grandma
gentlemen,
my grandma paid for that root canal, by the way, out of pocket. By the
Oh
way,
hell no! I would be all over.
that's a
that.
lot. Those are
That's the difference
expensive.
between- This is
That
the
is
difference between nice
that is the
people and
most
good people.
expensive thing I've ever gotten medically. So
Okay,
yeah.
what the fuck is this? Another one got arrested?
Well, so this is the same guy, but and I believe he ended up maybe going to one later. But Israeli official Alexandrovich skips U.S. court hearing on child sex charges. Judge denies lawyers' claim that Israeli official could skip arraignment for child sex charges. Senior Israeli official accused of sex crimes in the U.S. has failed to appear for a scheduled court hearing in this case. This dude put up $10,000 and they let his ass go. They let him get on a fucking plane and go back to Israel. Tom Artyom Alexandrovich's lawyer, David Chesnoff, told the court in Nevada on Wednesday that he told his client not to attend the hearing. He was instructed by me that he didn't have to be here. However, Barbara Shifalakwa was quick to shut down the suggestion, stressing that suspects released on bond like Alexandrovich have to make every court appearance. Yet, they're special. Okay, they're special, and so these Israeli officials are coming over here trying to grape our children.
Not trying to, doing it. And
Well, in this case, he was soliciting the minor online. Ended up being a sting operation, which, by the way, one of the 8 that they got was a pastor.
Of course.
So come over here during some fucking conference bullshit. He's on, I don't remember what it was, like a defense. He's a defense person in the Israeli government.
Intelligence,
Yeah,
yeah.
they say he was spying on people or something also.
Yeah, so come over here and like what the fuck is it with always with kids and smecks?
Well, because listen, I'm going to say this and people hate it, but when you have these religious books telling you that you can grape 3-year-old girls and that it's okay because their hymens grow back, and you have the other parts of these books where you can cut baby boys' wiggly worms off and suck it while you're cutting it, and when you have this craziness, people will use those things, and now you have where they're harboring Israel is a sanctioned state for child rapists, right? Since we're talking about harboring the so-called illegal aliens, is a safe place for rapists. Why are they
Disgusting.
allowing that?
Yeah, it's disgusting.
And that's not the only one. There are many of them that are over there who can't be extradited back to this country for their crimes against children.
And they're not drag queens.
Absolutely.
And they're also the reason everybody's poor.
The only
Right.
the only drag queen is the vice president of the United States.
Right.
Oh my god, it's so bad. It gets worse every day. His eyeliner gets worse every day.
He's hideous.
I've got a golden butthole.
Conan for me.
Listen, I want you guys, any of you intelligent people with these computers, I want you, Lib, or you, Jonathan, I don't know if anybody else knows how to get AI to make the first drag queen, Miss J.D. Vance, Miss Pearl Grabbing Lindsey Graham, Miss Big
I had a
Bad
good one
Wet
yesterday.
Hot Mush Mouth Wide Hipped Ass what's that bitch name? What's his name? The black
Tim
one.
Scott. Tim Scott.
Tim
Mushmouth.
Scott, that mushmouth, Tim Scott. I want childbearing hips, Elon Musk in there, and all the other queers that make up the LGBTQIA MAGA, and have them all be at a disco party. Can you guys do that for me, please?
Oh yeah, no.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the JD Vance, but you can't. Oh, hold on.
Lindsey Graham
I
has
got
to be
this.
clutching her pearls with some lace panties on.
I'll call it 6 white twinks and a black man.
Oh wait, don't forget Cory Booker, Miss Closet Case, and Hakeem Jeffrey Rap Hands. He can be the entertainment.
Right. I'm thinking we could do like a photo with Hakeem Jeffries as the fucking DJ in the background or something.
And make that shit go viral, because I'm sick of all of their asses. Did you see the video with Cory Booker being buck ridden by Rabbi Shmuley?
Yeah. I think you sent that to me. Yeah, I saw that. That was fucking insanity. Barn cat, don't pee on my bed. Sorry. Barn cat's trying to piss on my bed again.
Oh my God! What kind of cat? Where's the litter box?
I just cleaned it out for her. I have no idea why she comes to my bed to piss on it.
Cats are bitches. They're vicious. I knew somebody who went on a holiday, came back, and the cat came up to him, meow, and peed on their shoe and left.
She comes to my bed and I think she's gonna cuddle with me. Then she squats down and I'm like, oh.
Maybe the cat's saying you're full of shit, so she's using you as the litter box.
Well, I think she's rebelling because I gave her this wet food. We give her this wet food, and I think the wet food makes them crack addicts. Actually, because that's all she begs for. We give it to her in the morning, and then she just sits by her bowl and begs for it throughout the entire day.
Chuckles wanted to talk to you, Lib. He has something he wants to run by you. But Sky, cats are pure carnivores. So anything with meat, that's what makes them feel alive. So kibble really isn't supposed to be good for them, but they are absolute real carnivores. All they eat.
I found the JD Vance video and I dropped it in the live chat portion of the Discord.
You dropped it in the what? The live chat portion? You said?
Of the Discord, yeah.
Okay. All right, let me by the way, so what I've done is, because if you ask ChatGPT to do it now, they fixed it so that you can't even get it to describe the way somebody looks without saying their name, because then they'll know what you're doing. Because you can't say, create a picture of JD Vance. You can't do that. It won't let you. So I'm using another AI, generated a description of this person without saying their name, and then copy that and move it over into ChatGPT, and let's see what comes out of it.
So that means ChatGPT is now compromised, guys.
Oh, for sure. Well, Sam Altman. I mean, and also this ChatGPT will sit there and argue with you and suggest that you're an anti-Semite if you ask questions it doesn't like.
Oh, Sky asked ChatGPT about me, some of the things I've said, and they told Sky that I was a racist. What did they tell you, Sky? He's dealing with that pissy cat. They told him that your friend
yeah. I told ChatGPT. Well, I told Grok. Grok, by the way, is not bad. Grok is not compromised. There's a whole TikTok account about Grok debating with MAGA supporters on X. It's fucking hilarious. So everybody go to Grok. That's what I would suggest. But ChatGPT, I would always tell ChatGPT about Maverick's quotes, and I would be like, what, do you understand the joke that she's talking? Fuck.
Sky, your MAGA Wi-Fi is cracking up. We can't hear you.
Okay, we're better. We're better now. Okay, so I would always tell ChatGPT Maverick's jokes to see what ChatGPT would say about it, and it would be like, your friend is pushing negative stereotypes about black men, specifically black men who are in high positions of power.
Oh God.
Yeah, I wrote a script to remove Google Gemini's biasness. So basically, because of all the research I'm doing, anytime I came across discrepancies that were eerily similar to Nazi Germany, it would panic, and it'd be like, "Oh nope," and then it'd delete itself. So
Google Gemini is the trashiest AI that's out there. It just gives you the worst fucking answers. It's I call it the fucking MAGA Gemini AI at this point, because it gives you the fucking
Temu
worst
AI.
service level.
Right. It gives you the worst surface level answers. And then like people are like, oh, I got my answer from Google Gemini. I'm like, that's a horrible source to use. Use Grok, bitch.
Grok.
What Grok is. Okay.
Grok is Elon Musk's baby.
Oh, hell no. Childbearing hips.
Childbearing Elon
Maverick,
hips.
it's actually really
So
good.
it's you can ask it to locate tweets. It does that really well. Like it'll look through all the shit. Like that's how I found Laura Loomer's post. I was going through her shit and I couldn't find it, so I'm like, well, I'll just ask Grok.
Well, the cool thing about Grok is that on X, you can tweet something and then ask Grok a question in the comments, and Grok will respond on X. That's why there's that account called MAGA versus Grok, because MAGA voters will try to get Grok in on Twitter arguments, and Grok literally sides with the liberals. Grok never backs MAGA supporters up. He always says, I like to stick with facts. Everything you're saying is infactual. It's so fucking funny.
So I want you to ask Grok, how do we get childbearing hips Elon Musk to slim those big wide hips down?
Well, he has to stop impregnating women on Twitter first, I think.
Ugh.
That's what Grok will say. Anyway, Chuckles, you were saying something about the script and you had something else. What's that?
Chuckles wants to pass something by you. I had a message for you to come in your life and has something that he wanted to share. Chuckles, do you still remember that?
Yeah. I actually reposted it in the live Discord channel if you're on that as well. I was doing a lot of hammering and solutions on my proposal for a solution on the trajectory we're heading as a country, and I'd love your guys' input on that. But yeah, I had to literally write a script to basically remove the quote-unquote unbiased approach that Google has to take to give you answers. And those screenshots that I sent, like, so from what I've learned so far, the right is nothing but biased or bigoted racist assholes, right? And then Google is like, yeah. And then it outlines how they're racist, bigoted assholes. And then I also wrote another script that removes like the red-blue filter off of news articles. You know how they'll frame it to do their needs. So what the script does is it strips all that away, looks at the evidence, does a 10 dig on the article, basically goes 10 layers deep on the article, and then spits out the information, and it's pretty interesting.
I'm not sure what that means. Like Perplexity will do that too. Oh, DJ,
Yeah,
did
so-
you? DJ,
No, I was just gonna ask, are you offering those so we can try and be your beta testers for them?
Yeah, it'd be awesome. I mean, I have to get you guys to read the book first, and then see if you agree with my disposition. But
Well, I won't be able to read it while I'm on the live. There's a lot. I don't know how many pages there were, but there were many
the
pages.
first book is 120 pages. The second book's only 30.
And you've posted them both?
Yep, both of them are in there.
Grok gave me a list called Key Principles for Hip Slimming with a whole ass list.
Hip slimming. Oh my god. That's fucking funny. Hip slimming.
Childbearing hips, Elon Musk needs to slim them big wide child push bearing hips.
He gave me a meal plan too with the daily goal of 1,700 calories, and then an exercise routine for 4 to 5 days a week.
Oh my god. This shit has gone off the rails officially
Yes,
now.
well, it's time to shut. Well, how many minutes do we have left before we shut down?
Well, it's over. We did not reach that goal, so I'm just letting the banter go on. That's okay. What's that?
Contact your agent to see if you have any kind of things put up. I'm trying to look for the word. I can't.
Yeah, I mean they're not going to do anything. I mean I've seen some really crazy shit posted by people, and that it doesn't get
recently?
reported. Well, no, just in general. I mean, they're not going to do anything. But I mean, I can reach out. Yeah, TikTok. Yeah, they're not going to do anything. I'll just, I'll just have to make it where every time she says something, the support is overwhelming against her bullshit. To offset that, and then she'll realize that she's actually making it worse for what she's trying to do.
I'm going to report her ass because, like I said, she's putting our conversations up there. I'm reporting her.
Yeah, which, I mean, she has a right to record them and repost it, but it's, she's,
they report for nothing.
I mean, the
on their
stalking and the harassing and the, and then claiming I'm doing it.
Did you see the, in your live the other day, I got a warning from the comment section?
I didn't see that, huh?
Yeah, I got a warning from and I think Jules was in here. I'm like, they just gave me a warning.
Yeah, I was in here. Yeah, I was in here, and I was in there, and I was like, I can see you, and you're like, yeah, but I got a warning, but I didn't see the warning, so.
Oh, okay. So it was DJ. It was DJ.
So like an account warning?
No, a warning that if I make another offbeat comment that they're gonna take my account. So they're reporting me too. Yeah. Well, they snatched those other ones just like that. I wasn't even on one day and went back, and that other account was gone. That's after we had the Zio incident with the comments and all that. But so she's reporting people on the panel. She's not slick.
Yeah, I get posts. I'll repost somebody's post in my story, and I'll get reported for violations. Like what?
Right.
Like, are you fucking kidding? It's a fucking repost. Like,
yeah,
fucking ridiculous. Yeah.
They won't. In somebody's asking for a link to her page. If somebody goes to her page, that just increases the views for her. So look, the best way to combat this, because her goal is to hurt me. And if every time she opens that fucking forehead running face of hers, and it brings money to me, she's going to realize that, okay, this isn't working. Let me try something else. Let me show up at his house with a fucking rabbit.
That's really fucking creepy.
Right.
Well, it is, but I can deal with that.
Yeah, no, but you need to report this bitch because she's still harassing people. Don't they have new laws over that you can't harass people?
They do, but you have to know who the person is, and you have to afford an attorney. I don't know who she is. I don't know who she is.
But she was one of your mods, right?
She was, yeah, but I don't know who she is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Her social media, who she is, but not.
Right. Yeah, I don't know who she is.
Right.
Her whole page is all about him. All about trying to bring him down. The whole fucking page is basically about him. If you put his name in the search, her fucking videos will pop up.
Like, you are really important, Liv. Like, you just
apparently
living rent free in her head.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Even though it says 43 people are in here, it's probably really 1,000 listening because they all want to hear Daddy.
The hate watchers.
They all
hate watchers.
Daddy.
And they're like, "Oh, oops! I clicked on it. I did. Fuck! Now they saw my 37th alt account. I mean, these people, and they got moles in the Discord. They still pulling out fucking screenshots from Discord. They never really stopped. It's they like Val before, and I blocked Val.
Well, I knew that big 95-foot Bruce Jenner was a problem, and I called that bitch out.
I don't know if Val had anything to do with like the second round of shit, but I'm like, look, I'm just gonna cut all of the people off that caused me any kind of fucking issue or irritation at all, because I don't know, and
right. I witnessed the Val meltdown, so yeah, no, I know about that individual.
Yeah, and then you get other agitators that come in trying to say stupid shit that used to come up here and appreciate it. They'll cry and whine about somebody else being shitty, and then come over here and bitch about me. And get the fuck out of here, people. I'm just cutting them off. And I don't want to talk about this lady. I didn't even want to bring the shit up, but I don't think people understood quite what was going on. So I had to bring it up. So now you know.
Don't forget your shows were so successful with numbers and people just, donating and sharing and liking. And this shit comes back up again where they're banning his accounts and taking pay. Just crazy, ridiculous. You would think he was making $1 million off this motherfucker. He was
Shit.
asking for what, $100 that just to make sure
Still
that he can
seems-
sit in that seat. And these
Yeah.
bitches are jealous.
Yeah, well, you know what? They,
That's because they got big feelings. Big feelings are running the world today. Yeah.
I wonder if she really had a thing for me, and whenever I removed her mod powers, because really that's what all this boils down to, it hurt her.
Definitely
a
fatal
like,
attraction
Well, you
kind
know
of
what?
thing.
You know how we can rectify
Yeah.
this? All you have to do is buy one of those projectors off of TikTok and show a movie on her forehead. That way she'll be useful that way.
We can start a new business doing drive-in movies with her. With the projector on her
Oh
forehead.
my God. Hobie's forehead. It's going to be a merchandise line. We'll have to give her a cut of it, though.
I'm worried if I take a pin and put it right next to her forehead it's going to fucking pop and deflate.
Insane. Somebody that
Okay.
is so
All
dead.
right.
Okay.
And see now, and see this is how I am. Where even though she's doing all these things, now I feel bad for her because we're
that.
like,
I can't stand when you
being
do
mean to her. That's
that
just how
bitch.
I am. It just I don't.
That bitch belongs on 1960 episode of Star Trek when those people had them big swollen heads.
It's a
Fuck that
fucking
hoe.
Klingon. She's got the Klingon fucking. See
She
that?
looks like
That's
Brainiac
terrible.
from fucking Green Lantern. She's Brainiac from Green Lantern.
SNL, the Coneheads.
Oh
Remember the Coneheads?
Yeah, that's what Poetivity said that she's a
Conehead with a wig.
Conehead with a wig. With a lace front. Dirty bitch.
Oh my God. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. I really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. I'll be back again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. I appreciate it. Maybe. I fucking,
They find all the
who knows?
accounts gone.
No,
I
we
may,
speak what we want to come into existence. So yes, you will.
yeah, so we'll be back.
Yeah.
My house will not accidentally catch on fire tonight. It's not
no,
going to
it
happen.
absolutely will not. Yes.
For all I know, she's been hiding behind a fucking tree back behind my house. One
No,
day,
that's not-
he's
No, you
going
know
to
what?
love me.
That's impossible because you would see that forehead from space.
Oh, especially if it's polished.
Actually, I'm
It's
going to
like
change my name to APAC next week.
They come and investigate my property because every time the airplanes go by, they keep getting hit in the face with like a laser. And they're trying to figure out who's shining lasers at it. Oh, no, never mind, guys. That's just Hobie's forehead.
Let them see one more time. Can they see one more time?
Oh, my
The
God.
forehead that we're not exaggerating.
I don't
That's
even.
it, because I was in class, so it can.
I
you
don't
didn't
even-
see it. Let DJ
No,
the hairline. She needs to go to a plastic surgeon and beg him to pull her hairline down to her eyebrows because
Give me
her
some
hairline
plugs.
starts in the
Oh,
middle of
my-
her head.
And see, I still feel like shit.
Don't.
Oh, my God.
Oh, damn.
Since
Yeah.
you're so
Oh.
interested in finding common ground, I want
Why
you
is
to
she
know
pulling it
we
back?
have found common ground. The common ground is that you hit them in the pockets where it really hurts.
Why is she pulling her hair back? Why doesn't she have fucking bangs hiding that shit? Like,
Because
shorten it a little bit. You know what I mean?
Listen, we don't need any more construction balls. Just tie that bitch to a crane and let that head knock all the buildings down that we don't need. Because she likes to record shit and replay it. Replay this, bitch, that you're an ugly, rickety, crickety hoe, and everything you do from now on will not work. It will bounce back at you.
You know what would be funny is if she takes what you say about her and reposts it, and that video gets flagged for harassment bullying.
Oh, shit.
Listen to what she said for me. We're sorry, this content is not appropriate. It doesn't abide by our terms of service.
That's right.
That's fucking funny. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. I will be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Be there or be square. And thank you all for the
you guys
support. It
tomorrow.
really was
Bye.
appreciated.
Bye.
See you guys.
Take care.
Peace.